Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming. I think everything is ready to go. Just adjust my camera here a bit. Try to move it over. Nope, that's not quite right. Hold on. I'm too far to the right. Now I gotta move more left. It'll do. And zoom in a bit. Whoa, shoot. All right, and then angle it up some. We've got some interesting stuff to talk about. I want to talk about Nick Fuentes. He was on Piers Morgan, like the other day. I'm not sure when exactly. Why is my camera so angled downward? That's weird. It's supposed to be angled up, not down. Let's see. Let me see if I can zoom out, angle up. Nope, not quite right. Angle up more. Nope, angle down. I'm gonna get it, I swear. All right, I think that's a good height. Now I just need to point it there. That should do. Now let me turn on the fireplace in the background. There we are. There, perfect. Now we're smoking. All right. Let's talk about Nick Fuentes, shall we? Hopefully I'm not too low. I feel like I am. All right, let's switch and watch. Actually, let me pop out my chat real fast so that I can see what's going on Twitch as well. Welcome, Kitty Mom. I should change my stream layout on Twitch, right? Like my thumbnail or whatever, so that it's more attractive and so that people know what we're doing more. Actually, let me do that real fast. I'm going to change it. Nick Fuentes is gaining popularity. Nazi Nick Fuentes is gaining popularity. Save. Go over to Twitch. How do I change? Is it possible to change a stream name? I don't know how. Stream manager, quick actions. Yeah, edit stream info. There we are. Done. All right. That'll work. Okay. Let's get to it, shall we? Switch over. Let's watch. This is
Nick
Fuentes.
all right. This is Nick Fuentes on Piers Morgan. I want to listen to what he had to say. It's bound to be psychotic. Nick Fuentes is making a massive splash right now, a massive, disturbing splash. He is very well known at this immediate moment, disturbingly. And if you don't know who he is, you're about to. Let's listen to this. He loves Hitler. Let's just put it that way.
You're a New York Times reader, an NPR fan, a Daily Wire subscriber, or an avid consumer of all things Tucker Carlson. For several months now, there's been no avoiding the subject of Nick Fuentes. And let's be clear, the main reason you're hearing about him is because he's popular. A large number of people, especially young men.
Actually, as it turns out, the reason Nick Fuentes is gaining popularity right now is because of Russian bots. Those Russian bots, according to a study that was done recently, heavily focused on Nick Fuentes as soon as Charlie Kirk died, or shortly after Charlie Kirk died. They decided to pick a new person to propagandize on behalf of, and that person was Nick Fuentes. Now, all that attention exists for Nick Fuentes. So the need for Russian bots is no longer necessary. But As far as we can tell, that is what caused it in the first place. But all right.
Are interested in what he has to say. What that says about our society and our culture is the subject of ferocious debate. For many people, it's a grave indictment of an insidious immorality. For others, he's a product of a culture which has turned on its own and left many young people feeling listless and bitter. He's either a litmus test for right-wing hypocrisy on free speech or a walking, talking manifestation of where the lines should be drawn. And a frankly preposterous amount of airtime has been spent on debating everything from his ideology to his sexuality and whether anyone should actually talk to him at all.
If I were writing a glossary entry on the Streisand effect, I wouldn't put a picture of her next to it. I would put a picture of Nick Fuentes.
They have opted to not do so when it comes to Nazis like Nick Fuentes.
Fuentes takes this guy apart brick by brick. It's a full takedown.
My concern is that people who are a bit more moderate are deeply alarmed by Nick Fuentes.
I was very happy to see that, Nick Fuentes really passed that test with flying colors.
That fragmentation is being caused purposefully by a splinter faction of people led by a young man named Nick Fuentes.
I'm glad that Ben Shapiro is now coming to realize that he was a bit player in the conservative movement, and that at the end of the day, people were ready to get rid of him just as quickly as anybody else. And I'm glad to see that the conservative movement that he devoted his life to is eating him alive now. Nick Fuentes is the antithesis of everything Ben Shapiro stands for the most part, being that Ben Shapiro is a Zionist and Fuentes is a Nazi, of course. And Shapiro paved the way for Fuentes. He created the conditions necessary for this to happen. So, good job, Ben. You did this. You did literally all of this. I hope you're happy with yourself.
That's the war. Can you get the beef prices down? Not crazy things that Nick Fuentes or these other loons say on social media.
Oh, I guess Bill O'Reilly is a Zionist. The conservative movement is split in half. Half is Zionist. Not even half. I think actually it's probably closer to 40% Nazi to 60% Zionist. And there's really no stopping this war that is coming, that's on its way. It's absolutely happening now. There's nothing anybody can do. And I'm enjoying every second of it. I want this fighting. This infighting is good for us.
Looks like all the screaming about Nick Fuentes on the internet is finally dying down a little bit.
So now we had on this guy, this Fuentes guy, and never challenged him.
You should have Nick Fuentes on your show and you could ask him questions about that.
The truth is, it doesn't make a lot of sense to spend all this time talking about Nick Fuentes, but not actually to Nick Fuentes. People who say you shouldn't give him a platform overlook the very obvious fact that he already has a platform of his own.
Yeah, but when you give him your platform, there are people listening to you that hadn't heard of him or hadn't thought about working with him or didn't give him legitimacy, but you are now giving him that legitimacy and attention in their eyes. That's the problem. Obviously. You should know that, peers. This dude is such an incredible scumbag, dude. Seriously.
Which is often bigger than most of the people complaining, and he uses it to speak unchallenged to his many followers. It's on that basis that I've invited him to appear live and uncensored on my platform, and Nick Fuentes joins me now. Nick Fuentes, welcome to Uncensored.
So, do you think that Nick Fuentes views his appearance on your show as a good thing or a bad thing? We should be doing whatever it is that Nick Fuentes thinks is bad for him, right? Whatever Fuentes thinks will not benefit him, we should be doing that. He is a Nazi, a literal self-avowed, Hitler-loving, Sieg-heiling Nazi. Nick Fuentes wants that attention on Piers Morgan. I think it's incumbent on us to not give him the opportunity to speak openly and freely on Piers Morgan. Do not give him that legitimacy. My God, Piers, what is wrong with you? Really?
Hi, great to be with you.
I don't know you. I don't think we've ever met. You can correct me if that's wrong. I know about you. I know that increasingly people are talking about you in a more mainstream environment than you may be used to. So for those who know nothing about Nick Fuentes, I want this to be an opportunity to get to the real person. I don't know.
You know, Steven Crowder did this too. Steven Crowder did a video with Nick Fuentes. He pushed back a lot more, though. Hang on. Let me open Clipchimp. Did I rebuild Clipchimp? I hope I did. I don't remember. Let me just look real fast. Projects. Did I rebuild it? Yesterday at 3 p.m. I did, apparently. All right. Let me just drag and drop. Replace. Give it just a second here. All right. I wanted to pull up I want to pull up just a second of Steven Crowder's conversation with him. So let's see here. I know I downloaded it. Is this it? Yes, this is it. Perfect. All right, open. Here we are. This was Steven Crowder's interaction with Nick Fuentes.
I think there's some misconceptions of you. I've heard this said. Can you clear the air? Nick Fuentes, do you hate all Jews, sir?
No, I don't.
The truth is, this is cover. He's protecting him. He's giving him softball questions. The fact is, Nick Fuentes does fucking hate Jews. You can frame it any way you want. Do you hate all Jews? I mean, nobody will say they hate all anybody. You ask a KKK member, do you hate all black people? They're going to say, no, I don't hate all black people. And by framing it that way, this scumbag gave Nick Fuentes the cover and protection he needed to mainstream his ideas. And he did it intentionally.
Okay. Do you consider yourself an anti-Semite, a noted anti-Semite?
He is very obviously a noted anti-Semite. That isn't even a question.
No.
Okay. Clears that up. Do you believe that white people are superior to all other races on the planet?
Yes. However, if you pushed him on this on a public platform, he would probably say, I think we're all equals, but we need to be separate from each other. We can't live in a harmonious society. Blah, 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 blah. He is a KKK member and a Nazi. Miki, you're so good. You're such a good kitty. Oh, you're so good. But you can't be up here right now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, good kitty. Anyway. The point is that, he can say whatever he wants, but this just is not true. And we'll get there.
No.
Okay. Do you want to eradicate all non-whites from the United States?
Yes, he wants mass deportation. I have countless videos of him saying that.
No.
Okay. Well, Barry Weiss will be very happy to hear that. No doubt she's watching.
Anyway, the point is that these people are lying scumbags. Let's see what Nick Fuentes really thinks. Welcome, Dr. Hayes, Van Briggs, Alpha Mariox. Thank you for coming. Oh my God, the cats are wound up like springs right now. It's intense.
Know who that person is, but I do want to use this opportunity to get there. I've seen you talk as we prepared for this in exchanges with people and on your show, saying you fear it's going to be very hostile, it's going to be an ambush, all those kind of things. I don't intend it to be overtly hostile. I don't intend to ambush you. I intend it to be an examination of what you said on the record, an examination of what you believe or what you say you believe, and an examination of what your rising popularity says about the state of the conservative movement in America. So those are my goals from this interview. What are your goals? Why are you doing it?
Obviously, because it gets him more attention. Are you serious? Why are you even asking such a stupid question, Piers?
I thought it'd be interesting. And, you know, you've talked a lot about me on your show over the years, and this is the first time you actually extended the invitation. I think it might be the second, actually. I think we talked about doing it during A24 a few years ago, but you've talked a lot about me with the panel, and now you've extended the invitation to talk to me. And I think it'd be interesting for me to maybe clarify some positions and maybe get to know you a little better as well. So I'm looking forward to it.
There is a belief that you have two personas. There's one that you roll out now for podcasts and for shows like mine, where you come across as reasonable.
Oh, he absolutely does. Yes, he does this for sure.
And then there's your show on Rumble, where you often come across as having, you know, a very unreasonable view on things. This is what Coleman Hughes said about you.
Nick Fuentes knows exactly what he's doing. He is consciously playing this double game as part of a long-term strategy to become popular enough to take the reins of power, at which point he plans to pivot towards the extreme and unpopular policies that he advocates daily on Rumble.
Absolutely, and I can prove it. Again, we're not going to go through every single video of Fuentes as we go, but
from a very early.
But here, wait.
This is why we.
I think
for more on
when it, the country
from a.
I think this is the one. This is misnamed if it is.
From a very early age, I was not really controversial when I got started. I didn't really say anything that was that out there, but I was saying that Israel's not our ally. So they put somebody on me. In this case, it was Jared Holt at Right Wing Watch. Right Wing Watch is a subsidiary of People for the American Way, which is a Soros-funded nonprofit. So this guy would watch my show every night. He was paid to do this. It's his job. And he was paid to look for...
In the same way that it's my job to watch Nick Fuentes. No one is paying me to do this. It's my job. Exactly. I'm just watching the most insane shit. I'm a watchdog. That's what I do. I sit here and I watch for people to say absolutely unglued from reality, insane, unhinged shit. I'm not being paid by the Jews or whatever.
Every time I said anything controversial, anything that sounded controversial, any joke that sounded offensive, and his job was then to clip what sounded bad, post it on Twitter.
It didn't sound bad, quote unquote. It is bad. Okay, some of the shit that Fuentes said is psychotic, obviously. He says he loves Hitler. How does that, quote unquote, sound bad? As opposed to actually being bad. I don't understand.
And say that represented that I'm a white nationalist, I'm an extremist, Christian fanatic. And this has taken place over the course of 10 years. Ever since I was 18 years old, this is what I have been subjected to.
Oh, such a victim. He literally is a Nazi.
And after 10 years, you get a profile as all your worst clips, all the things that could sound bad, all those things have been compiled over your entire career, and then they make you out to be a fanatic, a nut job.
Okay, then. Fine. That's the game he wants to play, right? That's the game he's going to play on Piers Morgan as well, as this guy so aptly points out. Let me find... Hang on.
This is why we need to. When it comes to all of the realists, what this signifies is December. J.D. Vance for allowing.
Hold on, I'm looking. I can't find the video all of a sudden.
I've never.
No.
I'm a new.
Yeah, here. This is the one.
I'm a new generation of white person. I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. You know, I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry. It's racial for me. And call me racist. Oh, very Christian of you. I don't give a fuck.
So how was that taken out of context exactly? How did people twist that around to turn you into the victim in this scenario when you weren't actually, like, you weren't saying anything bad? He's an evil human being. Like, in his heart, he is an evil human being, okay? And does not deserve our attention or our, does not deserve a position of authority or power in the conservative movement or anything. Is disturbing as shit that he has any kind of influence to speak of whatsoever. That's the kind of person he is. That's not even close to the worst thing he said, but let's listen to Piers here.
So first of all, what is your response to that?
Well, first of all, I would say that Coleman Hughes is a propagandist. He works for the Free Press, which is run by Barry Weiss. So I think you have to consider the source. And Barry Weiss is a pro-Israel partisan. Free Press is just bought out by CBS for $150 million by Larry Ellison or his son David Ellison. And so I think that's coming from a particular point of view. We can't pretend like that's coming from a vacuum or from some fixed position. That's coming from a propaganda outlet that's in favor of Israel. That's first. But second, I would say he is right about the two personas. And I think that everybody understands this on some level. On my show, I make jokes and I use rhetoric and I'm hyperbolic.
No, it's not that. He literally looked us dead in the eyes and said, I'm racist. It's racial for me. I don't want my children marrying a black person. It's racial. That's not a joke. That's a dead serious statement that you made there. It's like when Dave Chappelle did that. Do you guys remember that stand-up bit he did where he said, he said a bunch of shit about trans people, and everyone was like, "It's just jokes. It's just jokes. It's a stand-up routine." Some of his trans jokes were really fucking funny. I honestly, really, some of them were hilarious. The jokes aren't what I had a problem with. It's when he looked at the camera and he said, "I'm not joking. I am a TERF. I do not like trans people." That's what I had a problem with. He said he told jokes about gay, he compared the LGBT community to riding in a car in one of his jokes. They're all riding in a car together. The G's are up front steering and refusing to ask for directions. The T's are, he just played into these kind of funny stereotypes. And then he says, the T's are in the back seat and they're like, "I got to go to the bathroom. Can we stop?" And everybody is like, no, we can't. Some of those were pretty funny. The jokes were not the issue. The jokes were tame and honest, and they weren't really punching down, a lot of them. It's when he looked into the camera and said, "I do not like trans people." That was the issue. Nick Fuentes makes edgy jokes, and he makes vile statements. I have a problem with all of it in this case, but he cannot pretend that the only thing that people have a problem with is the jokes. It's very clearly not. I just played a statement from him where he said, "I am racist. I do not like black people. I do not want my children marrying a black person." Of course, he's not going to have children.
Because for a long time, I had an audience that was small on these dissident platforms. I was on D Live for many years. A lot of people don't even know what that is.
This is just complete bullshit. I can't even believe I can believe he's pulling this one.
And so I had a small following, and we had sort of like an in-group sense of humor and memes and things like that. And you talk about it one way on a freewheeling live stream when I'm by myself and I'm ranting and we make jokes and...
Freewheeling? That's like a Scientology word. That's weird. Why did he pick that word? Hang on, let me go grab something real fast. 1 second. One more second. I'm going to let this play so that I can go grab coffee. 5:59. All right. I'll be right back.
We play devil's advocate. We play with different positions. But then when you sit down in an interview like this one and people ask me a good faith question, what do you actually believe? Well, then I clarify and I say, well, here I'm not joking. Here I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not being rhetorical. I'll tell you precisely what I believe. As far as this idea that I'm going to get power and then turn into Hitler, that just sounds totally insane to me. I'll be honest. It just sounds insane.
Do you have aspirations for political power?
Not really. I think that if I wanted to run for office, I wouldn't say a lot of the things that I say. I don't know that a lot of people would vote for me. I tend to offend everybody, even a lot of people that like me. So no, I'm a truth teller. I like to tell the truth. I like to do my live stream.
Who is Nick Fuentes? Tell me about your upbringing. I know you grew up in the suburbs of Chicago. Tell me about your early years.
Or early how? Like my childhood or a little bit later?
Your childhood, yeah.
Well, I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago in LaGrange Park, as you say.
Okay. I'm back. Just want to fix my headphones here. And we shall continue. Okay.
And we make jokes and we play devil's advocate. We play with different positions. But then when you sit down in an interview like this one and people ask me a good faith question, what do you actually believe? Well, then I clarify and I say, well, here I'm not joking. Here I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not being rhetorical.
Nonsense.
I'll tell you precisely what I believe. As far as this idea that I'm going to get power and then turn into Hitler, that just sounds totally insane to me.
Okay, great. Then let me clarify then. Let me show you from his own words in an interview, not on his show, what he intends to do.
For more on all.
Marjorie Green.
No.
So I guess the year.
This. The cats are acting like fools right now. I don't know why it's always in the morning and at night.
So I guess the year is 2036. Nick Fuentes is elected president of the United States. What does day one look like in Nick Fuentes America?
Oh, day one is going to be ugly. No, but look, I mean, day one.
I'll take that as a joke. Now let's see what he intends to do on day one.
Also, I should have clarified. Would you run for president?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I don't think I could ever win because I'm too offensive. I'm too provocative. But assuming I did, and if I won, I would immediately. Here's the role of the president. The president is the chief law enforcement officer of the country. That's really the goal. The executive is to execute the laws that are passed by Congress.
That's mostly true.
And what is happening right now is, of course, the nation's in open rebellion.
How exactly? He's laying the groundwork for violent pushback against his political enemies.
We have a criminal illegal alien population of maybe 40 million people.
Nonsense.
Don't even know. I mean, it could be 20, 30, 40, maybe 50 million illegal.
It's 15, maybe 20 of undocumented immigrants. Not illegal, not like criminal, like he said, but undocumented immigrants. They're not criminals.
Have a criminal illegal alien population of maybe 40 million people. We don't even know.
He literally doubled it at absolute most.
I mean, it could be 20, 30, 40, maybe 50 million illegal aliens here. And they all have to be returned. At the minimum, many of them, tens of millions of them have to be returned.
That's going to destroy the economy. And he knows that. That's going to destroy the economy. That's going to destroy people's lives. It's going to make a right mess of literally everything. But he's okay with that. Things are going to be materially worse in the United States if he moves forward with that plan. But he's fine with that. He wants that. He likes that. Because he fucking hates immigrants. Just like Hitler, by the way. Jews were the immigrants of Germany. That's what they called them. They called them illegal immigrants. I'm sorry. They called them aliens. They called them aliens. And they called them immigrants. That's the type of rhetoric that Fuentes engages in. That's what he believes. He believes the same shit as Hitler. Seriously.
Because they have no legal standing here. Well, what happens when you try to do this? You see what's happening in Broadview here in Illinois. You get riots, you get protests, you get the mayor and the governor resisting. You got to go in and arrest those people too. What else is happening in Chicago and New York and LA? Rampant crime, chaos, murder.
This is not happening. This is nonsense. Everybody has been perfectly happy up until the moment that Trump came in and started making a mess out of everything.
There was a story last night. Somebody drove a stolen car through the window of a luxury store and did a grand theft in the store.
No fucking shit. Crime happens in America? Wow. This is the first time hearing of it.
And got away. And this happens all the time in Chicago. So if I were president on day one, I'm bringing the...
Wait, what does that have to do with, like, immigrants or whatever? I don't understand. I'm completely fucking lost. Why did you even bring that up exactly? Yes, crimes occur. Is this the first you're hearing of it? I'm sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. The point is that this guy intends to make things miserable and horrifying for everybody around him. That's the point here.
National Guard everywhere. I'm talking hundreds of thousands of National Guard in all the major cities. And we are putting that shit on lock. It is going to be martial law. We are getting in the public transit. We are going to be in the city square. We're going to be in the worst neighborhoods. We are going to be, if this is the case, it would be visible. It would be broken window policing. You know, every crime is going to be punished. Littering, you know, vandalism, graffiti, everything is going to be punished. And many people are going to be deported. And the message would be, we have laws here. We don't fuck around. This is the United States. You have to follow the law. And we're no longer going to pander to criminals. If you're a criminal, you're going to jail. You know, we're not going to have a society where peaceful, law-abiding people are held hostage by opportunists and predators and violent people.
If this guy got in power, it wouldn't be about... This is the difference between Donald Trump and Hitler, actually. With Donald Trump, it is how can he benefit the most? With Hitler, he was a true believer. How do I make Germany great again? I mean, it was about corruption, of course, and benefiting himself, obviously, with Hitler. He also did things like he owed like tons and tons and tons of money in back taxes, Hitler did. And they came after him when he started getting a little bit more influential. And he took action and shut them up completely permanently, the IRS in Germany. They said nothing moving forward and forgave his tax debt. Hitler rewarded his friends and all that same shit, exactly like Trump is doing. But I get the impression that with Trump, it's more about benefiting himself. Like, I don't even think that he cares about making Germany or making America great again. I really don't. With Fuentes, I think it really is about making America great again in his own image, which means possibly extermination camps. I don't think that Trump would do extermination camps because he doesn't care enough to. It's not his problem. He just wants to get rich off of the United States, basically. There are others who would definitely be willing to do extermination camps, of course. But I honestly believe that Fuentes is one of those people who would take that step. and do something absolutely deeply, horrifyingly psychotic. The moment I found out that Fuentes was going to be president or whatever, if this really did happen, I would be out of the country before he even took office. And everybody else that I knew would be as well, if I had to borrow money to make that happen. He's a true believer and dangerous.
It's going to be the reverse. The violent people are going to be afraid to go in the streets. The violent people are going to see a law enforcement presence, and they're not going to want to go outside or drive down certain streets, rather than the reverse, where law-abiding people are afraid to go into certain neighborhoods. I think that's the first thing any president has to do.
What rights would you take away from women?
Well, I would just take away the right to vote for tons of people. Women for sure. But also I'd raise the voting age to like 25 in general. I would probably take away the right to vote for maybe people that have no stake, no skin in the game. Because here's the thing, even the men. I look at a lot of men who are students. And, they're 21 years old, and their parents are paying for their apartment, and they've never had a real job. And they're out there telling everybody, this is the way the world has to be. Well, how do you know? If you don't own property and you don't know, like, how the trains run, the
trains run? Subtle reference to Mussolini there. Like, what about, why did you even mention the trains running exactly, if not to, like, subtly signal to Mussolini?
Let's say you even own your own home. You need to know a little bit about how the world works. You need to know about weather. You need to know about moisture. You need to know about, basic things for how we have a human habitation. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's what the government is for, obviously. But you most definitely, expand voting rights, because the more people who vote, the more likely it is they're going to get it right. It's a law of averages that exists. It's the same reason why if you are at like a carnival and there's a jelly bean jar that everybody is, guess the number of jelly beans or whatever. If you go around and you ask all the people in the area, how many jelly beans do you think there are in there? And you average it out, you will almost always get it nearly exactly right. The law of averages basically says that the more people involved in a counting process, the more accurate it's going to be. If you go around and you poll 3 of 20 people on the jar of jelly beans, they're probably going to get it egregiously wrong. The more people in the equation, the better. The more people voting, the better. Fuentes doesn't want better results. He wants his results.
Property developers uniquely understand these things, taxes and insurance and code and how money is made. Like, they understand what makes the world go round. An 18-year-old that is renting an apartment and never had a real job and is basically their parents are paying for everything. They don't have a car. They really have no way of knowing how the world works. And they also have no skin in the game. Whoever wins the election, it doesn't really matter that much, actually, for them. So I would say that we have to really seriously consider reworking who is eligible to vote based on,
who agrees with me, right? Based on who agrees with me. Is that it?
Who we would entrust that decision with.
Point is that he intends to make America a horrifying place on day one. So he can pretend all he wants that he isn't going to make this place horrifying, but he is.
I'll be honest, it just sounds insane.
Do you have aspirations for political power?
Not really. I think that if I wanted to run for office, I wouldn't say a lot of the things that I say. I don't know that a lot of people would vote for me. I tend to offend everybody, even a lot of people that like me. So no, I'm a truth teller. I like to tell the truth. I like to do my live stream.
He's so full of shit, dude.
Who is Nick Fuentes? Tell me about your upbringing. I know you grew up in the suburbs of Chicago. Tell me about your early years.
Or early how? Like my childhood or a little bit
your
later?
Childhood, yeah.
Well, I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago in LaGrange Park, as you say. My parents are ethnics. My father's half Mexican, half Irish. My mother's Italian. And they both came from a pretty rough upbringing themselves. They both were raised by single mothers, not because of divorce, but because both of their fathers had died. They endured a lot of dysfunction. And I think that's one of the reasons they came together and they related to each other and they wanted to create a normal upbringing for their children. They wanted to have a normal family life. And so
That's what I wanted for my kid. I had a hard time being a Jehovah's Witness, and I didn't want her to deal with that the same way that I did, which is also why I sent her to church, because part of the problem with my experience is that I didn't understand other people because I didn't go to church. I went to the Kingdom Hall. That's completely different,
So they moved out to LaGrange Park away from the city, and they raised me and my sister and really put us first. I think that's a big reason why I tend to have a lot of these family values or Christian values. My mother quit her job and stayed at home to raise us. And so I have a very close relationship with my parents, with my sister. We're a very tight family. And we grew up in a pretty idyllic town. And maybe we can sort of get into a conversation about politics from this. I loved my upbringing. My mom stayed at home. My dad was working. We're in a mostly white suburb in Chicago. I was maybe half.
And that's good.
Catholic, half Protestant. It was a baseball town.
That's good in his mind. Mostly white. Did you catch the mention he did there about like the color? Why does that matter exactly?
Played baseball for many years. In Chicago, we love our hot dogs. We have our baseball parade and get a hot dog. And so I love where I came from. I love the city. It's a working class city. I love the people here. They're very good, humble, down to earth, decent people. And I guess I had my political, not to jump ahead, but this is a big part of where my political awakening came from. I sort of left this bubble, if you could call it that. When I went to college in 2016, I went to Boston University and I read a lot of things online and I realized the country does not look like LaGrange Park. It doesn't look like Western Springs or Hinsdale or Elmhurst. It looks very different. The country's undergoing.
Looks different. I assume when he says that, he means visually looks different. Like they're different skin colors.
A radical transformation because of immigration. And so I saw that and I said, this is not really a desirable change. I don't like the south side of Chicago or the west side or LA or certain parts of Boston as much as I like where I came from. And I guess that's what made me an American nationalist. I said, I want to preserve my home and the things that are familiar to me and the things I like about my home, what makes it America.
Okay, this is an interesting argument. I've heard this before. The idea is culture should remain the same. Culture should remain white, basically. It should never update. It should never alter. People should never change the way that they operate or whatever. But that's just not how the world works. The system is not the same now as it was when you were younger by necessity. Like, that's literally impossible. It is impossible for things to stay the same that way. Culture changes. That's part of the deal. That's life. And there's nothing you can do to change that. Now, culture is going to shift one way or another, and he's trying to exclude anybody who is not white from it. Why? I don't understand. Like, he wants to go back to the 1950s where there was segregation. I don't understand how he thinks that's going to actually work, how he thinks that's going to play out. That's not how anything has ever worked. Culture changes.
So that's a little bit about my background. I don't know where you want to go with that, but
Well,
that's kind of where I came from.
my first obvious question is, were your parents immigrants to the United States, or were their parents, or were they grandparents? In other words, at some stage, I presume, there were immigrants in your family who came to the US. Is that correct?
There were. I believe my mother was fourth generation and my father was third generation.
They call themselves Native Americans because they were here natively. That's how he said. That's what he says. That's insane. By the way, his name is Fuentes. He is half Mexican. I'm sorry, he's a quarter Mexican. His dad is half Mexican.
So their ancestors came here on my mom's side in the 1860s, I believe, the first wave of Italian immigration. My father's ancestors, I think they came around at the turn of the century in 1900.
So your view of immigration, and we'll get to the specifics about your views on immigration, are they not affected at all by the fact that if it wasn't for immigration, you wouldn't exist as an American?
Well, I would certainly exist, but like you said, maybe not as an American. Certainly.
You would certainly exist. If your parents had not immigrated here and met, you wouldn't exist? I don't think I understand, and I'm not sure that he understands either what he's saying.
That's influenced in some measure. But I think that the kind of immigration that we had for a long time in the country, it's different than the immigration that we have now.
It's really not.
And let's just say for openers, it's different immigrants. They're coming from a different place.
It's really not that different. He's saying the immigrants coming here in the 1860s, as his parents did, weren't Mexicans. Even though his dad is Mexican, he's saying it was Europeans. They were white. They were better. And by the way, Italians are white in white nationalist minds a lot of the time because Hitler believed Mussolini was white. He believed that Jesus was born of a Roman soldier, not immaculately conceived. The Roman soldier's name was Julius Abdes Pantera, I believe. In there, it's all garbage, of course. And that means that Jesus was the first Aryan because Romans can be Aryans in his mind. It's complete nonsense.
With a different culture, a different religion, it's not the same as it was. So first, you have a qualitative difference. My ancestors, for the most part, I have 3 European grandparents from Ireland and Italy, 1 from Mexico. They came from Europe. They came from a society where there's a common ancestry, there's a common religion.
But they didn't all come from Europe. You just said, literally just now, that 25% of them did not come from Europe, right? How can you even say this? This doesn't make any sense at all.
Common civilization. The people that have come in since 65, since Hart-Celler, they're coming from China, India, the Northern Triangle, Mexico, Venezuela. And so first, they're just different people. Secondly, it's a quantitative difference. There's way more, and it's an unceasing...
It's nonsense. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to interrupt periodically here, but there are not way more compared to population growth. So I think we're getting like 1% growth per year or something like that. We were getting way more growth back then, proportionally. Yes, there are like 1 million or so coming in now per year. I don't remember. But we have 330 million people in the United States. So, like, I don't know what you're expecting here. I don't know what he thinks he's talking about. I don't know. This is just complete nonsense. He's saying that there are fewer. There just aren't. I'm sorry. I don't know what he's talking about. He says that there were more back then, or there are more now. There just were not more proportionally.
Always increasing wave. For the first 3 or 4 waves of immigration, you would have a major influx of immigrants and then it would stop. And then you'd have another wave and then it would stop. This one, it just keeps going up for 35 years. And it's too many. So that's really where I would draw the distinction between maybe where I originate from. I would even just simply call that immigration. What this is an invasion. It's a completely different policy.
But you
can't even
mentioned,
call
all
it
right,
the same
but
thing.
you mentioned Mexico in that list, and your father is half Mexican. So
yeah,
I mean, by your criteria, part of the invasion would include your father, presumably, and his immediate descendants who came from Mexico.
Not really true, because when my father's ancestors came here, it was a small fraction of the total immigrants that came from Mexico. I don't believe that we should have zero immigrants forever, or even zero immigrants from non-white countries. But you have to draw the distinction. My father's father, he was here in the 40s and 50s. It was his parents, or I believe either his parents or grandparents, that came here even earlier. Up until 1965, 90% of the immigrants were coming from Europe. I have no problem with that. If we have 10%,
there you go,
of them coming from Mexico or Latin America.
Yeah, so he's fine with immigration from Mexico. That's the point. He's fine with immigration from Mexico. He's fine with immigration from Europe. He's fine with it as much as want to come over here. He's perfectly A-okay with immigrants from Europe. It's Mexicans that he doesn't like, very specifically. Mexicans. Disgusting, dude. What's wrong with you? What is broken inside? How did this happen? Who hurt you?
Maybe that's reasonable, but that's not what it is now. Now you've got 10 million illegals in 4 years under Joe Biden, and you got millions more legal immigrants from China, India, Venezuela, El Salvador, and it's so many with no break for assimilation, and they're all from non-white countries. It's transforming what America is. And again, that's the distinction. That's what makes it unacceptable.
I always believe everybody is a product of their environment. Right? I've interviewed thousands of people. Maybe 3, 4, 5,000 people from all different walks of life. But the one common theme I would say is everyone's a product of their environment. And I was reading some stuff about you in the last few days. There was an episode of your podcast where you talked about your father, Bill Fuentes, and how he wouldn't take the family, including you, to certain restaurants because he believed they were associated with African Americans. We would be deciding where to go to eat, you said. What are we going to do for dinner tonight? It was a running joke. Me and my sister would say Applebee's, and my dad would say we would never eat at Applebee's. Not in a million years should you be caught dead, Fuentes said about Applebee's. Go to a different restaurant, a local restaurant. No Applebee's, no Red Lobster. That is commonly known as black fare.
That's crazy, dude. I had no idea. I did not realize that his dad was so violently racist. That is nuts, dude.
And you also shared another story about your family and restaurants. It said, before me and my sister were born, my family had a saying about Olive Garden that contains the N-word that we're not allowed to say. So my question...
Look, he's laughing. He's smiling. He thinks it's funny. He likes it. This is good to him. We hear that shit about his dad, and we're like, what the fuck? His dad was violently hateful and racist. Why would you not... You want black people to fail then, right? That's the only explanation. I don't understand. Like, what other reason would he have for not going to a black-owned business? Who cares if the business owner is black? Why does this matter to you at all? I don't understand. You just want black people to fail. That's it. You just want them to fail. Right? How else am I supposed to interpret this? Just evil, dude. Really, evil. It is fucking evil. Miracle says, who cares? If food is good, who gives a shit about race? Just want yummy stuff in my face, please. Yeah. The only reason the dad could have had to say, we will not patronize a black business, is because he wants to see black people fail. That's it. There is no other reason for that, right? I want to see black people fail. That is disturbing as shit. And Nick Fuentes is sitting here smiling away, cheesing, if you will. Because I guess it brings back fond memories. He likes it. He agrees with it. He enjoys the thought of making black people fail. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this dude? Seriously, like, it's more than just, wow, he's a Nazi. He is straight up fucking evil. He is straight up evil with some of the shit that he seems to believe.
Based on that anecdote that you say on your own podcast, do you think you grew up in a racist environment?
He absolutely, obviously did. And he calls himself racist.
That your father was inherently racist and that thought process moved to you?
Well, I would say it's a new low. I've been attacked for being a racist many times, but to attack my father, to attack my parents based on anecdotes, I would say that's
not what's happening. That's not what we're saying. People are literally talking about shit that you said, stories you told on your channel. And it's horrifying. These aren't anecdotes. This is what you told us. And you smiled as he recounted the stories. What am I supposed to do with this, Nick? Like, seriously.
Hang on, it's your anecdote.
Yeah, but he's not here to defend himself.
You are.
And my parents are.
You told the story.
And I will. And I'm
not trying to ambush you. As I said,
this is piss poor, dude, really. This is such a cop-out, a bullshit cop-out that he's laying down for us right now. Disgusting.
So, Nick, to be clear.
No, it's not an ambush,
Nick,
but
to be clear,
I think
I'm
everybody
not
understands.
ambushing you. I'm literally reading an anecdote that you revealed on your podcast. It's you that's put it in the public domain.
I know.
I'm simply asking you whether my assessment of that, which is that your father didn't want to take you to certain restaurants because of what you refer to as, they were commonly known as black fare, whether that attitude to African Americans.
And he smiled while it was recounted. I'm not sure that he expected that story to come out.
In that instance, permeated to you. It's a reasonable question.
Yeah, no, like I said, I think everybody knows what that is, but I'll address it. I'll engage with it, and I'll defend my father from the charge of racism.
Sure.
No, my parents are not racist. And
okay, yes, he is. If that story that you told us is real, then yes, he is. Is your father a racist or are you a liar? Which one?
They've never been racist. I'll tell you about my parents. They used to have a school.
I don't want to hear about your parents, Nick. I want to hear about that specific incident. It's pretty clear that was real, right? Or he wouldn't have smiled all through it. And he wouldn't refuse to engage with this. He would have just said, yeah, all right, I'm sorry. He would have said, no, that's absolutely not real. He did not say that. That's fake. Instead, he's saying my father is not a racist. Clear as day, his father is a racist, right?
In Chicago, in the South Loop, where they instructed people on how to shoot firearms. It was a security school, and most of the clients were black. And I believe actually...
Oh, okay. Who gives a fuck? Wow, black people know how to use guns. Does that scare you for some reason? Why would that scare you?
One of their clients was Larry Hoover's son at one point, sort of a funny story. And so most of their clients would come in from the south side of Chicago. My grandmother, she grew up in the projects in the city. And so,
okay, I don't understand. What the fuck are you talking about? What does this have to do with the fact that your dad is fucking racist? How is this connected to that? I don't understand. You got gummy bears in your ears? You were like, did you not hear the question?
My family being in Chicago, being ethnics, being Italian, Irish, Mexican, and the West Side on Taylor Street, all over the city. My family for many generations have lived near and around black people. And look, my views about black people and their views about black people are shaped with experiences with black people.
And is that why you refused to go to Applebee's because it was a black-owned business, because you want to see black people fail? You're not being cautious about specific, particular black people that you think are dangerous or should be avoided, bad people in your neighborhood. That's not what you're doing. You are trying to make all black people fail.
And what they will tell you, what my parents would say if they were here, is that for many, many years, the older generations of black people were very respectful, very humble, very...
Oh, it's a young kid thing, right? It's just the young black people that are fuck-ups and failures. Is that it? Is that what it is, Nick?
Decent. In fact, my grandma used to have an anecdote. She grew up in a lot of dysfunction. Her mother was mentally ill, and they would be having dinner in the projects, and there'd be so much chaos and dysfunction and disagreement and fighting. And she would look across the way out the window at a black family in the other apartment, and they'd be holding hands around the table saying grace. And this is sort of the culture that used to prevail. But now what you have in the city is that there's no accountability for the black people. And now Chicago has become...
What does that mean, no accountability? Exactly. What do you mean by that? What could that possibly mean? No accountability in what way? You think that criminals are just like committing crimes and just getting away with it? Is that what it is? What is it? He's looking for reasons to be a racist shit. And he seems to have found some. Just made them up whole cloth.
Become a complete dump because these teenagers go out and they take over the city. They call them teen takeovers. That's the euphemism for it. They're teenagers, but they all come from the same neighborhood. They drive up there and they mug people and attack people and they destroy cars and destroy shops. We had the Festival of Lights a couple of weeks ago. It's supposed to be a family event. And they light up the trees and they, there's a big parade. I was in the parade one year and you had a bunch of black people.
Wow, look at you.
People there shooting each other. 7 people shot, a 14-year-old killed in the Magnificent Mile. And I know there's a lot of black people.
I'm sorry, like, I'm having a hard time believing literally a word out of his mouth. But either way, he's about to address this. He's about to say, I know there are a lot of good black people, but I bet he's going to say there are a lot of bad black people too, and you never know which is which. The fact is, the black community has a higher crime rate in some things, depending on the area, depending on the crime or whatever. Obviously not because of some genetic condition or whatever. I'm sure I don't need to say that, but I'm going to anyway. But because of conditions around them, because of how, because of the fact that they don't have any generational wealth, they haven't had generational wealth this whole time, because of the oppression that's existed. And not every black person is a criminal. You see a slightly higher statistic. In fact, almost nobody is a criminal in the United States. Almost nobody. It is such a small percentage. The vast majority of people you come across, black or white or whatever, are not going to be criminals. But you see a slightly elevated percentage in certain categories, and you assume that everybody from this demographic is a criminal.
That feel the same way about this. They say, we've lost control of the city, and we're looking for accountability. We have a lot of black people that are always outraged about racism, outraged about attitudes from white people, but they're never ashamed of some of these behaviors, never ashamed of some of the things that go on. And that's why I think there's a lot of negative attitudes these days.
Disgusting.
And so, again, I think those attitudes...
Like, I'm not ashamed of Nick Fuentes because he's white and I'm white. There is no collective guilt or responsibility like that. Why does Fuentes suddenly think that collective guilt should exist in this one scenario, but doesn't think collective guilt should exist in other scenarios?
Say I'm a product of my environment. I am, and so are my parents and my grandparents. Unlike you, because you're not even American, in Chicago, we have to live in a big, diverse city where there's a lot of different kinds of people. And I think anybody in Chicago will tell you the same.
I live in London. It's one of the most One of the biggest and most diverse cities in the world.
But it's not the same.
Oh, no, not the same?
Well, actually, it's a big, diverse city. The only difference is we don't have the gun violence because we don't have guns. That's a whole different story. I don't want to get into that with you. I have got into that before
You
in
got
America.
a knife problem. You got sword problems.
We have problems
you
with
have Aladdin.
Yeah. Oh, my God. You have knife and sword problems. Oh, I wonder how many people die to knives and guns compared to... I'm sorry. How many people die to knives and swords compared to how many die to guns in the U.S.? Do you think it's a higher number or a lower number, I wonder? I guess we'll never know, will we? We'll never... There's no way we can ever figure out what that number is. Seriously, like, guns, when pointed at somebody, murder them. En masse. They are sticks that, when pointed at people, murder them. Knives are utensils used for other things and cannot mass murder the way that guns do. I cannot believe that he chose to even go down this road. That's fucking absurd.
We have problems with violent crime. I make no pretense of it. So the idea that somehow I'm cosseted in London because I'm not in Chicago...
I didn't say that.
Well, you kind of implied it, but I guess my point...
He absolutely implied it.
About the environment. I'm not saying you are a product of your environment. I'm saying most people are in some capacity. When I read that anecdote, which just to remind you, it's not something I have put out there. You told this story, right? And you said that
you said this. We're looping. You said this already.
Yeah, because you didn't address it, dumbass.
You haven't really directly, I think, responded to it, which is whether your father would not take you to certain restaurant chains because he associated them with black Americans. Is that true?
No, well, see here, if you're in America, you would say that Olive Garden is not real Italian food. Applebee's, TGI Fridays, the stuff is a load of crap. My dad was just a food snob, but no, it's got nothing to do with that. My best friend in first grade was a black guy. We're not a racist family. So
okay, so when you told
no.
the story, I'm just curious. So when you told that anecdote, which clearly on the face of it is racist.
He should have played it. He should have showed him saying those words. That would have trapped him a lot more effectively.
Right? You're basically saying your father made racist decisions about where you would go as a family to eat. Are you saying, well, I'm just going to ask you a question. Are you saying that when you told that story, you didn't mean to infer that he was racist? And do you understand why when somebody like me reads that anecdote for the first time, as I did this week, I reach a different conclusion?
Well, I understand what you're doing, which is a sort of making of a murderer. How did he become racist? Well, his father...
No, I mean, I think we would all just like to know if you were lying then or you're lying now. That's all. Were you lying then or are you lying now?
Didn't eat at Olive Garden because he said that's not real Italian food. Hang on, can I? What's with the interruptions? Can I explain?
I'm literally reminding you of something you said on your show, which led me to conclude a certain thing. If I'm wrong, tell me.
Yeah.
Said in jest. It was a joke. You told this whole fake story that wasn't real, that never happened, that didn't exist, that portrays your father as a vile, racist scumbag. And it was said in jest. It was just a joke. You didn't actually mean it all along. It was fake. Okay, that makes sense. Totally.
It was said in jest as a humorous anecdote, and now you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which...
Boy, that anecdote is so humorous, right? OMG. I love that anecdote.
His parents are racist. He comes from a long line of racists. And I think everybody knows my parents are boomers. Mm-hmm. And these people come... Well, you're a boomer, I guess, too, in a way,
60.
right? You were born in,
60.
19? Yeah, so you're a boomer also. Or maybe you're a Gen Xer. I suppose it's sort of on the cusp. But it's a humorous anecdote. These are kind of the...
What does him being old have to do with literally anything? Why are you even talking about that? I don't understand. Is he saying he's old so he doesn't understand jokes? Is that what it is? See, this is God, Fuentes is such a vile sack of shit, dude, really. He's straight up evil.
Attitudes of baby boomers in society, but you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is You're a product of your environment. Your dad's racist because of this joke. Now you're a racist. And I don't think that's a fair characterization.
Okay. People can make their own minds up. They can go back and listen to you say it. I mean, the beauty of what I'm going to talk to you about in this interview is that almost all of it is just going to be reminding you what you have said and asking you what you meant. Your position about that story is that it was a joke, okay? I want to come to something else you said. This is where you talk about Jews, women, and blacks.
Buckle up.
Just take a listen.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Like I said, the vast majority of criminal activity is done by a very small subset of the population. Almost nobody is criminals in the United States. Every now and then you come across, somebody who is a criminal, and some demographics have higher rates of criminality than other demographics solely because of the conditions that they live in. It's not genetic, and that's the only other option. It's either genetic or it's a product of their environment, right? And humans are not genetically different enough for a predisposition to crime to exist in that way. It's just a product of the environment. And if that's the case, it can be fixed. We can work on that. We can do reparations. We can do jobs programs. Another leading indicator of crime or criminal activity is poverty. So get people out of poverty, and you will reduce crime dramatically. It really is simple when you look at it. Fuentes said it's simple. Yes, he's right. It's simple. Fuentes is trying to demonize people and make them out to be evil, dangerous monsters when the fact is they aren't. If you want to reduce if you want to reduce crime, reduce poverty.
Okay. Would you like to...
Oh, yeah, and the Jews are not pulling strings like puppet masters, obviously.
Clarify what you meant there?
That's all true. That's 100% true. Everything I said in that clip is true.
Including that blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part?
Yeah. Yes.
But all of them?
No, for the most part.
What does the most part mean? What percentage of American blacks would you like to see in prison?
Whatever the percentages of the murderers. I think it's 1 in 20 black men will commit a murder in their lifetime. So maybe...
Let's fact check this. I don't think that this is accurate. But either way, again, it's not everybody that you come across. What is that percentage anyway? 1 in 20 sounds really high, but it's really not. That's 5%. Hang on. 1 in 20 black people will commit murder. Is that true? Let's see if we can fact check this puppy here. No, it's false. Black population is approximately 47 million people. If 5% committed a murder, that means 2.35 million black murderers. That's not what the data shows, not even close, apparently. What is it? Hold on, I'm just reading through. Even using the most uncharitable calculation possible, if you took every homicide with a black offender over a 40-year period and pretended they were all different people, they're not, since repeat offenders exist, you'd get maybe 250,000 to 300,000 total, not 2.5 million or so. That's still roughly 0.6% over 4 decades, not 5%. The actual data shows that the vast majority of any demographic group never commits any violent crime. Homicide offending is concentrated among a tiny fraction of any population. Most homicides involve people who know each other, often connected to specific circumstances like domestic violence or disputes. That's a textbook example of fabricating a shocking statistic and fundamentally misrepresenting data. So that's just nonsense.
Let's say that 5%.
Oh, so you're talking about black people who murder people?
That's just a lie.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But you didn't say that.
That's
You
the
just
crime
said
problem.
blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. You didn't clarify that you were talking about black murderers.
And now he's going to say, "Oh, you're splitting hairs." You are twisting data and lying about it, and you straight up said black people, for the most part, need to be in prison.
Right. No, you're right. That's a good addition to that. That's a great point.
Do you think it's funny, or?
I do. I think it's hilarious. I think it's totally true.
Do you think a black American would find it funny? You think that blacks should be imprisoned for the most part?
Blacks are my biggest fans. I get high fives all the time. They say, "Nick Fuentes, I love your show." They agree with me. And you want to know why? Here's the difference. Black people are the most victimized by other black people. You think black people want to live in the hood and the ghetto and get shot all the time? That's what happens in the south side of Chicago. You should come here. I'll take you there. We could go to Garfield Park.
My son went to Chicago
Inglewood.
University for a year, actually, several years ago.
Yeah, that's a bubble. That's a bubble. You think you're in Chicago and Hyde Park? You don't know Chicago. Go a little bit west, see what it's like over there. And I'll tell you, black people agree with me because they're tired of it too. And maybe not most of them, but a lot of them agree with what I say about that because they know how it is. That's why the first thing they do when they make a little bit of money is they go and leave to another neighborhood.
Okay, so what was just remind me again, the percentage of...
I've had a problem generally with the term gentrification. And I looked into it because I want to understand, what is gentrification? And is it really bad? Because to my mind, gentrification is just fixing up a neighborhood, right? It's just fixing up a neighborhood. What's bad about that? It seems like a good thing on the surface. So I do a little bit of digging to figure out what the bad part of gentrification is. Fixing up the neighborhood is not the problem. The problem is that, if you're unfamiliar, gentrification is when people come in and invest a bunch of money into, fixing the roads and the bridges and cleaning up the infrastructure and building, new businesses and things like that in old, rundown areas, old, rundown neighborhoods that were beat up, and it ends up pricing out the old tenants so they can no longer afford to live there. And that is a point of contention for a lot of people. So what's the real problem with it? The real problem is that once businesses start moving in, suddenly, there's somebody yelling outside my window. Suddenly, people find the money to repair the roads, and suddenly the state can find funds to fund education better and things like that. When there are businesses involved, when people are going to make money from this, suddenly they care about the populace, but they didn't care about it before. When people were suffering, they didn't care enough to put money into improving education in the neighborhood and things like that. That's the problem with gentrification at the end of the day. So back to what Fuentes is saying here.
And leave to another neighborhood.
Okay, so what was
that people leave to other neighborhoods because they're mistreated terribly because the neighborhood is neglected terribly by the city. Because nobody wants to make it better. Nobody cares about it. When the city could put just a little bit of money into investing in these neighborhoods and make them significantly better and improve people's lives dramatically. Instead, they're sending police in there to beat the shit out of people, mistreat them, make their lives miserable, instead of actually improving education and conditions generally.
Just remind me again, the percentage of black men who commit murder in America. What was the percentage you gave me?
It's 0.5 at absolute best, but he said 5%.
It's 1 in 20. 1 in 20.
It's 1 in 100.
No, it's 1 in 20.
No. Less than 1 in 100 black U.S. men commit murder. That's the most up-to-date crime statistics in America.
That's not true. I've seen other statistics. They say 1 in 20 will eventually commit a murder.
So your rate means that you're saying that 5 times as many black men commit murder as the official crime statistics say.
Yeah, there's a report, I believe, on X by Data Hazard. I'll have to go and double check that for you.
Who the fuck is that, and why the fuck do I care what they have to say about this subject?
But yes, there's some pretty shocking evidence that says that it's far more alarming than you would think.
Okay, but you would accept that the official crime statistics are 1 in 100, or you wouldn't accept that statistic?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but I've seen other evidence. Like I said, Data Hazard on X, I believe, produced a report about a year ago. It said 1 in 20. But I mean, whether it's 1 in 20 or 1 in 100, that's a lot of people, Piers. I mean,
it's really not anywhere near what you're portraying. Again, at best, it's 0.5%.
A lot of white people commit murder too.
I wouldn't have gone down that road because I believe that he picked this statistic because it's higher with black people. I mean, why murder rate very specifically? Why that figure? Because it's higher for black people than white people because of the conditions that they live in. Because of the environment, because the government has completely abandoned them, because we aren't trying to improve their neighborhoods or anything. So he picked that specifically and intentionally. I probably would have said,
about a year ago, it said 1 in 20. But I mean, whether it's 1 in 20 or 1 in 100, that's a lot of people, Pierre.
I probably would have focused on the fact that almost nobody that you come across is going to be dangerous. And you need to start with a clean slate with everybody. Maybe that's what I would have done.
I mean,
sure,
this is
a lot of white
problem.
people commit murder too. Well, they do, don't they?
Okay, but it's about proportionality. I mean, white people are 65% of the population. Blacks are 13%.
Yeah, but you're much more likely to be like attacked or hurt by white men, especially. Yeah, you know what? That's what I would have focused on, men. Men are something like 800% more likely to be dangerous to you than women. 800%. 800, not 8%, not 80%, 800% more likely to be dangerous, to commit a violent crime. Men. So does Nick Fuentes carry pepper spray around everywhere he goes, ready to pepper spray like every man that he meets? No, because you assume that the man that you're working with right now isn't going to be a violent criminal.
And I think anybody would tell you that more black people proportionally commit violent crime than white people, and people vote with their feet. People would rather pay a much higher property tax.
Most mass shootings.
What's with the interruptions?
I'm sorry.
Oh, fuck you, God.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, you look at in Chicago, in New York, these neighborhoods are so stratified. People would rather pay a high tax rate. They'd rather pay a much higher property value to live in a less diverse, less black neighborhood because they don't want to live around the violence.
Actually, it's not that. It's because the cities don't tend to give a fuck about the black neighborhoods. They don't invest in black neighborhoods' education or roads or bridges or infrastructure or anything else, literally anything else. They don't give a fuck about the black neighborhoods, and no one wants to live in those because the city has neglected them and it's led to a complete mess. That's why.
And I think that when you look at even on the public transit, the subway, the blue line, you know, people don't want to go there because they know who occupies and menaces the public transit. It is these people like Daniel Penny had to deal with. It's people like Irina Zarutska had to deal with. And that's
Daniel Penny did not have to deal with that the way that he did, certainly. This is a subject that's close to my heart because I am like from Manhattan. I lived there for years until very recently. And, you know, I've dealt with weird little nutcases on the subway as well. I have. And it's not comfortable. It's not something you want to deal with. I didn't like it either, and I don't blame him for trying to incapacitate the guy. But Daniel Penny didn't just incapacitate the guy. He murdered the guy. He continued holding onto the guy's neck in a sleeper hold, which will kill somebody, which did kill the guy, long past when it's safe, and he killed him as a result. Even though, to my understanding, passengers were saying, let go of him, stop it. He continued to hold on to his throat, and it led to his death. Unacceptable.
Just the uncomfortable reality.
You've also said you don't want to live near black people. Let's take a listen to this clip.
I'm a new generation of white person. I'm not living around blacks. Sorry.
Look at his smile, bottom right corner. He's smiling. He's laughing. He thinks this is funny. He enjoys it. He wants more of it. This is who Nick Fuentes is. He's proud of this. Disgusting.
You know, I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry. It's racial for me. And call me racist. Oh, very Christian of you. I don't give a fuck.
He must have gotten the same clip I did, because mine cuts off at that exact spot as well.
I mean, it couldn't be clearer, really, unless you want to say that's another of your jokes. But you're basically saying, yeah, I'm a racist, aren't you?
Yeah, that wasn't a joke. He said it deadpan, right?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
You're fine with saying you're a racist?
Totally. I think everybody's racist. I think everybody, if we're being honest, is racist. I think everybody, the only people that aren't racist or pretend not to be are white people, to their detriment. Everybody else is racist.
But earlier in the interview, you got aggrieved at the idea that your father was a racist. You wanted to make emphatically
because
sure
my father's...
He's not.
Because my father doesn't share my same views on that.
So he's the exception to the everyone's a racist.
Well, everybody's a little bit racist. You're right. So maybe everybody... The difference is you're attacking my father. You know, he could get fired from his job.
I'm not attacking your father.
You are.
He could get fired from his job. That's what you care about, huh? He could get fired from his job. Okay.
No, I'm not. I don't know your father. And to be clear, I have no knowledge about him at all
Well, then let's leave him out of it.
Well,
He should be fired from his job if he's a vile, hateful fucking racist like that.
Him out of it if you don't know him.
Hang on, Nick. You put that story into the public domain on your show. I'm simply reminding you of what you told everybody, millions of people, about your father. If you now want to retract it, fine. If you want to say it was a joke, which is what your position was earlier, fine. But I'm allowed to put to you things you've said publicly. That's not unfair. That's not me targeting your father. You put that story about him out there.
You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
I'm asking you about a pretty shocking anecdote, which to me looked like you were saying your father made decisions about where you as a family would eat based on skin color of people who worked at these places. If you say, or use them, if you say that is not what you meant, that's fine. You can respond any way you like.
But that's not what he said, right?
The idea I can't ask you about it without you saying I'm attacking your father is ridiculous.
Well, you are, and you know what you're doing. And there's a political culture in America where if you have the wrong views, you get fired from your job. And my father has a job, and if you go on...
Good. He should be fired from it if he's public facing, if he's customer facing, he should not work at that job. I'm sorry. And besides that, Nick, you can help your father. He's fine, I'm sure. I don't worry about his well-being. So go fuck yourself.
Here and say... You charge him with racism or something, and I'm put in a position where I don't look like I'm sticking to my guns if I don't say my father's a racist. You're putting him in jeopardy, and he's not here to defend himself or explain his views. And it's very low, and I think you know exactly what you're doing, and people can see what you're doing. I'll defend my views, and I think that, you know, so let's leave him out.
Oh, suddenly you can't handle the heat, huh? Well, get the fuck out of the kitchen if you can't handle the heat. You brought him into this. You brought all of this up. Well, now I know what to focus on. Now I know what bothers Nick Fuentes, so there's that. He knows what bothers me, vile, hateful fucking racism. Now I know what bothers him, right? This dude is truly evil.
Out of it. Let's just not talk about my father because my father isn't here. I'm here.
Okay, well,
I'll
then do you
defend
accept
my
that you
views
shouldn't
and I'll
talk?
defend
Okay,
the
listen,
anecdote.
listen, that's fine. But then do you accept you shouldn't talk about your father on your show? And you shouldn't tell...
Absolutely not. Absolutely
so
not.
It's fine for you to put a story out there which would make most people who listened to that story or watched it at the time on your show conclude that he was racist. It's fine for you to do that. But if I then ask you about it, I'm the one who's being unfair and I've crossed a line. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you're
That's
being
fine.
malicious.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Listen, people are watching this live. They can draw their own conclusions about whether what I just
And they
did...
will.
Yeah, and I'm
and
sure
they will.
afterwards, by the way, you'll say, he ambushed me with your own...
own
words.
Whoa.
With your own words.
That's a little presumptuous. I'm not going to say it's an ambush, but I think that's a low blow. And I think you know what you're doing, and that's fine. You're a tabloid journalist. I expected that.
Oh, my God. See, you're saying he's not a real journalist now. I mean, I agree. Piers Morgan is a complete fucking scumbag. But you're using that as a defense here, and that's kind of complete bullshit.
I don't think it's an ambush because I knew it would be like this. And people will see what you're doing, and I think they'll say it's low. But as far as you want to talk about racism, I do. Let's talk about racism.
Okay,
Let's leave my dad out of it.
Look, you've admitted you're a racist, correct?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Own it.
Okay, that's fine. You're perfectly entitled in a free democratic society to stare down the barrel of his camera and tell me you're a racist. People can judge you accordingly. Many people who have assumed that you're a racist will now have heard it from your own lips. That's fine.
There you go.
That's the point. The point of this interview is to go over the things you've said, which have led people to reach conclusions about you, and to ascertain whether those conclusions are fair and reasonable or not. That's it.
Thank
so I want
you.
to play you another clip. This is what you talk about why white people are justified in being racist. Let's take a listen to this.
First, white people are every single bit justified in being racist. Every single bit justified, to the extent that that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
You stand by that?
Absolutely.
Again, this is predicated on the idea that black people are all dangerous, when the reality is the vast majority of people that you meet are not going to commit crimes. And if you really cared about a demographic of people being dangerous or whatever, you would avoid men like the plague, because men are 800 to 900% more likely, or 8 or 9 times more likely to commit a violent crime than women. So every time you see a man, you should run the other way for your own safety. If you're following if you're following your own logic and not just doing this because you're a vile racist shit. But we all know it's because you're a vile racist shit, of course. By the way, I don't know if you guys noticed, but I'm playing a 3DS game right now. It's a 3DS game, and I'm super proud of it because basically, this is a completely unrelated note. I spent an incredible amount of time and effort working on this over the past week or two. I have this 3DS with a capture card. It's an optimized capture card. I've had it for a while. And putting a capture card in a 3DS is very difficult. I didn't do it. I had somebody else do it. But basically, optimized cards are not fully, they're supported by a company called Optimize, where they produce the software for it. But the software is old and deprecated and not really supported anymore because it's from a company that went under years ago. So anyway, I found a Git repository, a GitHub repository that handles optimize cards. And we're streaming this to a Raspberry Pi right now. I'm super excited about it. I think it's really awesome. And it's really good quality. It was never meant to be played this way. In fact, I'm charging it with USB-C right now, so that's pretty cool. Anyway. All right, let's continue. Sorry. Got a little off track there. You ever played Etrian Odyssey? No. I've never heard of it before. Interesting. Just checking here. 1 second. Looking through the chat. Nick is a Hispanic gay incel MAGA who probably is into black dudes. Yeah. I think that he voted Trump all 3 times. So one could argue that he is MAGA, but he claims not to be. And I think he claims not to be MAGA because he wants to wield power over Donald Trump. If that makes sense. He wants to kind of try to sway Trump's decision making. So he like protests against him fairly often, basically.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Sorry, I missed it.
Going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
You stand by
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So white people should go out of their way to avoid black people when they see them?
Absolutely. They would be wise.
Why?
Because it's a lose-lose proposition. If you're Irina Zarutska and you don't walk the other way, you get stabbed to death and you die. If you're somebody else and you walk on the subway and you stand near a black person or something, maybe it's fine. It's a lose-lose proposition.
Again, the same could be said about men. Men commit violent crimes at 8 to 900% the rate. 8 to 900% of women. So avoid men like the plague, right?
So no, I think that white people have been beaten into submission, that we're afraid to tell the truth about it. And the truth is that when you go into these major cities like New York or Chicago, I believe she was in North Carolina, there is a menace, which is young, black, adolescent men. They're extremely violent. And we have been told that
he believes it's a genetic problem with black people.
We have to pretend like they are every other person. We have to be.
They are, sorry, they are like every other person. Again, it's almost nobody that commits crimes. He's just creating an environment of fear for black people, like, or around black people for no reason.
Colorblind to that. And we're supposed to go and be in the midst of all this danger. And I think that at this point, it's gotten out of control. You look at the BLM movement, they said that the reason that black people, are violent, or the reason there's crime, is because of police brutality, or redlining, or all these other things.
I don't think it's police brutality. No, it's not connected to that. And I doubt that they would say that. The problem is the conditions in the environment that led to their situation in the first place. People having a lack of resources, having a lack of generational wealth, not having any jobs in their neighborhood, being impoverished. Over-policing leads to people having a criminal record who otherwise wouldn't and don't deserve to, which leads to more difficulty getting jobs in the first place. And poverty, as we know, is the number one predecessor to crime, the number one indicator or whatever to crime. If you are impoverished, you are likelier to commit a crime. So if we want to stop crime, we stop poverty. But what's Nick Fuentes doing? Over-policing more. Intentionally, seemingly. Like, I don't know how else to interpret it, but that it's intentional.
Said we need to get rid of the police. We need to defund them. And a lot of cities did. A lot of cities like Chicago, for example, the police changed the rules of engagement. They don't chase them. It's not a felony if you steal a certain amount of merchandise. They won't.
Okay, that's just complete bullshit. It's been the same roughly whether you all right, let me rephrase. It's been the same roughly no matter what. Like if you steal, I think it's $500 worth of merchandise, it's a misdemeanor instead of a felony. But if you steal more than 500, it's a felony or something like that. What does that have to do with literally anything? I'm confused. How does that relate to anything at all? Again, if you want to stop crime, you fix poverty. But he doesn't want to do that. That's like his solutions are not actually going to solve any of the problems, is the issue here.
Chase them on foot. And now the city's totally up for grabs. And now whether you're in the Gold Coast or whether you're on the Mag Mile or you're in the worst neighborhoods in the city, you might get shot, you might get mugged, someone might run up on you. And I tell my followers, it is better to be perceived as racist or racist and walk the other way and maybe keep your life than to say, I'm a good anti-racist. I don't mind that this person's making me uncomfortable. Maybe he's looking a little froggy. I'm going to
look, if he's making you uncomfortable and he's a little froggy, then walk the other way. Absolutely. But don't walk the other way because he's black. Because he's black. That's complete nonsensical bullshit. Dude is simply justifying racism because he doesn't fucking like black people. That's the bottom line here. And it's truly deeply disgusting. Does he do this with men as well? No, of course he doesn't. Because it's racism. And he admits that.
sit down.
Also, they said a minute ago, what was it? He said, they're trying to defund the police. No one is trying to, quote unquote, defund the police. People are trying to get social workers in to handle situations that social workers should handle, where police are the representation of force in society. And we don't have any reason to send police to a kindergarten to talk to a little kid who's being taken advantage of by her father. The police, the representation of force, should show up to the father's house, right? To arrest him. But the girl who's being taken advantage of should be talked to by a social worker, not by the representation of force. So people aren't advocating to get rid of police. They're advocating to defund police and replace a lot of them with social workers where it would be appropriate to have social workers doing the job. That's what defund the police was all about in the first place. And it's like, you know, he must know that, right? I don't know. It's hard to know if he actually knows that or if he's completely full of shit.
Because I'm a good person and get stabbed, mugged, whatever. And by the way, this is a strategy. They call it the friendly stranger. There's a crew of them. They do this in Chicago. They stand outside bars, black people. They approach strangers. It's a
Bro, what the hell's happening right now?
Robbery crew, and they pretend to be a friendly stranger, and then they mug them. And stupid white people say, oh, hi, yeah, nice to meet you. You know, they grin, they laugh, they put up with the nonsense, and then they get mugged, or worse. Sometimes they get executed.
And is that every black person?
As a white person,
How do you feel about mass shootings at school?
I think they're bad.
Who do you think commits the vast majority of the mass shootings?
I'm sure it's
schools?
white people.
Right. So how do you feel about that?
I think that white people do more antisocial violence. I think black people participate in more gang violence. I think that's the difference.
What's the difference?
That's interesting because antisocial violence, I mean, look, it's environmental either way you look at it, period. People don't have a genetic difference sufficient to create a result like that. They just don't. But this would kind of contribute to the idea that white people are inferior in Nick Fuentes' framework, right? Like black people, the gang violence can be easily explained by the environment, by the fact that there's poor education in their neighborhoods, that there are no good jobs, that they're over-policed and things like that. But what's the excuse in white neighborhoods? I don't know. That's interesting.
To the victims.
There's no difference to the victim, but it's a different kind of crime, and it's a different proportion also. Do you know what percentage of white people are school shooters?
I know that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools in America this century were perpetrated by young white men. And I'm
and
just
what proportion of
and
what proportion?
I'm curious.
What proportion?
I'm curious.
Please shut the fuck up, Nick.
Whether your advice would be to people who have kids in
Wait,
these
is my
schools.
mic working?
What
proportion?
Should they avoid white people at school?
And also, I don't know what point he's making. What proportion? Is he saying that the vast majority of white people are not dangerous? Yeah, the vast majority of black people are also not dangerous, first of all. And second, fine, go with white men. Or just go with men as opposed to women. The proportion is off the charts.
Should people with the kids at school avoid young white men at school?
No.
Okay.
Do you know what per capita means? Do you know proportionality? There are more black people proportionally that engage in violent crime or are involved in gangs, especially in these major cities, than there are white people that are school shooters compared to the entire white population. And everybody understands that.
Two-thirds of mass shootings at school perpetrated by white people.
But what proportion of white men commit school shootings? That's the question.
What proportion of men compared to women? He's comparing things right now. It's not just a proportion. It's comparing to other proportions, obviously. What proportion of men compared to women commit violent crimes? It's off the charts disturbing. But, of course, he's just going to completely ignore that.
Question.
I've just told you. It's 60 to 65% of school shootings by white people.
You're telling me what proportion of school shootings are committed by white people. I'm saying what proportion of white people have committed school shootings. Are you playing dumb or are you just not that smart?
What difference does that make
to
the children lying dead on the ground?
See, now you want to jump on the victims. The difference is you're asking, would you fear white people or black people? And that's the difference. The difference is in terms
what I'm saying
of
to you is by your logic, if we now have agreed that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools are committed by white people and predominantly young white men, then presumably your advice would be to avoid young white men because they perpetrate these massacres. But it won't be because they're white, right?
That's correct.
So are you playing dumb or are you actually dumb?
Maybe
it's
I'm
about
dumb.
proportionality.
Maybe I'm dumb.
You are because you're, well, I don't think you are dumb. I think you're smart actually, but you're deliberately avoiding per capita. And everybody knows that's the difference. What proportion of white men are school shooters? It's probably 0.00001%. What proportion of black men have committed violent crimes? It's probably like 5%. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it's very high. And I would add to that, even as it concerns schools.
Wait, one more time.
Of black men have committed violent crimes. It's probably like 5%.
He literally just said it's probably 5%. Like earlier, he said it was 1 in 20. You cited that statistic, and it was wrong. It was wrong then, and it's wrong now, of course. Oh my God, the stupid. It's 0.5% according to my research that I did here, and according to Piers Morgan, it's 0.1%. It depends on how you count it, I guess. But at its absolute highest, you couldn't possibly say it is any higher than 0.5%. You couldn't say that because it's nonsensical. That's just not true. It's not higher than that.
I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it's very high. And I would add to that, even as it concerns schools, why do you think parents pay a super high property tax to live in a school district where there's white people? Because they know.
Because they know that those areas are going to be well funded by the city and taken care of course. Because the city completely neglects those other neighborhoods. Because the city ignores them until they think that they can make money from them. That's the problem here. I'm about to face off against the final boss in this game.
Oh, that if they go to the black school, it's going to be the Bloods and the Crips. It's going to be gangs. It's going to be, you know, you talk about school shootings. Nobody talks about all the school shootings that are committed by gangbangers in and around the school and all the other violence that's associated.
Wait, because school shootings around schools are not shootings, right? Of course, we're talking about people walking into a school with the gun and unloading. That's what that's in reference to. You're talking about a completely unrelated statistic. That's why it's not included in the statistic, obviously.
Associated with that. I mean, these schools in the south side of Chicago, you know, it's just not
I have an
livable.
answer, I have
It's
an
not
answer
workable.
for you, Nick. So the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings is actually the same for black and white.
For white people, the proportion of
the proportion
again,
of the
are you
population.
hearing it? No.
See,
What's
I
the
think the trouble with your
proportion?
statistics is a lot of them don't bear much scrutiny. We have a bunch of fact checkers checking all this in real time because you do have a tendency to just come out with a lot of old baloney. And when you say, you know,
okay,
well, it's true. And when you're confronted
What-
with
but you're-
when you're
wait,
confronted
what's
with
the
reality,
figure?
you don't like it.
What's the figure? What proportion of white people have committed school shootings? With white people as the denominator and white people that have committed school shootings as the numerator.
Again, like Nick Fuentes has already lied brazenly and blatantly in this whole thing. Like he fabricated numbers that are not true. So yeah, this whole thing is made up.
What's that percentage?
For both black and whites, the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings generally is about the same.
No. Tell me the number, and then what is?
And yet, your
Okay.
the only focus of your attention is the black shootings, the black crime. You don't want to live around black people. You want to avoid black people. You don't want interracial marriages or relationships that may produce black people. And yet, when I point out to you that there are many parts of crime in America where actually there's a majority of white people that perpetrate them, you don't care. You don't have any interest in that. It doesn't exercise your mind. Maybe because you don't.
No one's
maybe 'cause
buying
you don't
this.
have
This
kids.
argument lost. No one.
The argument didn't lose because you are directly incorrect. You are in contradiction to reality. Like none of this is true that he's laying down right now.
Is buying this. Everybody understands per capita, and people can even see what you race ahead and say, well, we're comparing the proportion of white and black school shooters. I said, no, compare the proportion of school shooters that are white versus violent criminals that are black, because that was the basis of the monologue, is that you're very likely, if you encounter black people or a young black man in the city, that you're going to be the victim of a violent crime, of a robbery,
I mean, of course, it depends on the scenario, the situation. If you encounter a man in the park after dark, you are likely to become the victim of a crime. Yes, absolutely. A man, not a black man, but just like a man. He's setting up these very specific scenarios that only apply in these specific situations. Shit. I meant to blow the bomb. There we go. There we are. I beat the boss. Hooray. I wonder, does it... Hey, you can hear the audio. I didn't realize that. Sounds like there are some audio glitches, though. Yeah, sounds like there's some audio glitching. That's a shame. There's a bit of audio lag as well. We gonna kill it, boys? This is, by the way, this creature is called Little Squish. That's its canon name, or it's not. I guess it's my head canon. That's its name in universe, like in speedrunning and stuff. Little Squish. Now it follows me around everywhere and it eats stuff on my behalf. Like this. Nom, 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 nom. Thank you, little squish. You are so helpful. It'll eat enemies, too, if you give it the chance. Eat that enemy, little squish. Will it eat enemies? Maybe it won't. I thought it did. No, okay. I guess it doesn't eat enemies. Anyway. Okay, sorry. Let's continue. Cute little Metroid baby. Yep. I always spell it BB. Little BB Metroid. Just the two letters BB. BB Metroid. Little squish. All right, let's continue.
Mugging, a car theft, a carjacking, or a murder. That's the difference, and it's about proportionality. And everybody sees past that because we all live in reality. You want to talk about product of your environment. People that live in New York, Chicago, LA, we live in reality. We live in this environment, and we see what it's like. And the threat, the danger, in terms of probability, it's not even comparable. And I would say this, to your point. If you're in a high school and truly, if you see a white person who looks like a little autistic, he's got the SSRI stare and he reaches for a backpack, people joke and say, run. Similarly, if you see a jalopy pulling up with a bunch of black people in it and they got their pants around the ankles, you're going to run also. And I'm saying the same thing. The difference is,
again, like, nobody has a problem with being on high alert in dangerous areas. That's not what anybody is complaining about. It's that women clutch their purses when they get in an elevator with a black person, any black person, in any scenario, for any reason whatsoever. It's that carries over to not just being in a dangerous situation and in a concerning environment or whatever and being very careful. That carries over to literally every black person that you come across. Every black person that you meet is now a dangerous criminal in your mind. That's the problem, obviously. And he wants to conflate things and twist it around to make you out to be the crazy one. Almost nobody is going to commit crimes, and he knows that. All right, I think I'm about done with this game. I beat the final boss officially. There's another final boss, Ridley, but I don't care enough to beat Ridley.
the latter happens much more often. It's much more common. You know, in Chicago, there's like 10,000 carjackings and car thefts every day. It's in the thousands.
Again, I'm sorry, I don't believe you. Let me check. Where did he say?
Happens much more often. It's much more common. You know, in Chicago, there's like 10,000 carjackings and car thefts every day. It's in the thousands. It happens all the time. How many mass?
Let's find out. Let's look this up. No need to wonder. Just loaded up our question gun. Let's go answer hunting. See if we can find some answers here. No, that's not true. No, it's about 2,000 per day at its height. He's inflating the figure by a factor of 4 times, roughly. So this is just a lie, of course.
Every day. It's in the thousands.
Okay, you said 10,000 every day. That is a far cry from what it actually is.
Happens all.
And by the way, Chicago's fucking gigantic, so obviously you're going to have that kind of thing. And is it all black people? Is that what you're saying? It's all, every single carjacking is black people doing it? And let me rephrase. All black people are carjacking? Is that what you're saying? I mean, that's what he's implying with this. All black people are carjackers. That's what he wants you to believe when he says this.
the time. How many mass shootings committed by autistic SSRI white people? I don't even know. I mean, it's probably in the single digits in the last decade in this city. That's the difference, and everybody knows that. But you're really just trying to carry water for liberal ideology. It's an ideological position.
No, I'm really not. I can absolutely say, yes, there is way too much black on black crime, for example, involving guns in Chicago.
And black on white also.
Yes, but there is way too much gun violence in Chicago, right? I mean, it's...
Yeah.
And you know how you deal with that, right? Get rid of the guns. You ever knock that one around the old noggin?
It's indisputable. I've got no problem saying that. The difference is I don't then lead myself into a thought process where I have to avoid all black people in case they shoot me. And you've already conceded that you are a racist. So when people hear you then say, I don't want to be living anywhere near black people, they already have heard you say, I'm a racist. So they assume you're doing that because of people's skin color. I don't think you would...
No, that's not an assumption. He said that. Racism is hating someone because of the color of their skin, obviously.
We dispute that, right?
Well, you're separating two different things. The monologue, when I said I don't want to live around black people, that was after Irina Zarutska got shot. And it's true. I mean, they are a largely in this city, in Chicago, the South Side, the West Side, huge criminal population. And I don't...
No, they're not. The black community is not a criminal population. There is criminality, and it's slightly disproportionate depending on the community, but not all black people are criminals. In fact, almost no black people are criminals.
Want to live anywhere near it. And I do. I want to live in a white neighborhood. I think that that's extremely desirable. And I think even
Nick,
black people do.
Nick, you're perfectly entitled to that view. But when you have obviously prefaced all this by saying, I am a racist, unashamedly, then people will assume that all your thought processes about all of these issues are driven by an aversion to people based on their skin color, which is the...
That's not an assumption. He literally said that.
Purest personification of racism.
Well, it's not an aversion. I would say it's the opposite. I like my own people. My own people are familiar to me, and I think that's true across the board. I think that people seek out other people that are like themselves, and every other group does this, whether it's blacks, Hispanics, Asians. You know, I get a lot of attacks when I talk about that I'm against interracial marriage. And what's funny is that every other group is against interracial or interethnic marriage. Jews,
but you're the
Chinese,
you're the product of an
Hispanics.
interracial marriage.
Yeah, I mean, that's debatable.
No, it's not debatable. What are you talking about? It's debatable. What the fuck do you mean it's debatable?
Let's say for the sake of argument, sure.
No, you're the product of an interracial marriage, and your father is part Mexican. You're literally,
for the sake of argument,
the very person you've just told me you want to avoid.
What race is Hispanic? Is that a race?
Well, what do you think it is?
I'm asking you, what race is Hispanic?
Hispanic, of course it's a race. It's called Hispanic.
Race isn't real, of course. So, Hispanic isn't a race in the same way that, like, Jewish isn't a race. These things just are not races. Races are not real. Ethnicities are real, but races are not real. And unfortunately, like, it doesn't matter if race is real as it isn't. What matters at the end of the day is that, people believe that it's real. So we have to kind of contend with that one way or another. We have to accept that people believe it's real, and we have to handle it as though it is real, but it isn't.
It's a mix between two races. It's a mix between indigenous Americans
and
Europeans.
It's not white, though, is it? It's not white.
Well, you're more of a racial purist than me. You got like
not
a
really.
one-drop
You just
rule
keep
thing
saying
going.
you only want to live in a
Kind of.
white neighborhood, but you're literally from a mixed race background yourself. You've literally got Mexican blood.
I know, and I live in a non-white neighborhood too. I'm trying to get out of here, though. But I'm trying to get out. But here's the thing:
Do you have any non-white? Do you have any non-white friends? Genuine question.
Most of my friends are non-white.
I bet.
Most of my friends are not, and non-white people love my show.
How many are
because they
black?
respect the honesty.
How many of your friends are black?
Many of them, like at least a dozen.
Wow.
Ye being one
Yeah.
who you know. Sneeko
Oh yeah, he's a Nazi. Sneeko's also a Nazi. Yeah.
being another who you also know.
Yeah. And so how do they feel when you say you just want to be away from any black people, walk away from them?
Well, you know what Ye told me? I'll tell you verbatim what he said. That it doesn't come from a place of, and you use the word aversion. That's the first thing I'll actually.
Wait, did they cut something out just now?
Well, you know what Ye told me? I'll tell you verbatim what he said. That it doesn't come from a.
They did. They cut something out. Damn, I wish I knew what Ye said. Or Kanye. I refuse to use his new name because I believe it's his attempt to escape accountability for, trying to protect his brand from the bad behavior and the fucked up things that he's said. And I refuse to allow him to get away with that. But anyway, damn, they cut out what he said. That's a shame. All right, I'm going to go grab Zelda off my shelf here. 1 second. I actually, I have it blown up to big screen, but I can make it little screen as well. Should I? Nah, I'm not going to bother. Too much trouble. I would have to rearrange my windows and everything else and recordings. No, I won't mess with it. A link between worlds.
Place of, and you use the word aversion. That's the first thing I'll actually dispute.
Okay.
It's not an aversion on the basis of skin color, because that would seem to suggest it's like a stubborn, irrational bigotry. I don't consider myself a bigot. I consider myself a racial realist. I'm realistic about how
race realism. Yeah, totally.
How the races are, and I speak provocatively about it. And I speak provocatively about our tribalistic instincts and tendencies as human beings. And I'm not a liberal ideologue that says that over time and with enough education, we're all going to see this great brotherhood where we're colorblind and everybody's the same. I don't think that's ever going away. I think that race is real.
You know what's even worse than Nick Fuentes? Going to his Rumble and read the comments on his videos. Lol. Hi, Owen. Hey, welcome, Eric Wander. Did you change your name? I feel like you changed your name and profile picture. Interesting. Let me see. Hold on. Actually, let me grab this video so I don't forget about it. Whoopsie daisy. Just picked a whole bouquet of oopsie daisies on that one. Okay, here we are. I'm going to download this, process all. I'm doing this on Clippy. I just typed it in and hit OK. I have 2 download and import jobs here. That shouldn't be there. It's because it views download and import as 2 separate jobs, but a single job simultaneously. Anyway, it finished. If you notice, it reached 50% and then stopped. That's because it views import as its own task. I got to fix it. Here we are. So let's run an analysis on it. I'm going to transcribe. I guess I'll use Cogito 70B. Apply, process all. So this will run in the background. The transcribe job is usually pretty fast, but this is a long video. It's like 2 hours long. So I'm going to let this go while we continue to talk. Yeah, so 10%, now it's at 20%. So it takes a little while to run, especially for long videos. But if you start it and let it run overnight, then it's pretty fast. I mean, then it's not as much of a problem. 90%. It finished transcribing really quickly. Now it's almost done transcribing. Next, it's going to do the analysis. And you can see my memory use. You'll be able to see my memory use go up here. my memory pressure when Cogito starts. 70B. Give it just a second. I just want to wait to see the progress bar complete here. Hang on. Or don't. There's a loud car honking its horn outside. Hold on. Tail minus... No, dash F. Library logs... Clip chimp, I believe. / main.log. Yeah, it's at 90% and it's working right now. It's just finishing up, I think. Should complete any second, and then you'll see the memory pressure go up. Finalizing the transcript. This is taking longer than I was hoping. All right. Well, I guess I'll let it complete. It is a 2-hour video or something, so let me just check it here. And I created a full editor for it, too. This is a full editor.
If you've ever...
Nick Fuentes.
That's cool, right? And once the transcript is done, I can search it here. Go back to the queue. Pretty awesome. Yep. Looks like it's finalizing. All right, let's continue with Fuentes then, while this goes in the background. Oh, yeah, I wanted to look at Rumble. Nick Fuentes, wait. Here. All right, 711,000 people owned that boomer fraud. There it is. Now it's 95%. And it's done. Now it's analyzing the video. And you can see, you'll be able to watch my memory pressure fluctuate here a bit. Once it actually starts. It starts the AI analysis. You can see it going up now. This part takes a while, especially for 2-hour videos. It can take forever. It's on a slight incline here. It has to load the entire thing into memory. I mean, with my program, you don't have to use a local model. You can just use like ChatGPT or Claude to do the analysis, but it costs money because you have to connect your API key, of course. Anyway. Yep. Now it's loaded it into memory now, and it's starting the analysis of 25 chunks. 25 chunks of transcript that it's sending in. So I'll let that run in the background for a bit, and it'll be done. W. Nick, boomers are the most obedient puppet of the Jew. Wow. Per capita, world Jewry, Piers Morgan is not a smart person. Holy shit, Piers is Arsler. Nick with a trolling masterpiece AF. Can't believe people think Piers is in any way competent. Piers is a disgrace to the UK. Smashed his British ass. Weighing half? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Did I just say a slur? Best part was at the end when Piers wanted to be praised for his interview being so different, and Nick said, actually, no. I've been doing interviews like this with clips from my videos in the background for 10 years, so it's nothing special, to be honest. Boom, Piers fell silent. Haha. Well, we'll get there. I got 3 sons that are compassionate, and Nick, they sound like girls. Ha 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 ha. 117. I guess we haven't reached that point yet. Where are we? Nope, we're at 45 still. I'm a black man, and I pulled my pants up to watch this. Wow. Now keep them up and act right. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. The dreadlocked man. That is insane. A Catholic attacking a fellow Catholic for being a virgin is crazy. That should say it all. I shut down the gas chambers to watch this. 1 in 1 in 850,000 white people are school shooters. Can't believe Piers denies that 12 million Jews died in the Holocaust. What? What a disgusting anti-Semite. Never forget the 24 million. What? Oh, he's saying, okay, the number keeps going up. He's saying that that's a fake number. Disgusting. It was 12 million people, but 6 million Jews specifically were exterminated, like intentionally exterminated or whatever. 6 million Jews. So when people say 12 million people died, they think that the number is inflating when it's not. It's not inflating.
It's not just skin deep.
Oh, you know what? Let me give an intro to this. This is Nick Fuentes' interview with Piers Morgan. It's vile and disgusting and evil and wrong, but Piers Morgan is playing clips from Nick Fuentes that put him in a bad light and making him answer for them. I don't think he should have done the interview in the first place, but here we are. Anyway, let's continue listening here.
It matters to...
Sorry, let me say it again. Anyway, this isn't part one, but if you didn't see the others, don't sweat it. This stands independently of the rest. Let's keep listening.
To us, and it matters to each is real. It's not just skin deep. It matters to us, and it matters to each other. And Black people know that, and Hispanics know that, and Asians know that, and people like me that have partial Mexican ancestry, we know that too. And I think on that basis, we can have mutual respect and understanding, not aversion based on skin color.
The reason I use the word aversion is you literally said that you should walk the other way if you see Black people. That is an aversion to...
Yes, that's racism. He said, walk the other way if you see a Black person. And again, I said this previously. I'm going to say it again. The crime statistics, violent crime specifically, Black people are disproportionately represented in Black crime. I'm sorry. God, I'm going to get this, I swear. Black people are disproportionately represented in violent crimes specifically. That's the result of one of two things. It's either because Black people are genetically inferior or because it's environmental, right? If you think it's environmental, we can fix it. If it's a societal problem, we can invest in their communities. We can try to improve education in the area. We can reduce over-policing and things like that to try to improve the conditions. And if you think that it's not environmental, thus unfixable, but it's genetic instead, you're a Nazi. That's what Nazis believe. You're a KKK member. And you're wrong. Aside from that, you are incorrect. Nick Fuentes hasn't outright said it's the result of genetics, but he's pretty much said it through this whole thing. He's heavily implied it this entire time. But the fact is, not all Black people are criminals. In fact, almost none are criminals. It's a very small proportion. And in fact, outside of certain contexts, almost none are, period. It's like 1 in 100 or something are going to be involved in a violent crime in some way in their life or charged. Those are the crime statistics. That's not even actually having committed the crime, but actually charged with murder, I think, or something. And of course, we know that over-policing is a factor here as well. But outside of certain contexts, like if you're not in a bad neighborhood, or if you're not in in a scenario that could be considered dangerous, almost no Black person that you meet is going to be a danger to you. I'll tell you who you should be worried about, though. Men, generally. They are 800 to 900% more likely to commit a violent crime than women, for example. 800 to 900% more likely. So if you live in fear that Black people are dangerous, then you should live in fear that men are dangerous as well, and you should steer clear of them completely, right? The point is that Nick Fuentes is unevenly applying these standards in a racist way, specifically to hate Black people. and completely ignoring the real statistics and even making up statistics. Earlier in the show, he claimed black people commit crimes at a rate of 1 in 20. That's a lie. That's not true. That's false. So that's who we're dealing with right now.
Black people based on their skin color.
No, that's called economy of information. That's economy of information. That's safety. And I said in the same monologue, if you watch it, it's like, I feel sorry. The problem is you clip the 10 seconds. I don't know if you watched the whole show, but in that monologue, I said, most black people are not violent or criminals. I said, and it's unfortunate that we're going to offend them when we turn and walk the other way. I said, but the problem is we don't know. We can't tell. And someone like Irina Zarutska, she sat down in front of a black man with her headphones in and wasn't paying attention.
I don't think that's true. I think it was some crazy on a bus that was like harassing her. She was, to my understanding, sitting alone. And he came up and started harassing her randomly, if I'm not mistaken. But either way, that's one of those contexts in which you should be on high alert no matter what. Right? Like if you are on a subway, the subway is used by everybody. Crazies and regular, like, mentally safe people alike. So you should be on high alert when you're on public transit, obviously. Everybody agrees with that. No matter who it is, you should be on high alert. But this is being carried over to not just public transit and not just being on high alert and being careful no matter who's around, but it's being carried over to like you're in a grocery store or on an elevator at like the DMV and a black person gets on and you're suddenly like living in fear that they're going to hurt you or something. It's absurd. You're creating an environment of fear that is unrealistic and uncalled for and is actually hurting people.
She was being a good liberal and said, I'm not uncomfortable by this. I'm progressive. Then she got stabbed in the neck. And I said, it's unfortunate that you would have to sit behind the black man to be safe. And if he's not violent or schizophrenic, he might be offended by that. I said,
it wasn't about him being black. Again, this had nothing to do with him being black. There are crazies on the subway. Okay, that's just how it works. Again, I'm from Manhattan. I rode the subway like every day for a while there. And there are crazies on there. You know who scared the shit out of me the most out of anybody? It was the evangelical nutcases who start screaming in your face about Jesus. Those people scared the bejesus out of me. And it was almost entirely white people.
But I would rather offend him than die.
How many deranged white men have committed atrocious acts of murder in the last 10 years in America?
Proportionally far fewer.
But how many?
Fewer.
How many? Do you know how many?
You have a research team. You pull it up. I don't have it in front of me.
You're obviously extremely exercised by that one story, which was horrific for the record, absolutely horrific, and should never have happened. The person who perpetrated that evil act had a string of previous offences and should have been picked up more, and it should have been amplified more. I completely concur with all of that. But I just suspect you have no idea how many white people have committed similar crimes, do you?
No, because I know it's far fewer from experience.
Okay.
Because it's like you said. Well, and hang on. And I would add to that, you know, Irina Zarutska wasn't the first one. That was also after Austin Metcalf was killed in Texas.
Sure.
After
But
Carmelo
how many
Anthony
times has it
stabbed
been
him in the neck.
perpetrated by white people?
Well, hang on. Let me finish my point.
But you're
And then
implying
not
that
only
white
did-
people don't do this. And my point to you, Nick Fuentes, is of course,
Oh, I never said white people don't do it.
Of course, deranged white people commit heinous acts. But you don't either know.
No disagreement.
You neither know nor care, or maybe both. Maybe you do know but don't care. You only seem to be focused on black people who commit crimes.
And again, the reason is because the reason is one of two things, right? Genetics or environment. If it's genetics, you're a Nazi and you're wrong. If it's environment, it can be fixed. He wants you to believe it's genetics because he's a Nazi.
Again, if you hadn't prefaced the whole debate about racism by openly conceding you are a racist, I could read other connotations into what you've been saying. But once you've said, I'm a racist, and then you only talk about black crime, I think people can watch this and they can say, yeah, he's a racist. And everything that he says about crime is driven through the prism of being a racist who judges people according to their skin color.
Well, it's funny because it's quite on the contrary. And I said this in a similar monologue. You know, the problem is not that I wake up and I walk down the street and I see someone that doesn't look like me and it makes me angry. The problem is there's a pattern.
No, that's exactly what he does. And again, there is a pattern among like 0.5% of people. It is almost not a problem at all.
Of behavior, which we've all seen. Blacks in America have become narcissistic, and they become narcissistic because they've been told they're victims of racism, they're victims of slavery.
Well, they literally are. I mean, victims of slavery, not modern day people, but they are victims of the after effects of slavery beyond a shadow of a doubt. There are people alive today whose grandparents were slaves. Do you know that? It really is not that long ago. Additionally, slavery was officially ended at the end of the Civil War, 1865, but it took a while for all slavery to come to an end, to actually come to an end.
They've been told, really, there's no accountability. If they're rude, if they're inconsiderate, if they're criminal, they are told that they have no agency for their actions. They're being told, if you act in this way, it's because the white man made you that way. It's because...
Who the fuck do you think is saying that? What are you talking about?
The system's rigged against you. And so we have been telling black people this for a generation, and now there's no rules. Now they go, and what we hate to see as decent people, not even as white people, but decent people, even black people too, what we hate to see is rudeness, obnoxiousness, inconsideration, criminality.
Who are you talking about? Criminality. What are you talking about? It's such a small percentage of people at all that do this kind of thing. It's like literally 0.5% who are going to commit murder or whatever. And he's portraying it as though literally every single black person you meet should be viewed as a criminal, should be viewed with skepticism and fear, when he does not apply that same standard to other demographics of people.
Violence, and
like men.
And that's that pattern of behavior that we see all over social media. On
so
the
just to
body
be clear,
cam footage,
you don't like black people who play the victim and are rude. Is that your position?
I don't like that pattern of behavior.
And who are narcissists?
I see where this is going.
Yeah,
you're
ahead of me.
Turn this around on me.
You're ahead of me, aren't you? Because when I said, what black friends have you got? You said,
I am kind of black, aren't I?
No, not that. You said, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying your choice of black friend is Ye, who is arguably the #1 black victimhood narcissist in America.
Yeah. Oh, yes, no doubt. And he's black Nazi, literal black Nazi, self-avowed. I love Hitler, black Nazi. Also, quick side note, ClipChimp is at 36% AI analysis. Transcribe was pretty fast, reasonably fast. But 36% analysis, it's going to take a little bit longer. It's a 2-hour video, so you can expect that. But it's an incredibly useful program. I hope you guys end up getting a copy of it when I finally release it to the public. Wait, where am I going? Oh, yeah. I intend to release it on, like, the Mac App Store and stuff. I think it costs, like, $100 a year to have a code signing license and stuff. And I might have another software engineer go through it and try to correct bugs and clean it up and see, like, what tends to break the most often and stuff like that before I actually release it. It may still be a few months out from release. We'll see.
Do you understand the problem? So
Oh, yeah. And you know what else? I'm sorry. I'm going to step back. Alpha Force Zero suggested that it could be useful for people who want to, like, keep clip collections for doing, like, TikTok cuts and stuff to find where people say different things. Apparently, people keep clip collections for that. That's pretty cool. Oh, and can you release it for Windows/Linux? Yes, it will be available on Windows. And I haven't really worked on it for Linux yet, but I think I could. Yeah, I can do that. I can release for Linux. Pretty excited about it, though. I'm really excited for it to release. I'm thinking it would really be a benefit for it to be a subscription model or ad supported. But that's going to add a couple weeks of development time at least if I end up doing that. Anyway.
Who is arguably the #1 black victimhood narcissist in America. Do you understand the problem? So he's your friend. He's one of the very few black people you want to be associated with, but he's the epitome of what you just said you abhor about narcissistic black people.
I disagree. I disagree with you, and I'll tell you why. Because Ye, if you've ever met him in real life,
I have, yeah.
Okay, well then you know he's not.
He was a complete shithead on Piers Morgan's show. He was awful in every single way.
Nothing but polite, considerate.
No, the exact opposite.
Very rude to me the last 2 times I interviewed him. He's a supreme narcissist, and he's also.
Well, you keep interrupting me. You're very rude. Are you black? Because you're being very rude by interrupting me right now.
Wow, dude. He said, "Are you black?" Because you're very rude. What the fuck is wrong with Nick Fuentes? Like, what broke in this piece of shit's brain that produced what we see in front of us today? I know that he was really into 4chan. I think that like we're looking at the average 4channer or 8channer. So that's probably part of it.
To you.
I'm giving you a hard time, but I
okay.
do want to finish my point. I do want to finish my point about Ye. He is a guy who, when I was with him, wanted to make sure that everybody was heard. Everybody felt included. He's actually a very soft-spoken guy, very polite. And by the way, not violent. When you look at all the rappers that are in the music game, many of them, especially from Chicago, drill rap, they're talking about killing people, shooting people, they gangbang.
You know, that's the life that they grew up in because the city that they live in doesn't invest in those communities at all because they don't give a fuck about them. They're willing to let them fall to pieces around them. They don't invest in education. They don't invest in the bridges and the roads and the communities. They don't invest in small businesses. They don't set higher minimum wage so that they can rise them up out of poverty, which is the leading indicator of crime, poverty. They don't care about these communities, and it leads to bad results. It leads to people living in dangerous, horrifying situations and going down bad roads because that's the only road that they have to go down. If you want to reduce crime and you know, gang violence and things like that, you increase pay. I mean, do exactly what FDR did. Become the employer of last resort as the government. Create a massive jobs program, fixing roads and bridges, fixing infrastructure, put people to work, give them something to do during the day that is not running drugs or something, because that's the only way they have to make money. Stop over-policing the neighborhoods. You know, you want to fix these problems. There are easy, straightforward, basic solutions that you can do to fix it. But instead, they're blaming black people for the problems that exist in society and saying they're violent and saying, I don't want my children marrying a black person and shit like that. Trying to scare the bejesus out of everybody. Disgusting, dude. Disgusting. Somebody says, should just legalize drugs. Certainly decriminalize. This is an important issue to me because of my addiction. I was addicted to drugs when I was younger. When I left Jehovah's Witnesses, I was addicted. And I went to school for substance abuse counseling, a psychology degree, and learned the best way to handle these types of situations, the best way to solve these problems. And really, the best way to solve these problems would be to decriminalize drug use and create, like they have needle exchanges. We need needle exchanges everywhere to reduce health crises like HIV or hepatitis C, which is a huge problem in West Virginia specifically. Hepatitis C was. Just like we have needle exchanges, we should have heroin exchanges where people can basically go in, addicts can go in and safely use, which would take the wind right out of the sails of the black market. There would be no reason to have a black market anymore. And you wouldn't have to worry about impurities or any of that stuff. And you could worry about harm mitigation, risk mitigation, trying to help people get clean. They see a counselor when they go into these heroin exchanges, for example, or fentanyl exchanges or whatever. That would be one of the best ways to handle it. Education programs would be fantastic. Not scare tactic based, like Nancy Reagan set up. She set up a scare tactic program, and it led to higher drug use, believe it or not. I think it was DARE. DARE led to more drug use, not less, seriously. So there's a ton of shit that you could do to mitigate the drug problem that are battle-tested solutions. But are they going to try those? No, of course they're not going to try those because they don't give a fuck about fixing the problem. They care about blaming black people for all of the problems and blowing up drug boats and acting tough. It's horrifying, honestly.
He notably, if you know about him, he got his start because he was a nerd. He wore a backpack and a polo, and he wasn't a gangbanger. He rapped about his feelings and girls and his dreams and his ambitions. So,
bro, what? I'm sorry. He literally talked about like stealing shit from Gap when he worked there. In the song Spaceship. He talked about all kinds of shit. What are you talking about?
oh, no, and by the way, he would tell me all the time, he doesn't even feel black. They make him feel not black because he doesn't do those things, because he's soft-spoken, because he's artistic, because he's a bit of a nerd or likes fashion. So I would disagree. He's actually not like that at all.
Okay.
What we're talking about
he's also a Hitler-loving anti-Semite. And we're going to take a little commercial break here, and we're going to come back and talk about.
That's why I like him, he said. That's why I like. That's fucking horrifying, dude. What broke in your head, Nick, that makes you think this is okay? That's why I like him, because he likes Hitler. What the fuck?
Anti-Semitism and your views about Jewish people, and indeed what Yair said about the same subject matter. Angel Studios are back with a new must-see documentary. It's called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Oh my God.
And you're going to hear a lot more about it over the next few months. Award-winning filmmaker Jenna First digs into the origins of COVID-19, a possible...
I don't want to listen to stupid fucking advertisements, but I'm super curious about this specific thing. Angel Studios, is that what he said? Angel Studios is a Christian nationalist film studio. Like, they're insane. They did the Bonhoeffer movie that was complete nonsense all the way down from beginning to end, which I still want to watch. I still want to watch the Bonhoeffer movie. We just haven't gotten to it yet. It's just when we watch it, I'm not going to be able to do it on YouTube. They're going to take the stream down and everything. It's going to be a whole thing that I have to go through. But anyway, all right, let's keep listening for another second. I want to see, like, what's it called? Yes, it is Angel Studios. They're nuts.
Award-winning filmmaker Jenna First digs into the origins of COVID-19, a possible bio-arms race with China, and claims about history's biggest public health cover-up. Is that a right-wing film or a left-wing film?
It is a right-wing film. Angel Studios only does right-wing films. What's it called? Thank You, Dr. Fauci. Dude, COVID broke so many people's brains. Oh my God. Like, people completely lost the plot because of COVID. My brother was already leaning Nazi, but went full Nazi after COVID. Like, at full MAGA, Marjorie Taylor Greene supporter, the whole nine. Thank You, Fauci is a documentary. It's already out. No. October 2024? That doesn't sound right. Hour 32 minutes. Jenner First, who's been a mainstay in premium documentaries. Murdaugh Murders, The Pharmacist, Fire Fraud, and Time, the Khalif Broder story. Never heard of him. Seeks answers from Fauci about the origin of COVID-19, a bioarms race with China, and what may be the largest cover-up in modern history. Okay. No critics score on Rotten Tomatoes, but as polarized audience reviews. Some reviewers noted that the bulk of the screen time by a significant margin was devoted to Jenner First himself. Okay, wow.
It's a film about transparency, which is something we should all care about. First, pulls over documents and interrogates scientists, intelligence professionals, and whistleblowers.
All right, it sounds like nonsense. Let's just jump forward. Here we go.
And accountability. Okay, back with Nick Fuentes. Let's just turn to anti-Semitism. In your interview with Stephen Crowder last week, you answered emphatically that you don't hate all Jews.
Right.
Is that correct? That's your position?
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's going to play this or not, so let me just pull it up. I played it earlier. I'm pulling it up in Clippy. Here we are.
I think there's some misconceptions of you. I've heard this said. Can you clear the air? Nick Fuentes, do you hate all Jews, sir?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you consider yourself an anti-Semite, a noted anti-Semite?
He absolutely is.
No.
Okay. Clears that up. Do you believe that white people are superior to all other races on the planet?
He absolutely believes all of these things, yes.
No.
Okay. Do you want to eradicate all non-whites from the United States?
No.
Okay. Well, Barry Weiss will be very happy to hear that. No doubt she's watching.
So anyway, that was Fuentes' appearance on Crowder. You know, a while back, there was some drama with Crowder where he was basically kind of slandering and attacking the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro specifically, claiming they offered him a contract and it was like all messed up and everything. In retrospect, I think that Steven Crowder's an anti-Semite, actually, like really. And he just does not like Ben Shapiro as a Jewish person, and that is why all that drama unfolded the way it did. I suspect that's what happened. It's interesting.
Position.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to play you this clip.
Well, I don't hate any Jews. Let me just amend that. I don't hate any Jews.
Okay. Let's play this clip.
The reason I've had it is because my opposition to world Jewry and Israel is rooted in absolute, uncontestable fact. We have the truth on our side. That's why we're winning. Because we are telling the truth about the historical antagonism between Jews and Europeans, between Jews and Christians. The theological, historical, racial, cultural, and political antagonisms between organized Jewry and the Christians, organized Jewry and Europeans.
So I know that Israel is desperately attempting to manipulate the modern American body politic, and they're succeeding through AIPAC. But there is not some worldwide secret cabal of Jews that's pulling strings like puppet masters. That's absurd. They're manipulating the American body politic just like any other government is attempting to do. Every government is trying to get a foothold. It's just that Israel is getting an even stronger foothold than usual because of AIPAC and because of general sentiment about the state of Israel in the United States. But, Russia is trying to manipulate the body politic as well, and I have a problem with Russia doing that. It doesn't mean that, there's a secret, it doesn't mean that Jews are, or let me rephrase. It doesn't mean that, Russians are spiritually sick or spiritually evil or whatever the fuck, which is what's being implied about Jews. That they're just genetically evil, the way Nazis believed.
And the reason that we are winning that argument is because it's real. It's true. I can prove it. I can show you. I can name the names. I can show you the paper trail, the money. That is why we're winning. That is why all of this is raising the consciousness.
When you say you have this opposition to world Jewry, I mean, it's one thing to criticize, for example, the Israeli government.
Yeah, what the fuck does world Jewry even mean in this context? I don't see how it could mean anything other than there's an evil secret cabal that's controlling things like puppet masters. And it's worldwide. That's psychotic. Hey, somebody sent a super chat on Fireside Chat. I doubt they're listening, but thank you so much. If you are, ER315. I have to go like the super chat. I'm sorry, not super chat, but super thanks. Yeah, that's what it is. Super thanks. I have to go thank the super thanks. Let me find it. Where is it? It's in community. There it is. I'm just checking. Somebody actually said, there's this quote unquote, someone said they like seeing me and Alpha Force Zero together. That's cool. Alpha Force Zero, my kid. All right, let's continue.
Been doing in Gaza. I've done that myself. When you talk about world Jewry, I presume you're talking about the 15 million Jews in the world, and you are opposed to them. How does that square with your position that you don't hate any Jews?
Well, do you take issue with my use of the term world Jewry?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Or do you take issue with it? Do you have a problem with that?
Clarify what you mean by
it. Well, it's funny you bring that up. The gaslighting's crazy because I use that expression on my show all the time. I say organized Jewry, world Jewry. And do you know that for 30 years, the World Jewish Congress has an annual keynote called the State of World Jewry? Barry Weiss has given it.
Okay. So, I don't understand. You recognize that is a deeply fucking weird word to use, though, right? If you're not Jewish, it's a weird fucking word to use, Jewry. I legitimately never, ever hear that word used outside of World War II documentation.
You look it up, it's on YouTube. She gives the State of World Jewry address.
But Nick, what do you mean by it?
I mean, you have to talk about, there's a concept of Jewish peoplehood. It's the sense that they are part of a common nationality, a common tribe, a common people. And so where they reside in Israel, the United States, or Europe.
There is no genetic commonality between Jews like that. There are 3 ethnicities of Jewish. And the reason that there is an ethnicity in the first place is because there's a lot of intermarrying between Jewish people. Like Jehovah's Witnesses often intermarry as well. Or Mormons often intermarry, right? And eventually there may be a Mormon ethnicity down the line. I mean, it was going to take a very long time for it to create genetic markers necessary to show some kind of commonality between all Mormons like that. But the point is that there are 3 ethnicities primarily of Jews where they were in pockets that intermarried a lot. There's Ashkenazi, Mizrahi and Sephardic. And I have more in common with an Ashkenazi Jewish person than an Ashkenazi Jewish person has in common with a Mizrahi Jewish person, for example. The point is that race is not real, and Jewish isn't a race. Hitler popularized the idea that Jewish was a race. It's not. It never was. It's a religion, period. It's a religion. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. But Fuentes wants to make it out as though it's a race, just like Hitler did.
Elsewhere, they see each other above or maybe on a different level alongside their nationality, their state, wherever they reside. If they're in Germany, France, the United States, they see themselves as part of a transnational nation, of an international nation. The Jews in America, the Jews in Israel, they identify as Israeli or American, but they also have something in common. They identify as part of a common nation, which I would say there's a world Jewish population. It's world Jewry. And world Jewry has representatives. There is such a thing as the World Jewish Congress, where they actually elect, it's democratic, all the local Jewish organizations elect representatives to represent proportionally the Jewish population in their area at the World Jewish Congress. And it's sort of like Davos. It's like the World Economic Forum.
I'll give it a fucking rest. That's the source of conspiracy as well. Davos, the World Economic Forum. It's nonsense. There is no basis to this.
But it's exclusively for members of the Jewish nation that exists across the world. And so that's a real thing. And I didn't make that up, and that didn't come from 4chan. It's like I said in that clip, I read what they write. I read their books. I watch these speeches. I watch a speech from Barry Weiss. I pay very close attention. So that's what I mean by that. There is such a thing as it's a nation that exists across borders on a global scale. They're organized, and they have a national self-interest as that nation, as that tribe.
So if you don't hate any Jews, what do you like about them?
I like a lot of things about them. I think they're funny. I think they're smart. I think that they're pretty remarkable people. And as Christians, especially as Catholics, we say they're remarkable. And this has been adjudicated in Catholic doctrine for thousands of years. We say that they're a witness people. And so we actually, there's provisions inside of Catholic doctrine that says we need to give them special protections because they were a witness to Christ's passion. So, this is why you can't clip the show. You have to watch the whole thing. I say.
Okay, so just because they have a special position in your theology does not mean that you like them or that you tolerate them or whatever. You believe that they're evil in their hearts.
This repeatedly in interviews. I do think they're remarkable. By definition, they're exceptional people. It's just that there is a sort of natural opposition between them and Christians because of the theology. We believe that Christ is a Messiah. They don't. They have been a minority in Christian lands for thousands of years, and they have been pushed around and expelled, and they've been persecuted and segregated. And that's why there's a lot of paranoia. There's a lot of distrust. There's maybe some sense of chauvinism.
Okay, you're not describing anything we don't already know. Yes, there's a lot of paranoia in the Jewish community because of how they've been treated. How do your beliefs differ from everybody else's? That's what we're asking.
Among Jewish people. So there is, like I said in that clip, there is an historical antagonism between these two peoples, between Christendom and Jewry, and that has always been the case in Europe. But I don't hate them, and I think I actually sort of understand them in a weird way. I think that because I've studied a lot of their politics, I think I really kind of know them in a way, and it doesn't come from a place of hatred.
Do you have any Jewish friends?
I do. I have many, yes.
But that's weird because you said this.
Jews and Christians have never been friends, ever. Not.
Oh, shit. Wow, that was a sick burn, actually. That was really good on Pier's part.
Since Jesus Christ fought with the Pharisees, have we ever been friends? Not since Saul was leading the charge persecuting the Christians. Not since the Roman Empire.
Wait, Saul? King Saul? Christians wouldn't exist for another 1,000 years after Saul existed. What the fuck are you talking about? Am I wrong here? Am I incorrect? What's he talking about? Saul was killed by King David, who existed in the year 1000 BCE. Right? Saul Goodman, obviously. Right, my mistake. What is... Oh, Paul. Saul is Paul. Right. Okay, that's Saul. My mistake. You're right. Yeah, you're right. I was not connecting the dots on that one. That makes more sense.
Since the Middle Ages, never. We've never been friends. We've never been allies. We've always been set against each other, actually. And even here in the United States, it was communist Jews who were the architects of both communism and the civil rights laws that are dispossessing white Christians of their land and civilization.
Civil rights laws are dispossessing white people of their stuff. Are you serious?
The Jews and Christians have never been friends ever, except for you and your Jewish friends.
Yeah, so easy. As peoples, as nations.
Got it.
Not saying every individual Christian, and of course there have been Christians and there have been Christian converts to Judaism, Jewish converts to Christian. You're nodding your head, but you're asking this. I'm saying as peoples, they've never been aligned.
As a Roman, I'm a
antagonism.
Catholic like you, and I have many Jewish friends. And I'm just trying to compute what you're trying to say, which is Jews and Christians have never been friends ever. And I'm like, well, you have Jewish friends, I have Jewish friends, we're both Catholics, therefore we're Christians. Sort of doesn't really quite add up.
Well, like I said, as peoples, there has been an historical antagonism as peoples. And you could even say the same about blacks in the United States. Of course, there were black and white people that were friendly with each other, but...
No, I don't understand what the fuck he's talking about. There is a whole wing of Zionism in Christianity. What are you talking about? You say that people or Christians are not friendly toward or friends with Jews? What? That doesn't make any sense. In any context.
In many ways, they were set against each other as groups. And I think that's easy enough to understand.
But that's not true. That's nonsense.
The reason that many people think you're anti-Semitic is that you have regularly downplayed the Holocaust, and in particular, the number of Jewish people who were murdered by the Nazis. It's been said that you believe no more than several 100,000.
It's not been said. Nick Fuentes says that 200,000 or 300,000 Jews died in Germany in World War II is his claim, incorrectly, and that they weren't targeted for death any more than any other group out there. That's what he believes, apparently, and that they were just, they were put in concentration camps to deal with the Jew problem, which is totally reasonable in his mind, and that they were helping the war effort, i.e. they were enslaved in concentration camps, and that's true, they were. They were enslaved in concentration camps and forced to work themselves to death, literally to death. And in some of them, I think Dachau, the survival rate was like 16 months or something like that. But Sachsenhausen, which was mainly a political prisoner camp for the most part, there were some privileged prisoners there, like Martin Niemöller, for example, and others. The survival rate in Sachsenhausen, I believe, was closer to 5 years. So they would get people into these concentration camps, and they would literally work them to death, the ones that were of working age. And the ones that were not of working age would be exterminated. They'd be sent to the gas chambers. But he just denies the gas chamber bit entirely, I guess.
Kills, and I want to play you this clip.
People talk about, well, what about the gas chambers? Well, to the extent that that's real, I find that hard to believe, but to the extent that's real, there have been atrocities committed and genocides committed in all times and all places.
Does that make it okay? Is that okay?
Let's acknowledge why Hitler casts the long shadow. Because that confers a political benefit upon Jews. That's why.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Doesn't really sound correct to me. Wait a second. Takes 1 hour to cook a batch of cookies, and you have 15 ovens, probably in 4 different kitchens, right?
That's incorrect. There were about 50 ovens, 48, I think, or something like that. 48, 49 in Sachsenhausen alone. I'm sorry, in Auschwitz alone, not Sachsenhausen. And and Auschwitz was responsible for no less than 2.2 million deaths. Also, a lot of people died not in the ovens, but in mass graves, taken out to the forest. You know, people walk around. I wrote a whole book about this, by the way. Was Hitler an Atheist? OwenMorgan.com or on Amazon and Audible. You can check it there. But people would, you know, Nazi soldiers walk into town, the SS or the SA or whatever, after claiming a town, and they would have a rope that everybody would hold on to. They would go door to door and get all of the Jews out and have them hold on to the rope, and they would bring them to the forest and make them dig a mass grave, and then they would line them up, you know, 10 at a time, and pull the trigger. They would have them stand facing toward the grave. They'd pull the gun up, and they would hit him at the base of the skull, because hitting somewhere else could lead to a big explosion and a mess, and they didn't want that. So they would line them up facing the grave so they would fall forward when they died. They would pull the trigger. They'd fall into the grave on top of their grandparents or whoever else died before them, and then they'd line up the next 10. And they would do that in towns across Europe. And they had a volunteer group of people called the Hiwis who would come in and assist. And, you know, it's kind of difficult to do something like that no matter who you are. It's hard to do. And you'll start exhibiting signs of PTSD, even if you believe in the cause fully and completely. And people would they'd exhibit signs of PTSD. And Hitler said, there's no shame in tapping out, basically. You can back out of this and do a different job if you want. But there was pressure to do this job. And people were drunk basically 24/7 who were doing this. So it wasn't just the gas chambers. I love your atheist content. I wish you'd steelman your political opponents. I know it's a chill stream, but they bad doesn't change minds. No hate. Okay, I appreciate that. In what way? You don't have to super chat again. You can just at me in the chat and I'll look. But in what way? How would you suggest I steelman? What do you mean? Can you elaborate? Correct me if I'm wrong, but was not the life expectancy of the workers sent to work for Bayer like 30 weeks? I'm not actually sure. That's very possible. The life expectancy was very low for a lot of these places. And in a lot of these conditions were absolutely terrible. Oh, he's a troll? Okay. Well, he's probably going to cancel the super chat anyway, but if he's a troll. Please, elaborate. I'm watching. I'm listening. Give me the info if you want. He's an apologist for Fuentes and Kanye. Wow. Okay.
Doing 24 hours a day, every day for 5 years, how long would it take you to make $6 million? I don't know. It certainly wouldn't be 5 years, right? The math doesn't seem to add up there.
The math does add up. You're just using the wrong variables, obviously.
You think that's funny?
It's funny. It's amusing what you're doing because, you know, that one was a joke. But do you want to talk seriously about the Holocaust?
Yeah, I do, actually. I mean, I do, because I just find it extraordinary that you would think the Holocaust...
All right, let me give another intro. This is Nick Fuentes on Piers Morgan. He is a Hitler-loving, Sieg-heiling Nazi. And Piers Morgan decided to have him on his show to kind of expose him or whatever. They're about to talk about the Holocaust and, like, Fuentes' interpretation of it. It's vile, needless to say. Let's give it a listen. All right, let's continue.
Holocaust could ever be something that we could joke about?
Why, too soon?
He's a scumbag. He's just a disgusting scumbag, obviously.
Is it too soon to make jokes?
How many people do you think died in the Holocaust? How many Jewish people?
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe 7 million. What's the number? 7?
It's 6 million, obviously. 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust. I think 12 million people total, if I'm not mistaken.
And 6 million, something like that.
So you
8 million?
You concede that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust?
Possibly more. Possibly, we're discovering all the time. So it could be, maybe even be more than that.
I think he's being facetious here, but actually we do. The reason 6 million is the number that we've settled on is not because of, it's because of census records before and after the Holocaust happened. And that number was independently arrived at by Nazi records after the war and stuff. So it validated the census record number and a bunch of other independent lines of verification. Additionally, Yad Vashem has about 4.3 million names in a database of Jews who were killed in the Holocaust. 4.3 million. That's pretty good. I mean, we're getting there. A lot of children, a lot of babies, a lot of older people who may have been close to death anyway because they were older. A lot of people who were just alone and didn't know anybody else and, just died without another word, who will never know. But Rudolf Höss, the commandant of Auschwitz, testified in the Nuremberg trials to 2.2 million just in Auschwitz-Birkenau alone, just like in that complex, I believe. So the guy that did it testified to how many he did alone. This is an undisputed number. And people like to say, how many ovens were there and things like that. There were more than enough ovens. There's no question about this.
Why have you doubted the numbers in the past?
I'll tell you why.
Please tell us why.
I really think that every death is a tragedy, however many Jewish people died in the Holocaust. And I'm not a World War II historian, so I'm actually open to believing the official narrative, and I've read some of the conspiracy theories. And to tell you the truth, it's a rigorous debate. But, what's interesting...
It's really not a rigorous debate. There is no debate. This is settled.
...about this is, in many countries, it's not even legal to talk about it. And that's really where my...
No, you can talk about it as much as you want. Nobody has a problem with you talking about it. It's lying about it that's a problem. And yeah, their free speech laws are a little bit different than ours, obviously. You can talk about this until you're blue in the face. You can't lie about it.
My interest in the Holocaust begins and sort of ends, to tell you the truth, is that if you wanted to question the number, you would be put in jail in about, 17 or 18 European countries. And I think that's really the more interesting conversation, which is that this is almost like a religious dogma in the West.
Oh, bullshit.
Other genocide, no other atrocity is treated like this. Could you imagine if in the United States they said the number of Palestinians killed in Gaza is 100,000, and if you don't say that, you're going to jail, you're banned on X, you can't have a job? That's the part that's totally insane. And a lot of people, they can't even make up their minds. I think it's actually done a disservice. If your goal, and I'm not saying you as Piers Morgan, but if your goal, if you're an advocate for awareness about this, if your goal is to convince everybody that this is the way the Holocaust happened, I think the last thing you'd want to do is say that everyone that disagrees is in jail and is banned and you're not allowed to say it. So there's really been no open debate about the subject since the scholarship started to be produced about 60 years ago.
Oh, bullshit, dude. There hasn't been debate. There's debate all the time about shit in the academic community. Like, there was a lot of debate about the Pope's role in Hitler's regime or whatever when John Cornwell wrote a book called Hitler's Pope. That was just in, God, that wasn't even that long ago. That was just a few years ago. There was a ton of debate about it at the time. There's another book called The Holy Reich that is biased and not really fully trustworthy. That was debated heavily in academic journals when it came out. It was written by Richard Steigman Gall. And I think the academic consensus is that he got a lot of things incorrect in that, and that he portrayed it differently than it actually is. But it sparked a ton of debate. This debate is totally allowed and happens all the time, even today. Modern day conversations happen about this stuff. But you aren't qualified to have these conversations because you are not a scholar. I'm not qualified to have these debates. I'm qualified to correct disinformation from you on the subject. And when I correct disinformation from people like Nick Fuentes, my God, dude, my controller is messed up. That's frustrating. And when I when I correct disinformation from people like Nick Fuentes, I'm using scholarly analysis as the basis. I'm not coming up with my own interpretations or understandings. I'm not qualified to do that. You know, I had a lot of questions about the Holocaust, and I went in search of the answers, and the questions were answered. And I said, wow, that's very interesting. I'm glad I had my questions answered. Nick Fuentes frames questions or frames statements in the form of a question. That's the problem here. Dude, what is going on with my... It's like my little joystick is messed up.
No, there is no debate to be had about the number of people.
No, there isn't. It's settled.
Who were murdered. Even the Nazis in the trials after the war confirmed the numbers. The amount of documentation that was recovered, notwithstanding the attempts by the Nazis to destroy it.
Yeah, we have entirely too much documentation. We are flooded with documentation from the Nazis. Like, they kept too many records for us to keep track of. Dude, my joystick is just messed up. What the hell is going on with my joystick? Is there, like, something in there? Like, what the hell is going on here? That's frustrating. I can't go down. Yeah, it feels like there's something in there. I don't know what that's about. That's weird. Maybe I should have it repaired. I can't go down. Shit. Am I gonna have to play a different game? Yeah, it's like it's moving around to different spots on the... Bizarre. I think I'm gonna have to play a different game. What should I play? Let me save. That sucks.
The amount of documentation that was saved and preserved and used for trials and for historical record is unprecedented in the history of mass slaughter of human beings. So we have a very clear idea of how many people were gassed to death in the gas chambers. We have a very clear idea of how many were starved to death, were kept in ghettos, died of disease, of forced labor, of death marches. We know...
Absolutely. This is beyond question. Like, we have the answers to these questions. Yeah, my joystick's busted. I'm going to have to fix that. All right, give me a second. I'm going to use the bathroom real fast. I'm going to grab something. I'm going to let it play for just a second. 103.23. I'm going to write this down. Hold on. Okay. BRB.
How many Jews were slaughtered? It's at least 6 million. What's interesting to me is that you appear to now concede that, which may be news to a lot of your regular viewers who have constantly heard you quibble with the number of Jews who died in the Holocaust. And for the record, just to confirm what I think you told me, you do now accept that at least 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust.
Well, no, I said it could be. It could even be higher than
well,
that.
it could be higher. That is true.
I think it's at least.
But you
I think you're
accept
right.
at least.
It is at least. Oh, it's at least 6 million. But
Okay.
it could be 100
well,
times
people
more
are going
than
to
that.
be
And-
okay. The people are going to be.
Let me respond to your. Let me respond to the rest of your question.
Sure.
What you're saying, I understand where you're coming from when you say it has been documented and there are confessions and so on. Let that speak for itself. But you don't see, your show is called Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Yep.
But the United Kingdom is censored and Europe is censored. And if you talk about these things, you will be put in jail in many countries. And I think that's where a lot of people start to say, well, if the truth is so clear and if there's such overwhelming evidence, why do you need to throw people in jail for disagreeing? And you yourself said, well, there is no debate. I think everything is debatable. I think everything at least should be debated. And if the evidence is very one-sided, let the evidence speak. Don't throw people in jail. So do you think that Holocaust denial laws should be overturned?
I don't particularly agree with Holocaust denial laws. I don't think people should be imprisoned.
Okay.
Well, because I have a blanket view now, which has evolved slightly actually over the years, that I have a blanket view that speech should not be criminalized, right? People should be allowed to say what they want to say, and they should be then made accountable for what they say. If you have an employer, they can make a view about whether you are the right kind of person they want for their employment, as they would make a decision about anything else you do in life. So I actually believe that speech should never be criminalized. It's my personal view. I understand why in places like Germany, they have strong laws about it because they want to move on from what they believe was the most shameful moment in their history. I understand that. Do I want that in my country? No. Am I appalled by what has been going on with free speech in the United Kingdom in the last 2 or 3 years? Absolutely. It is ridiculous that people have been frog marched to prison cells for stuff they put on social media, right? So, yeah, I do. I think what is more interesting to me about our exchange is I was not expecting you to go the opposite way. I was not expecting you to be so emphatic that at least 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust. And there'll be people watching this who I think will be very surprised by that, because you have built a reputation for being, if not a Holocaust denier, then somebody constantly questioning in a downward way the number of Jews who were murdered. That doesn't appear to be what your position is now.
No, and here's what I would like to see for my entire career. When I started my show, it started with a good faith inquiry where I was questioning a lot of these narratives. And I said, what is the answer on the other side? But what I found is that the answer was criminalized. So when you would talk about anything regarding Jews, Israel, the Holocaust, you could be in favor of the official narrative on those things. If you went against, you were banned, censored, and in some countries jailed. And so I actually haven't made up my mind on that because that's not really a matter of interest to me. And there's a lot of analysis and scholarship on both sides.
Backsies. All right. Now, what am I going to do about the game? What game should I play? I've wanted to go back through Rebirth again, but I fear it may be too soon and I'm going to get burned out. All right. Let's close this. Turn off that. And then turn on the switch, I suppose. Play this for a couple of minutes, maybe. I don't know. I'm debating maybe I should play Rebirth. That would be good. Try restarting and reconnecting joystick. Yeah, good idea. FF8 is good, and I did play through a bit of that, but... Whew. I'm just looking at... It's 1:59 already. Damn, I would really like to finish this today, but it's long. We're only halfway through. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll get through it. Typical sea lion. Hang on, I'm just checking through the chat here. Yeah, I read Hitler's Pope. Interesting read. It was an interesting read. I read it as well. It was debated, though. Revealed his bullshit long ago. Will not convince anyone here. I was just looking for what EEE said. Oh, looking like EEE is starting a ton of shit. Nick's not a Nazi. Oh, please, dude, really? It's settled, yes, for you, but I want to know more about how you came to that conclusion. Can be clipped only in the Steel Manning part. I'd love to know what EEE thinks is incorrect. All right, let's continue. I love 7, 8, and 9. I never played 9, but I definitely had a good time with 7 and 8. They were awesome games. I just went through 7 recently, and I went through some of 8, but I don't know. All right, let's continue. He's a troll. Don't bother. Okay.
The issue, and I've read both.
Oh, let me step back. 103.23. 103. Here we are. 23. There it is.
Know how many Jews were slaughtered. It's at least 6 million. What's interesting to me is that you appear to now concede that, which may be news to a lot of your regular viewers who have constantly heard you quibble with the number of Jews who died in the Holocaust.
Yeah. He doesn't normally accept this number. I wonder why he's doing that now.
For the record, just to confirm what I think you told me, you do now accept that at least 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust.
Van Brigg says, oh, dude, you'd definitely love 9. Yeah, I should give it a try one of these days, but I feel like it's a bit dated now. 7 and 8 are also very dated. And if you didn't, grow up enjoying them, it may be hard to get into them today. And I fear that might be the case with 9 for me. But I don't know. Wait. Everything is connected, right? I just want to make sure everything's good. Yeah, it looks good. Anyway, we heard Nick say the cookie thing a minute ago. Obviously, he doesn't agree with the reality of the events.
Well, no, I said it could even be higher than
well,
that.
it could be higher. That is
I think
true.
it's at least.
But you
I think you're
accept
right.
at least.
It is at least. Oh, it's at least 6 million. But
Okay.
it could be 100
well,
times
people
more
are
than
gonna be,
that.
Okay, the people are going
No, it could not be 100 times more than that. It is not 100 times more than that. It's about 6 million. It's not an at least type of thing. That's roughly what it was, based on multiple independent lines of verification. Stop trying to play with the number. We know what the number is.
Let me respond to the rest of your question.
Sure.
What you're saying, I understand where you're coming from when you say it has been documented and there are confessions and so on. Let that speak for itself. But you don't see, your show is called Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Yep.
But the United Kingdom is censored and Europe is censored. And if you talk about these things, you will be.
Oh, give it a fucking rest. You can talk about any of this shit that you want to talk about. That is not the problem. The problem is you lying about it, twisting the information around, and pretending like you're asking questions when everybody knows exactly what you're doing. You can talk about and ask and discuss anything in the UK or in Europe or whatever. It's when you refuse to accept the factual answer that it becomes a problem. And again, different free speech laws. That's how it works. Different laws in different areas. But, what Hitler did was pretty evil.
Put in jail in many countries. And I think that's where a lot of people start to say, well, if the truth is so clear and if there's such overwhelming evidence, why do you need to throw people in jail for disagreeing? And you yourself said...
Because you're disagreeing with factual information that got millions of people killed. Again, different free speech laws. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Maybe you should... I don't know. I'd have to think about it more. But he's pretending that this is a difference of opinion. Like, oh, I like mashed potatoes or whatever. And you don't like mashed potatoes. And you're going to throw me in jail if I say mashed potatoes suck. That's not what this is. That's not what this is. That's not what's happening here. That's not what this is about.
Well, there is no debate. I think everything is debatable. I think
No. Not everything is debatable. Some things are factually true. And some things are not.
everything at least should be debated. And if the evidence is very one-sided, let the evidence speak. Don't throw people in jail. So do you think that Holocaust denial laws should be overturned?
I don't particularly agree with Holocaust denial laws. I don't think people should be imprisoned.
Okay.
Well, because I have a blanket view now, which has evolved slightly actually over the years, that I have a blanket view that speech should not be criminalized, right? People should be allowed to say what they want to say, and they should be then made accountable for what they say. If you have any...
This is complicated. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to make a determination on this or whatever, or a call for me, because there's the paradox of tolerance, of course. And the paradox of tolerance basically says you should be intolerant of intolerance. And I don't even view it as a paradox. When you view it the way that I do, it's not a paradox, really. The way I see it is tolerance is a social contract, right? You should be tolerant of everybody. You may not like what they do. You may not like the way they live their lives. You may not like that they're gay or that they're conservative or whatever. You may not like that, but you have to tolerate it because we all live in a society together. So you're tolerant of people living in society with you, up to the moment that they are not tolerant of you. You cannot reward tolerance. So to live in a society where you tolerate others, you have to be intolerant of tolerance. It's a social contract that you sign on to, right? If you're part of the society, you agree to be tolerant as well. That's the social contract. And if you don't sign on to that social contract, you're exempt from it. You don't get the benefits of it like everybody else. If you're intolerant, you say, I don't like gay people. I don't think they should be allowed to get gay married. I don't think they should be allowed to exist in our society. That is intolerance, and you are now exempt from the social contract that we all signed on to. I am not tolerant of you anymore because you are not tolerant of others. Like when you're trying to change the laws to prevent people from just living their lives, you're no longer protected by that social contract, in my mind. Anyway, that's the paradox of tolerance. But
employer, they can make a view about whether you are the right kind of person they want for their employment, as they would make a decision about anything else you do in life. So I actually believe that speech should never be criminalized. It's my personal view.
God, that's complicated. Should it be criminalized to... I don't think so. But I think the correct solution would be for social media companies to engage in their civic responsibility of limiting how much reach those people have, like Alex Jones or like Nick Fuentes. I think they should engage in their civic responsibility to limit Nick Fuentes' reach on the platform, in my opinion.
I understand why in places like Germany, they have strong laws about it because they want to move on from what they believe was the most shameful moment in their history. I understand that. Do I want that in my country? No. Am I appalled by what has been going on with free speech in United Kingdom in the last 2 or 3 years? Absolutely.
I'm pretty horrified, actually, by it as well, by what's happening in the UK with free speech and everything. It's pretty disturbing stuff, in all seriousness. Also, Meldrock says, Tolerance is a peace treaty. Those who violate the treaty are not under its protection. There you go. That's the paradox of intolerance in a nutshell. Tolerance is a peace treaty. If you violate the treaty, if you don't respect it, then you are not protected by it either. It's not even a paradox.
It is ridiculous that people have been frog marched to prison cells for stuff they put on social media, right? So, yeah, I do. I think what is more interesting to me about our exchange is I was not expecting you to go the opposite way. I was not expecting you to be so emphatic that at least 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust.
Well, again, like you heard him say this earlier, that he doesn't believe that 6 million people died in the Holocaust. So he doesn't actually believe that. Why are you not pushing him harder on this? He has two personas, one for the broader public and one that he uses with his general audience.
People watching this who I think will be very surprised by that, because you have built a reputation for being, if not a Holocaust denier, then somebody constantly questioning in a downward way the number of Jews who were murdered.
Bro, are you serious? Piers Morgan at the beginning of this interview literally said, you have two personalities and two positions, one that you display with people like me and one that you display on stream. Are you, like, how are you forgetting this? Really?
That doesn't appear to be what your position is now.
No, and here's what I would like to see for my entire career. When I started my show, it started with a good faith inquiry where I was questioning a lot of these narratives, and I said,
it was not a good faith inquiry.
What is the answer on the other side? But what I found is that the answer was criminalized. So when you would talk about anything regarding Jews, Israel, the Holocaust, you could be in favor of the official narrative on those things. If you went against, you were banned, censored, and in some countries jailed. And so
that's because you're not looking for answers. If you were looking for answers and trying to understand, it would be a different conversation. You are trying to spread lies about it. That's the issue. It's not that you're banned for asking the questions. It's that you're banned on social media for making statements in the form of a question, for making false statements that led to genocide in the form of a question.
So I actually haven't made up my mind on that because that's not really a matter of interest to me. And there's a lot of analysis and scholarship on both sides of the issue. And I've read both sides of the issue. And honestly, unfortunately, it's hard to judge because there has never been, there's never been.
Wait, what was that? What did he say?
Unfortunately, it's hard to judge because there has never been, there's never been a debate on it. And there's never been a debate because of the stigma, because of the censorship. And I think that leads a lot of people to say, well, what do they have to hide? Because you can say on your show, well, I'm personally against Holocaust denial laws, yet they still persist and the social consequences still persist. And I think that that is the anomaly. And people have to wonder, okay, why is it that way? And what I said in that clip is the reason the Holocaust casts a long shadow is because it confers a political benefit upon organized Jewry. That is what they always fall back.
What a psychotic fucking thing to say. Jesus Christ, dude. There have been genocides throughout history, of course, but Hitler's genocide was one of the most horrifying, disturbing, and evil moments, certainly in modern human history. He literally set out to exterminate 6 million people. I'm sorry, to exterminate an entire group of people, and got to 6 million. He got close. Like, holy shit, dude. And you're denying it and or pretending that it wasn't that bad or that it didn't happen at all, or pretending that, you know, there's some political agenda behind it or whatever other thing. Like, holy Christ.
They cannot be criticized. They cannot be named. They cannot be talked about, lest there be another Holocaust. And no other tragedy is treated that way. And no other ethnic group has a get out of jail free card. Just play that.
No, get out of jail free card. What the fuck do you even mean by that?
Anti-Semitism and Holocaust, you can do whatever you want and defend all your actions. That's the part that people are getting upset with. That's the problem.
I don't know any right-minded person who believes that Jewish people weaponized the Holocaust for their own personal get out of jail free or whatever you call it.
Yeah, I've never. What are you talking about with that? What do you mean? Get out of jail free card?
You don't know anyone that does that? That believes that?
I'm sure there are some people that do that, but it's such a ridiculous generalization. You know, the truth is that most Jewish people have lost relatives in the Holocaust. In fact, I want to play you two clips. One is where you talk about Adolf Hitler.
Hitler was a pedophile and kind of a pagan. It's like, well, he was also really fucking cool.
He wasn't a pagan. That's a mistake. People are misinformed when they hear that. There were a lot of people in his inner circle who were pagan. Like Himmler was very pagan. And when I say pagan, I mean religious but non-Christian, like into the Norse gods, Thor, Odin, Freya, whoever else. Also, what's his name? Rudolf Hess. He was in the Thule Society, a.k.a. the Tula Society, because Germans can't pronounce a TH sound. So it's not the Thule Society, it's Tula. Anyway, it was a really tiny group of people who were into, Norse gods and stuff. There was no secret special thing or whatever. Hey, Hitler was not pagan. That's nonsense. He was not into the occult.
So, time to grow up. We're not children anymore. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right, boys? Am I right? Let's go. He was also really fucking cool.
Also, he was a pedophile. I've never actually heard that before, that Hitler was a pedo. I'm not familiar with that claim. Let me look that up. Let me see if I can find some info on this one. Hold on. Yeah, no, it doesn't. No, there's no evidence that he was like that. He had relationships with younger women when he was in his 30s and 40s. His half-niece was 17 when he was 36. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, that's pretty bad. Maria Reiter was 16 when they met. He was 37. And Eva Braun was 17 when they met. Oh, I did not realize they were so young, actually. Interesting. Okay. Well, that's, I'm kind of leaning maybe he was a pedo, actually, with that information. I did not know that they were so young. Damn.
Do you regret saying that?
Saying a fact? No, that's absolutely true.
You think Hitler was very fucking cool?
Yes, I do.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
Well,
to be honest,
this is the problem. You see, it's a bit like when you just say, "I'm a racist." You're a racist who thinks Hitler's cool, but you're not anti-Semitic. If you're a Jewish person watching this, what are they thinking? I'll tell you what they're thinking, because I've got a friend of mine called Danny Finkelstein, who, when he heard I was interviewing you, he's a Times journalist in the UK, very eminent journalist here, and author, who wrote a book about his own family's experiences at the hands of Hitler and Stalin, because you also told Tucker Carlson that you admire Stalin. But
well, that was wild. Like, what the fuck? I could not believe that he said that on Tucker Carlson's show. What a thing to say. He admires Stalin. What?
Let's just take what Danny said here.
Hi Piers, it's Danny Finkelstein here. As you're interviewing Nick Fuentes, you might try suggesting to him that he reads my book, Hitler, Stalin, Mum and Dad. It's called Two Roads Home in the United States. Since he says he's on Team Hitler, you might like to ask him about the fact that Hitler arrested my mum, tried to starve my mum to death, did starve my grandmother to death, sent my great aunt to the gas chamber, my great uncle, my cousin. My grandmother on my father's side ended up being one out of 7 children, the only one that survived the war. So you might ask him whether he wouldn't rather be on Team Mum rather than Team Hitler. And as for celebrating Stalin's birthday, well, Stalin took my father, sent him to a state collective farm, sent my grandmother and to a state collective farm, sent my grandfather to the Gulag, you might try asking him why he doesn't celebrate Dad's birthday rather than Stalin's.
Yeah, I totally. And hang on, I'm sorry. I got a call just now. I don't know who it's from. Important message regarding health plan. I should call them back. I don't know what that's about. I'll figure it out in a minute. Since 2013, he's sat as a conservative peer of the House of Lords. Finkelstein's a director of Chelsea Football Club, grandson of Alfred Wiener, founder of the... Oh, no way! Founder of the Wiener Library. That's interesting. That is a very prominent Holocaust museum and memorial or whatever. And I used it as a source in my book. And Victoria Barnett, who gave me advice and kind of answered a lot of my questions when writing my book, and who is an expert in this, in Hitler's religion, basically. She recommended the Wiener Library and specifically requested that I direct people to the Wiener Library in my book, like in the foreword or whatever. So I did that. He was an advisor to Prime Minister John Major and leader of the Conservative Party. He's an interesting political journey. Family memoir. Interesting. Okay, well, he seems pretty legit.
It may all be a big joke to him, but he complains that he was 18 when someone tried to cancel him. Well, Stalin and Hitler arrested my mum and my dad when they were 10 years old. So perhaps he might like to reconsider his joke.
So I just about guarantee that this is how Fuentes is going to react. He's probably going to say something along the lines of, you are too focused on the persecution aspect of it. There was a lot of suffering, and I'm sick of hearing all of these stories. I mean, this is exactly what Fuentes said in the past. I expect that this is going to be his reaction.
See, that's the reality of your jokes, although I haven't ascertained yet whether you are joking when you say that Hitler was very fucking cool. Are you joking, or do you actually think he was very fucking cool? The most genocidal monster of the last 150 years?
Yeah, the thing is, my generation, we're just done with the pearl clutching. You know,
yeah, you might be, but then your generation hasn't gone through what Danny Finkelstein's family went through. So maybe the pearl clutching has a way to go for families whose family members
oh my gosh,
were murdered.
Yeah, we got all that. We, you know, me mom, like we're, you know, I don't even know who this person is. Why is this person talking to me? This old British guy is saying me mom got killed by Hitler.
Because he doesn't find it funny when you say Hitler's very fucking cool.
I don't care.
He finds
I don't care.
I know you don't care. That's fine. You don't have to care. But he does care.
Does that guy care about America? Does that guy care about me and my country and my family? No.
He cares what you, a prominent conservative in America, has to say about Adolf Hitler. Now, what do you mean by Hitler is very fucking cool? Because I think he's very fucking a monster.
Okay. And that's a clip. I think he's very fucking a monster. Do you hear yourself?
Yeah,
I mean,
do.
can we all grow up?
I do.
Can we all grow up?
Is that not a grown-up thing to say, that Hitler is a monster?
12 million
childish.
people. He murdered 12 million people. What is very fucking cool about that? Tell me.
The edits, it's just cool. The uniforms, the parades, it's cool as a guy. You look at World War II and it's fascinating and it's interesting and it's compelling and it's cool. And, you know, we're just tired of saying these kinds of things. We want to talk like real people and give our honest opinions. And then we literally get an old Jewish guy from England who's going to say, oh, that's not very funny, mate. Me mom. And it's like, shut up. Like, you know, no one is in favor of genocide. So let's just get that out of the way. We're not.
But you very clearly are. Like, you are supporting it by saying that Hitler was very fucking cool. Obviously, you are in favor of genocide.
In favor of a Holocaust or genocide.
Do you think if half your family
had
been wiped out by very fucking cool Hitler, you'd still think he was very fucking cool? Or would you think that actually he was a despicable monster who murdered 12 million people?
You know, one of my biggest problems with the story of the Holocaust, or the state of discourse around the Holocaust is that people believe that Hitler was a despicable monster and that he is the root of all evil, when in reality, he really wasn't that different than many other people around at that time. And he's not that different from people around today, honestly. He was just a racist. That's it. He was just a racist. And yes, eventually, down the line, he ended up creating full-blown extermination camps and everything. And that was an evil act that we haven't seen replicated since then. But there are absolutely a ton of people around today that want that, who are just as evil, if not more evil than Hitler. Because at least Hitler was, as far as I can tell, a true believer. A lot of the people around today aren't true believers that, like, Jews are evil or whatever, that they're, like, I don't know, setting out to destroy the planet because they have evil blood or whatever. A lot of, like, the evil people around today know that there is no genetic difference. They just don't fucking like Jews. That's all. So the point that I'm getting to here is that there are way more evil people around today than Hitler. And the way that we've demonized the Holocaust has turned it into a kind of, what's the word? It's kind of a mythology about true evil. And it's made it so that people seem to believe that nobody can be as evil as Hitler, when that's just not true at all. Getting lunch and a nap sounds like a plan. Thanks for coming, Nerical. I appreciate that. He took advantage of the psychology of fear and used it to promote the extermination of several people groups, much like what Trump is doing. Yeah, absolutely. And Hitler is not like... I'm sorry, and Trump is not exterminating people right now, and as far as I know, doesn't have a plan to do that, but is absolutely just as evil in all the same fundamental ways. Only difference is Trump isn't a true believer, and I don't think he really cares whether these people are actually exterminated, like these specific demographics. I think he would be happy if all Democrats were exterminated. I can see that. But not specific, like, ethnic groups like Hitler. Like, people need to stop mythologizing this as the root of all evil, because it makes it seem unlikely or even impossible that it would happen today.
That actually he was a despicable monster who murdered 12 million people, who targeted people because they were disabled or Jewish or Romani Gypsy or whatever it may be, and that he systematically destroyed people, incinerated them in gas chambers.
I appreciate that he said Romani Gypsy that way, because that's a slur that shouldn't be used today, but it's the word that's used in the literature, and people don't really know what it means, or they don't know what Romani is, or Roma. And in my book, I used the word, the G word that he just said, because, you know, people don't even realize that's a slur nowadays. They don't even realize what that means, or that there's another proper name for these people or whatever. And I feel like in a historical context, it's important to use the correct words.
I think that you would find it very fucking cool if your family had been through that? Or do you think you would find it very fucking disgusting? And perhaps moderate the number of times you laugh about it, or want to joke about it, or want to abuse someone like Danny Finkelstein, who's written incredibly powerful books about what happened to his extended family at the hands of the Nazis and your other...
I should read his book. That sounds interesting, actually.
...hero Stalin. See, my point to you, Nick Fuentes, is that in parts of this interview, you try to come across as moderate, but every now and again, the mask slips, and it's slipped again here with what you say about Hitler. There's nothing very fucking cool about Hitler. We know that from history now. We know what he did.
Obviously, Fuentes, when he said very cool, was talking about the aesthetic, right? Like Hugo Boss uniforms and things like that. And that's what he's leaning on. I mean, obviously it's not what he meant originally in the original clip when he said that. He was cool. Obviously what he meant was he likes what Hitler is about. He likes what he says and does and things like that. But he's leaning on the story, or he's leaning on the aesthetic.
You've already conceded that he murdered at least 6 million Jews. So when you say he's very fucking cool, Jewish people watch this and go, this guy's disgusting. Why would he say this about someone who perpetrated such an evil? And what's the real answer? Why do you? Is it just for clicks? Is it for money? Is it just for fun? For shits and giggles? What is it? What
It's to be edgy, I think.
Motivates you to say something like Hitler was very fucking cool?
It's for this. It's for all of this. And the lack of self-awareness is amazing. You're a boomer. You're a 60-year-old boomer. And we've spent maybe 3 minutes on you saying, he's a really fucking monster. He incinerated
Do you know that Obama is a boomer? That's wild, right?
people. And I'm sitting here saying it's not that serious. It's not that deep. And
not that
and what
serious.
I'm getting at.
Not that serious.
Do you want to say more about
you're not
he's a monster?
You're not a kid yourself anymore. You're not a teenager.
I know.
Right? You're,
I know.
You're nearly 30, to be clear.
Yeah,
okay? You're a
I
fully
know.
formed adult who has a brain, right? And at some stage, that brain is taking you off these rabbit
Is this an
warrens.
interview or is this a lecture? Can I respond to what you're saying?
I want you
in
to
full?
I want you to explain why you think it's fine.
I think he was trying to do that, in all fairness. Van Briggs, we genuinely have no idea what's happened with many of the people who've been deported to El Salvador. Not saying you're right. You're absolutely right. That's totally fair. Not saying they're exterminated. There's real possibility that many have been killed. You're 100% correct there. I absolutely agree with you. But what Hitler did was intentional, like what we're experiencing right now is what happened from 1933 to 1939 or 1937. There's mass persecution. People were sent to camps and things like that. And some died in those camps. And there were even actual exterminations up to that point. But by 37 to 39, the full extermination machine was revved up, and we haven't seen the full extermination machine yet. So that's a little bit different, but you're absolutely correct to say that we don't know what happened to those people in El Salvador, and yeah, I agree. Like, 1930s Germany is not too far to say that that's what we're experiencing right now. This is definitely the pre-death camp stage for sure. I agree completely.
To say how fucking cool Hitler is and to dismiss the very powerful 90 seconds from a British journalist who lost a lot of family members to the Nazis in such a callous, dismissive manner.
I don't think it's powerful. I think we've been hearing that our entire lives, okay? The Schindler's List. Let's just be honest. The propaganda is over the top. We have been brought in America.
What about the Schindler's
List? What propaganda, exactly? What propaganda? To be propaganda, well, not necessarily, I suppose, but I would say in this case, what he means when he says propaganda is it, by definition, false. But the shit that we're talking about, that's not false. Like, this shit really happened. And it happened in the scope in which it's being discussed.
Tell me about the Schindler's List. Well, tell me about the Schindler's List.
I'll tell you about it. We have been browbeaten as a people, as Americans, as Westerners, for our entire lives. And do you know what this has done? It has taken away any sense of pride, any sense of love for our own civilization. We have been made the villain in our own story. We have been made because, well, let's just be clear. It doesn't begin and end with Hitler is a monster. This has been the political narrative, which is why we have thrown open the borders. This is a political narrative, which is why we can't be a conservative society as a whole anymore, why we can't be proud of Europeans, why we can't be proud of being Christian, because they've told us if you're too white and too proud and too Christian, it's going to lead to a Holocaust. And so
No, nobody said that. They said if you're too fucking Nazi, then it leads to a Holocaust. And Nick Fuentes is a self-avowed, Hitler-loving, Sieg-heiling Nazi. He's trying to twist it around into something that it's not to make it seem more tame than it actually is. It's fucking horrifying.
my generation, our
what a
entire
crock
lives.
of shit,
See,
honestly.
wait.
Honestly,
No,
Nick
it's true,
Fuentes,
and that's why people like me. That's why I'm popular, because this is bullshit.
Shit. Honestly,
yeah, it's a crock. We don't want to hear any more about me mom and me dad. That's a crock of shit.
No, listen. What you just said is a crock of shit. And you
it's
know
true.
it.
It's called the open society.
In your gut, you know it is. You weaponize this stuff.
You know.
You weaponize this stuff for money, but you know when you say something like what you just said.
I'm banned from banking. I'm banned from banking and credit cards. You know who you're talking to? I do it for money.
And by the way,
how much money you make? Your company's worth $100 million. Your company's worth $100 million.
I don't think he's banned from banking and credit cards. I think he's on a no-fly list in the United States for his role in January 6th. And his bank dropped him, but I believe that he can get another bank if he chooses, if I'm not mistaken.
I was banned from Bank of America.
And you shouldn't have been.
Yeah, one bank.
Processing credit cards.
And you shouldn't have been.
But I am. So don't tell me I'm doing it for money.
Well, ask me my opinion about that. I'll tell you.
Like Nick Fuentes isn't filthy rich.
You shouldn't have been, right? I don't agree with that. What happened to you?
Then don't say I'm doing it for money, because you know that full well, and you say it's a grift.
How much money
if I wanted to be a grifter, I'd be like you, and I would go and say,
how much money are you making?
I'm making a lot of money now.
Yeah.
Now that I'm the #1 live streamer in America, because people agree with me more than they agree with you. We're tired of hearing about slavery and the Holocaust and Jim Crow. We're done hearing about that. You guys overplayed your hand.
I'm not done hearing about that.
Okay, well, your generation's on the way out, and Generation Z is coming up, and we're finished with that. We're ready to take our country back.
I've got three
we're
sons.
not listening to crying minorities anymore.
I've got 3 sons, and they don't share your views about slavery and about the Holocaust. They can have decency and compassion and humanity about some of the worst things that have happened in the last 150 years or more. They can do that, and they can also have.
They sound like girls. His sons sound like girls. Wow. Complete scumbag, dude, all the way down.
Have concerned views about issues like immigration and other issues. The two things are not mutually incompatible. You can have different views about different things. It's your lack of humanity and compassion for people about things like the Holocaust, about slavery. It's that people find so contemptible. And I don't understand why you need to do that. Again, I just ask you, is your motivation financial? Is your motivation for fun? What is the motivation to saying...
He likes being edgy, and he thinks that's what brings in an audience. And he's right. That's why his audience follows him, because he's edgy. And if he gave up on the edginess, many of them would not follow him anymore as much, I suspect. So, absolutely. That is why he's doing it, yes. For attention.
These outlandish things, which you don't need to say, and which I suspect, I don't know, I suspect a lot of it is performative. So what is the motivation?
I'm an iconoclast. The Holocaust is not my religion, and it is treated like a religion. It is treated like a religion with dogma, with blasphemy laws, and that secular religion says, and you say that's a crock of shit. It's intentional. It's called The Open Society by Karl Popper. It's by these architects of the liberal order after World War II. They got together and they said, how can we make sure that Hitler never happens?
Karl Popper is the guy that wrote The Paradox of Intolerance, or came up with it or whatever, I believe. He's a philosopher. And the idea is, sorry, if you are intolerant, then you are not protected by the tolerance of society. It's like a protection or whatever. It's like you sign on to this agreement that you're going to be tolerant of others because we all live in a society and we all have to work together and live together and everything else. So you be tolerant of the Muslim, and the Muslim will be tolerant of you, of your Christianity. That's the idea. If you are not tolerant of others, then you lose that societal protection of tolerance, or you should. But it's a philosophy that's not even maintained in the United States. Like, we don't use the paradox of intolerance here.
How can we make sure that totalitarianism never happens again? And they came up with the consensus, which is that we need to take down nations, religions, fathers, the authoritarian personality. We need to be empathetic and altruistic. We need to be diverse and pluralistic. And that experiment isn't working. And I'll tell you the truth right now, and you can laugh at this, you can scoff at this, our people are being genocided in our country.
Oh, give it a rest, dude. White people are being genocided, huh? Okay.
50% of the live births in the United Kingdom and in the United States are non-white. In 100 years, my ancestors, your kids who are so empathetic and compassionate, they're going to be a minority. They're going to be a minority in maybe a Muslim country, an Indian country, an Hispanic country.
Such a victim, dude. Such a perpetual, constant victim.
And these Jewish people that are 100 years old talking about my grandparents and the Holocaust, they don't care about that. Actually, they like to see it. At the SPLC, they're literally counting down the days until whites are a minority in America. So
I'm sorry, hard doubt, but either way, who cares if whites were a minority in America? 49%. Who cares? It's not like when he says whites are a minority in America, what he's implying is that they're being genocided. When in reality, this is just like the natural consequence of population growth. Like, some people choose to marry, black people. Some white people are marrying black people. And that changes the demographic from 51 to 50% white when that happens. Who cares? Wait, oh, sorry. Now, regarding this claim, hold on. Countdown to when whites are a minority. I'm sorry, hold on. Let me see if I can find out if this is even real. No, this is not real. I mean, the demographic projection itself is real, but the SPLC, and they report on it, but they don't have a countdown. What are you even talking about?
forgive me if I don't believe them when they talk about compassion. There's a genocide going on right now. It's not against the Jews.
How many Christians are there?
In Gaza, it's against
How many
whites.
Christians are there in the world? Like me and you.
Yeah, 1.5 billion.
Some billion.
Yeah,
2 billion.
How many Jews are there?
15 million.
Okay. So with a straight
Wow, that's weird that he knew that number right off the top of his head.
face, you're going to tell me the world is being overrun by the Jewry, by 15 million people, when there are over 1 billion Christians. There is a genocide of Christians like poor old Nick Fuentes going on at the hands of these 15 million Jews. Really?
See, this attitude is why you're losing. When you say
Who
poor
am I losing
old
to?
white people,
Who
these
am I
poor
losing
old
to?
white people.
Who am I losing to?
You're seeing it. Mass migration. Oh, you're losing to me. We are losing as a civilization of mass migration. And here's the difference. In Israel, they have my politics. In Israel, they want to maintain a Jewish majority. If they had it their way, it would only be Jewish people. They're fighting like hell so that Jewish people can have as much territory, a Jewish state. They can be proudly Jewish in their own land. Whereas in America, we are being besieged by 10 million illegal immigrants in 4 years. And then whites and...
It's nonsense. First of all, by population, we're seeing somewhere between 1% and 3% immigration per year in the United States, first of all. And that's good. Immigration is good. There is literally no downside to immigration. None. It's good for a society to get an influx of immigrants, to get an influx of workers into the economy. That is good. It is not bad. There is no downside to this. First of all. And second, what was the other thing he said? Hold on.
A Jewish state. They can.
Oh, yeah. Secondly, he said Jews are allowed to set up an ethno-state in the Middle East, but we're not allowed to? Yes, that's correct. Ethno-states are bad. I cannot believe that we're having this conversation right now. Ethno-states bad, yes.
Be proudly Jewish in their own land, whereas in America, we are being besieged by 10 million illegal immigrants in 4 years, and then whites and Christians are going to be the minority, and that's true.
It's not 10 million illegal immigrants. I think it's maybe a total of, hang on. Let me just find out. Let me see if I can find the answer to this. Like I said, immigration is phenomenally good for a society. Russia and China have to birth their way into a better economy. We don't have to do that. But between 2021 and 2024, the last 4 years that we have data for, actually it's 6.6 million roughly total foreign-born population increase. 6.6 million total. Of those 6.6 million, 3.5 million were undocumented. Yeah. Of those 6.6 million, 3.5 million were undocumented. He said it was tens of millions, or did he say 10 million? That's wrong. That's incorrect. That's a lie. A flat-out, bald-faced lie. He knew exactly how many Jewish people there were in the world, like to a T, and he knew how many Christians there were in the world, pretty close. But somehow he got this number egregiously wrong, and he got the other numbers wrong, like egregiously. He knows. He's lying, right? Also, 6.6 million, what is that? Over the course of 4 years, let's just average it out. So that's about 1.6 million per year, right? And I think we're at 343 million in the United States currently. So that's 0.5% population increase. 0.5%. 1 to 3% population increase is good, valuable, helpful. We should have about 1 to 3% population increase in the country for improvements to make things better. Hold on. Yeah. Hey. Can you shut these doors? Thanks. Anyway, this is just complete nonsense. He is setting out to deceive people, to scare them. There is no downside to immigration. None. I'm going to say that until I'm blue in the face.
In Canada, Australia, all the countries in Europe. So you could say there's 2 billion people, but what's the proportionality? What is the percentage of people being born that are white? Where's the arrow pointing? Where are we?
Who gives a shit? Why do you care if, non-white people are born in the United States? I don't understand. What does this have to do with anything? Why should I care?
going to be in 50 years? In 50 years, there might be an Israel. In 50 years, there isn't
You know
going
what
to
makes
be
me
a
laugh,
white
though?
Christendom.
You don't believe people should get married, right?
I think people.
Right. He doesn't believe in interracial marriage. I think that was the question he was trying to ask. Yes, that's right.
People should get married. I'm a Christian.
But you're basically anti-marriage, really. You've talked about this. You're talking about.
Are we done talking about white genocide?
Well,
and
no,
we're on to marriage now?
I'm coming to the same part because you seem very resistant to the idea of marriage. You've never got married. You've talked very scathingly about henpecked husbands. Just take a look.
That's true.
Guys get to a certain age and they're like, you know what? Women suck. Like, they're talking too much. They're not hot anymore. Like, you're fat, you're chubby, you're not as hot as you think you are. You fucking talk too much, you're a bitch.
So we'll obviously get to the brazen
Preach.
misogyny part of that a little later. But I'm just curious. On the one hand, there's this terrible genocide going on of white people. On the other hand, you want people effectively to stop going near women because they all turn out to be so ghastly. So they shouldn't presumably procreate. So how does that work? I mean, aren't you, with your rhetoric, actively encouraging men not to associate with these ghastly women, therefore not have any more children? Therefore, you are contributing, Nick Fuentes, to the diminishing white population. I'm confused.
I tell my followers to get married all the time. I tell them that it's best for everybody to get married. And I think that's the only way that you can have sex. I think that's the only licit way as a Catholic, as you know, to have sex is within marriage.
Why don't you get married?
Because he's King Incel. He represents the incels. That's why. If he got married, he would lose a lot of credibility among his viewers and listeners or whatever.
I'll get married later. It's been difficult for me because people are shooting at me at my house. I don't know that.
Oh, totally. Yeah. You're such a victim. 100%.
I don't want to have kids and a wife. You know, my wife would be screaming about that. Me, you know, I have to be able to take risks and be able to say these things. It's difficult to bring a family into a life that's like that. But for my followers, I tell them to get married. But what's happening with women?
You literally just told your followers. Well, hang on. In that clip, you literally told followers, women, they get old, they get fat, they get ugly, they get very annoying. So where's the incentive to get married to women? There isn't one. You're actively telling them the opposite.
You're extrapolating a lot.
Just
We can
quoting
complain.
Just quoting you back yourself again.
No, but you're extrapolating and saying, well, you say women are annoying, so therefore, what's the incentive? We have to do it in spite of the fact that they are annoying. We have to do it in spite of the fact that they talk too much.
If women are so insufferable, like, I don't know. This is just so bizarre to me that he views women this way. Women are insufferable. They're annoying. They're loud, and they complain all the time. Like, tell me you're gay without telling me you're gay, right?
We can get them to lose weight. We can put them on peptides. We can get them to the promised land.
Peptides?
But it's going to be
Do you think this view of women may
meantime.
be why none of them want to go near you?
Oh, you should see my DMs. It is quite the opposite. They're called the Groy-bets, and I'm actually batting them away. Granted, not all of them are attractive. Some of them are attractive.
Are
but
you actually?
you'd be
Look, just to
very
clear
wrong
up,
about
just to
that.
clear up one of the many theories about you. I've no idea what the answer is, and you haven't got to answer. But are you actually attracted to women?
The answer, I believe, is no, and there's a basis for that. He has, let's just say he's watched Say Gex on his stream by accident. Let me find it. Let me find his Gex.
And have a great rest of your evening.
Yes, his Say Gex. Here we go. This was on a live stream a while back. This is from 2024, May 17th, 2024.
And have a great rest of your evening.
Americanism, not globalism, will be our credo.
Ready? Buckle up. Again, this was Say Gex. Whoopsie daisy. Just picked a whole bouquet of oopsie daisies on that one, didn't he? After his stream ends, he thinks he stopped streaming, and then this Say Gex pops up. Whoops. Anyway, yeah. So I'm kind of leaning toward maybe he is into saying Gex. I think he's a fan. He later came out and tried to refute it and claimed that he was hacked and, you know, all the typical nonsense that these people who are very obviously gay, which is totally fine, resort to.
I am attracted to women.
You're not gay?
No. But I will say that women are very difficult to be around.
Okay.
So,
you know, okay, this is what I find so funny. I saw a post somewhere recently, Reddit or something, where somebody posted a picture of themselves and they said, why is the ratio of attractive men to attractive women so off? Why are there so many more attractive men than women? And there's a pretty simple, straightforward answer to that. The answer is the ratio is not off, actually. It's roughly the same number. And if you're finding, you know, if you find a lot of men to be very attractive, then there's probably a good reason for that. Which is perfectly fine, of course. I just want you to be who you are, that's all.
there's that.
And do you think they should have the right to vote?
I do not, no.
Women shouldn't be allowed to vote, he says. Damn.
Absolutely not.
They should stay at home?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
See, basically, you're just a misogynist old dinosaur, aren't you? For a young guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I'm the boomer. I know I'm the boomer here, but actually, you're a 27-year-old dinosaur, aren't you? Aren't you, Nick Fuentes? All women.
I am.
All women are annoying. All women grow
fossil.
old. They all get fat. Says the.
Like I said, if you find the ratio of attractiveness that off, if you are that annoyed by women, if you think that many women are ugly and unattractive and everything, you may not be entirely straight. You know, it's like, just come on, admit it. Just be honest about it, please. Tell us you're an incel because you're gay. I'm begging you.
Guy, have you ever had sex?
No.
No, he hasn't. Yeah, he's King Incel. He brands himself as like King Incel.
Absolutely not.
Wow, says the guy who's never got laid. Wow.
That's the thing, though. You boomers, it's
Do you think
always
you're an
get
expert
laid,
in women,
free love.
given you've never got laid?
Yeah, we are going back to the Stone Age. You're absolutely right. This, you know, you're talking about empathy and your kids are empathetic and they would never laugh at a joke about the Holocaust and you're a misogynist. You're a simp yourself. You're totally henpecked. That's the problem. So we are going back to the way
Let me play
things were.
another clip of yours about women.
Wait, I'm sorry. I don't understand. He's henpecked. In what way? How? Why do you say that? What's the basis for that? Is it just because he likes women?
A lot of women.
Yeah, somebody says, percentage of guys I find attractive, 0. Yeah, me too. I don't understand. Like, if the ratio is off like that, then it's probably because you're gay, and that's perfectly fine. But I literally can't, like, tell if somebody is attractive. I have trouble telling. I mean, I couldn't even put a number on it when I see a dude. And when I try to put a number on it, oftentimes it's an incorrect number. Like, I'll ask somebody else, and they'll be like, oh, yeah, you know, an 8 or a 9 or whatever. And I just don't understand. I don't see it. I just don't. There's no, like, attraction there at all for me. You know, I try to connect with it, and it's just not possible. So if Nick Fuentes doesn't seem to see, like, the attractiveness or the benefit, or doesn't seem interested in women at all, you know, at the very least, at bare minimum, he's ace, I would say, right? He's asexual. At least. but almost certainly, yeah, like straight up gay, I would guess.
Want to be raped. And when I say
Sorry, step back here.
a lot of women want to be raped. And when I say raped, I mean like, that sounds bad when I say it like that. But there's like a lot of women that really want a guy to beat the shit out of them. But also they have to pretend, but part of it is they have to pretend like they don't.
You think? Trust me, nobody wants a guy to beat the shit out of them. And the fact that he would say such a thing is revealing. Tells us all we need to know about him, right?
Women want to be raped, do you?
That's what the studies show, Piers. That is what these statistics say.
But that's what you believe,
They
is
have
it?
fantasies. They have
Yes, fantasies and actually, like reality, actually doing this stuff or experiencing this, very different things. Two very different things. And he's saying that people want to directly experience this, like in real life, actually. He is a disgusting human being, dude, really.
Fantasies about it. I don't think that they want to actually get raped, but there's a study out there. Get ready for this. It says 62% of women have rape fantasies. And if you read anything that they're reading, if you watched what they're watching, what do you think 50 Shades of Grey is about? What do you think Twilight is about? I mean,
I haven't read 50 Shades of Grey, but I've seen Twilight, and that has nothing to do with it, does it? I don't understand.
That's just true.
You think women want to have the shit beaten out of them, as you said?
Yeah, and it's very disturbing, but it's true.
Do you think your views on women might change if you actually ever had a relationship with one or had sex and actually had a proper relationship? I mean, people say the reason you're so angry about women is you're basically an incel.
I think he's just a voluntary celibate, but yeah, he is king of the incels, one might say. Yeah.
Well, I'm not angry about it.
You sound very angry. You sound very, very angry about women. They get
I'm passionate. It's an issue.
You're
I'm
not passionate.
about.
You're sounding very bitter about women, as if women have done a terrible disservice to you. But when you don't have relationships, you don't have sex, when are they doing these terrible things to you that's made you so hateful towards women? I'm really curious.
I don't think that was a hateful clip. I think I was laughing. I said they want men to beat the shit out of them. And that's just true. I mean, when you look at the state of
it's really not true.
Modern women, all they do is lay in their bed, doom scroll. They're chilling out. They're getting a little fat. It is what it is. I don't know what the average weight is.
What are you even talking about? He's like drawing this bizarre stereotype that is not representative of women. Certainly not as a whole. I mean, maybe a couple of women out there sit there and get fat and doom scroll, but everybody has hobbies. Everybody has stuff that they like to do and watch and things they're interested in or whatever. I don't understand.
But they're getting a little heavy. And any guy that is playing the field these days will tell you that. I mean, and I know a lot of the Chads. I am an incel. I'm friends with a lot of Chads like Bradley Martin, Clavicular. They agree with me. You know?
Oh God, Clavicular. I don't know Clavicular. I have heard the name though, and this is only the second time I've ever heard the name. Interesting. I have to look into this person.
There's sort of like this alliance between the guys that don't have sex and the guys that get the most sex. We know what women are about. It's the guys in the middle. Guys like you in the middle. It's the beta male orbiters that say, she's amazing. You're a misogynistic pig. Because I don't know what that is. I guess.
Well, come on. Let me explain to you what I think it is. I think when a 27-year-old guy who's never got laid, never had a meaningful relationship with a woman, says that women shouldn't be allowed to vote, they should stay at home, that all they do is fantasize about being raped and being beaten up, that's what they want, that they're annoying, that they get fat, that they get ugly. That's a misogynist. Now, you may not understand it because your knowledge of women is so incredibly tiny.
Yeah, limited for sure.
But actually, you...
Like Donald Trump's vocabulary, very limited.
You are the embodiment of a misogynist. It couldn't be clearer. And if I was in a way, you have the deep-rooted misogyny of some of the actual boomers I know. Yet here you are, 27 years old. And most of the current studies show that a lot of men are really disenfranchised from society, no longer have physical relationships with women if they've ever had them, never associate with women, and build up instinctively misogynist views about women. And I fear you're in that position. You're just a bit of a lonely guy who wants to get laid and can't.
I don't believe so. No, I think anybody at this size, at this level of notoriety, could get laid for sure and be in a relationship if he chose. The problem is not that he can't be in a relationship. The problem is that he's choosing not to be in a relationship because I believe that he's gay. I mean, yeah, there are a lot of people who would try to get with you at a certain size. And it's not just like women who do this. You know, people in my comments and in my Discord and everything else all over the place are always flirting with me and hitting on me and everything and trying to, you know, get in conversation with me and everything else. And it's almost entirely, but not completely, gay dudes. I am like catnip to gay dudes. I don't know what it is, but I'm like their favorite thing. And along with the gay dudes comes a lot of women who are hitting on me a lot. I mean, that's just part of the territory. When there's a parasocial relationship, there's a power imbalance, a power dynamic that exists there that should never, ever be abused. So it would be 100% completely and totally inappropriate to have a relationship with these people, obviously. And I never have. But they're out there, and they're trying to get into relationships with famous people like Nick Fuentes. And I guarantee that the majority of messages, DMs that Nick gets are gay dudes. 100% guarantee. That's the majority of messages I get. And I don't advertise myself as gay. I'm not close to gay in any way. Nick Fuentes is gay adjacent at bare minimum, right? Why am I like catnip to gay dudes? I want to know. Somebody give me an answer. All right, let's continue.
Whatever reason. And it's made you bitter about women. And I don't know where that's come from, but it's fascinating.
No. See, here's the thing. First of all, you're very caught up in the labels. It's always, you're a racist, you're a misogynist.
You said you
these
were
words
a racist.
mean nothing to me. Oh, hang on. Whoa, can I respond?
You gave yourself.
Well, that's what he said. That's what you said, Nick. Those are the words that you used. You said, I am a racist. I claim that title.
What's the label?
What is this?
You said, I am a racist. I didn't give you the label.
Okay.
You said, Nick Fuentes, I am a racist.
Calm down. Calm down.
Did you or didn't you?
It's okay.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
so
here's
I didn't give you the label. You did.
Why are you yelling at me?
Because you just lost, Nick, obviously, you dumb son of a bitch. You just lost that exchange, claiming to be a victim when you yourself took that title. You did that. I don't think I'm going to be able to finish this today, sadly. 1:30. Yeah, well, we're close. Check it out. Clipchimp finished processing the video. Here you go. So it has a title suggestion based on the text. Piers Morgan confronts Nick Fuentes on racist rhetoric and Holocaust denial. Save. I like that one. Now let me open an editor, and it has it should have markers all through it for particularly interesting spots. Let's just jump to one. Makes derogatory and dehumanizing statements about women's physical appearance.
Nick Fuentes. All women. All women are annoying. All women grow old. They all get fat. Says the guy. Have you?
See, and here, check this one out. We could just jump to anything. Expresses admiration for Adolf Hitler and defends this position as factual rather than morally reprehensible.
You think Hitler was very fucking cool?
Yes, I do.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
That's cool, right? The program. I love what I've created here. You can also search a transcript for literally anything. Let's see. Let's search for Hitler. And you can jump to the spot. These are all the results for the entire conversation. Let's jump here.
What you say about Hitler.
See? That's awesome, right? I love it. I love it so much. I'm so proud of this program that I wrote. And I actually designed it basically so that we could watch it here in this.
So therefore, what's the incentive?
And I can pause and I can step back and the timeline will even go away after a second. Let's watch it in here. Let's continue here. This is at 1:30:14. 1:30:14. Let's jump here. Yeah.
You did.
Why are you yelling at me?
Because you're trying
Why
to
are you
infer
screaming at
something
me?
that didn't happen. You said, I gave you the label of being a racist. No, you did. You said, I'm a racist. You
Okay.
gave yourself the label.
You're going to have to tone it down a little, all right? You're going to
Yeah, this is what people do when they're losing a debate. They say, why are you freaking out? Why are you losing it? You're crashing out. It's a strategy, and it's kind of an underhanded, dirty strategy.
have to bring it down a notch and relax. This is just an interview, okay? Please.
Owen, as a straight guy, I can at least say you're an attractive and intelligent guy, and you don't talk down to the LGBT community. I imagine that's why. That could be. Yeah, that's very possible. Maybe they think they can get me, you know? Maybe they're like, well, maybe this time.
Tone it down a little, all right? You're going to have to bring it down a notch and relax. This is just an interview, okay? Please calm down.
Yeah, this is a dirty debate tactic. When you've lost, this is what you do. When you know that you've screwed the proverbial pooch, if you will, this is how you bring it back. You accuse your opponent of freaking out.
All I said is you're hung up. I didn't say you gave me that. Maybe I did.
You did.
But here's what I mean. What I mean is, okay. What I mean is you're just hung up on proving you're a misogynist. Okay, you're a racist. Okay, you denied the Holocaust. And I'm not about the labels,
You
man.
didn't deny
I'm
the
just
Holocaust.
past that.
As I said to you, look, Nick, as I said to you, I just wanted to go over the stuff that you know everyone uses out there about you and get you to respond. And we are getting, I think, a long way in this interview. Right?
Okay.
You didn't deny the Holocaust. You accepted there's been a Holocaust of at least 6 million Jews.
I'm a maximalist. I'm a Holocaust.
That is significant.
I think it's more.
You did admit you're a racist.
It's not more. It is exactly what everybody says it is. All the scholars, all the researchers, they say it's about 6 million Jews that died in the Holocaust. That's what it is. It's not more. God.
And you have spelled
That's
out
true.
a thought process about women, which is the purest definition of misogyny that I've ever seen. And you've said you're not gay. So we're getting somewhere.
Yeah. Well, look, and I own the labels, okay? But I
Okay.
just don't care that much about them.
That's fine.
I feel like the whole.
I'm not saying
this
you
is
have-
like a weird.
I'm not saying you
Yeah, go
have to
ahead.
care. Nick, you don't have to care about any of it. I promise you. Right? That's not why I got you on the show. I wanted to give you a fair crack, which I think I have. We've gone over a lot.
You shouldn't have given him a fair crack in the first place.
Of stuff. We've got a bit more to go on. I genuinely don't think I've ambushed you with anything you couldn't have been expecting.
No.
I don't think I've been
not at
overtly
all.
hostile. In fact, when you've asked me to calm down, I've calmed down. I don't want.
Yeah, it's such a dirty debate tactic, dude. I can't believe Piers Morgan fell for this in the first place. Please.
want to have a hostile, angry, shouty match with you. I simply want you to spell out exactly what you've meant about all these things, and people can then be the judge of them. So let's take another break, and we'll come back and talk about Donald Trump, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and others.
Interesting. All right. Well, I'm going to jump forward now. See, here. This is where it starts again. Looks like. Actually, let me put a marker in. I can, this is my program, Clipchamp. I can zoom in, and I can use my highlight tool to find where sections are. So the break starts here. Or ends there, I mean. And where does it start? It starts right here. So I've highlighted the section. Now I can hit M for marker. Commercial break. Save. And I can cut it out later if I want as well. All right, let's continue. Whoop, I'm using the highlight tool still rather than cursor. All right, let's continue.
Okay, back with Nick Fuentes. You began your show in 2017, the same year as Trump was inaugurated for his first term in office. You supported him at that time, but you've grown increasingly disillusioned, I think it'd be fair to say. Let's play a recent clip from you about Trump.
We played this game in the first term. We're 10 years in. And you still have these people, I hate to say it, but they're just like in denial. And they're like, okay, everybody, let's all go on Twitter and let's tell Trump, don't screw over your voters. Okay. Hey, Trump, don't hire John Ratcliffe in the CIA. Like, what are we doing? We lost. It's over. The time to make demands was during the election when he needed the votes. He's a lame duck president. He doesn't need anything from us. He's not even on Twitter. He's on Truth Social. So what are you talking about? We're going to all rally and tell him, don't hire yet another neocon?
Now, over the weekend, you posted this on X. You said performative cruelty is the perfect phrase to characterize the Trump admin.
Absolutely. And Nick Fuentes loves that. He wants more of that. 100%.
And the mood of the MAGA movement. In order to compensate for his compromises and failures, Trump has to fall back on mean-spiritedness to appeal to the basest instincts of its followers. It's really sad. I mean, do you think you're the best person, Nick Fuentes, to lecture people about performative cruelty?
Why? Are you accusing me of being cruel? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
How am I cruel?
I mean, he wants effectively a new Holocaust. He wants mass deportation and feels that what Trump has been doing is not mass deportation. He says that this is mild compared to what he wants. He wants to take women's rights away. He wants, I mean, literally, like actually take their right to vote away, take their right to have a bank account or own credit cards or a home. He wants to take that shit away from women. Holy shit, dude. He is about as cruel as they come, yes, obviously.
You're cruel about black people. You're cruel about women. I mean, you're cruel about a lot of people, and you're very performative.
Okay. I don't think I'm performative. If anything, everyone else is performative. I'm authentic.
Uh-huh.
You know, whatever you want to say about me, it's real. It's from the gut. But yes, I do think it's performative. And what I mean by that is, you know, when they're doing the deportations, they know the deportations are not where the base wants them to be. They deported, the figures are disputed, but from my data, it's 300,000 in the year, which is not a massive deportation. They know the base is unhappy with that. So what do? The deportations that they are carrying out, they do a big spectacle and they arrest everybody and they film it and they put a hype at it. And there's a meanness in there. They played that song, I think from Sabrina Carpenter or something, and they make it a joke. They make it glib. And they do that because they're not delivering on the promise. So they compensate by doing it meaner, edgier, more mean-spirited so that the base will overlook the fact that it's not happening. And I think that's by definition performative cruelty. You can call me a hypocrite, but it's definitely true about what they're doing in the administration.
Absolutely, yes. It is 100% performative cruelty on Trump's part. And Nick Fuentes doesn't want performative cruelty. He just wants cruelty. He's a true believer, seemingly. He wants to cleanse the United States of dirty blood. You know, that's like his mindset here. That's what he's shooting for. It's about as disturbing as it gets, for real.
You went to see Trump at Mar-a-Lago with Ye for dinner. What was that like?
It was very interesting. They're my two heroes. Ye is my hero. Trump is my hero. Even though he's very disappointing, I still a personal hero of mine. And he's a remarkable person. It was a great conversation. We got along pretty well. He liked me. I liked him. It was a love fest.
I mean, he got attacked afterwards for supping with the white supremacist devil. I mean, do you accept you are a white supremacist?
No.
Are you serious? You can't be real. Why would you say no to this? You are very obviously a white supremacist when you say things like this. Hold on, let me find it. Oh, that's a problem. If I want to use Clippy while I'm watching this, then I have to... Let me write this down so I can fix this later. Make it so I can open my clips library while I have Ripple Cut open. I didn't even think about that. Hang on. Fuentes racism. See here.
Anytime you talk.
Hackers.
All of the. I'm a new generation.
There. That's it.
I'm a new generation of white person. I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. You know, I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry. It's racial for me. And call me racist. Oh, very Christian of you. I don't give a fuck.
That's Nick Fuentes. How can you possibly say that you are anything other than a racist shit with something like that?
Oh, absolutely not.
Except you are a white supremacist?
You're a white supremacist, obviously.
No, absolutely not.
You don't think white people are superior to black people?
No, I'm a Christian, so I believe everybody is equal before God.
Including women?
Yes.
So you give women equal rights then?
No.
Great.
No.
Great. Okay. So you just talked a lot of bullshit, didn't you?
No. Why are you mad about this? No.
You want women to be treated equally before God, but you don't want to give them equal rights.
Yeah, because women and men are different.
Look,
do you believe there are two genders?
It's your view.
Do you think there's two genders?
I do think there are two genders, yes.
Okay. And so you mean there's distinction. There are two distinct genders.
I think we should all have the same rights to...
Well, if they're meaningfully distinct, biologically distinct, and they have different social and biological roles, I think it would follow that we would treat them a little bit differently in the law.
Why? And roles, when you say roles, what do you even mean by that? Do you mean like roles in the home? Like you can live your traditional conservative moral life however you want to live it, but they should be equal in the eyes of the law, obviously.
Do you think the Catholic Church's teachings reflect that?
I do. Yeah, there's no female priests. Have you ever seen that?
Do you think that the Catholic Church thinks all women should be deprived of the vote?
Yeah, I think so.
No, they don't.
I think they do, yeah.
You think the Catholic Church position is women shouldn't be allowed to vote?
Let's find out what the official position is. These two are both Catholics. The Catholic Church thinks women shouldn't be allowed to vote. Let's see if we can get an answer to this. A little toasty up in this piece. What's the temperature outside? It's 43. Jeez, hold on. 1 second. Set it down to 70. No, this is false. Historical context. Early 20th century, the church did not take an official position on the question of women's suffrage yet. On the question of women's suffrage. Yet the majority of clergy adopted an oppositional stance. 1919 is when suffrage took place in America and in Germany simultaneously. They formed out a new constitution in Germany and added women's suffrage to it when they did. After World War I. The Roman Catholic Church was the religious group that most consistently opposed women's suffrage. During the suffrage era, but this was never official doctrine, just the predominant attitude of clergy at the time. The current church teaching, the church has explicitly supported women's right to vote in civil elections for decades. Catholic Church was originally wary of voting at all, be it for men or women, since male voting is also a recent phenomenon in human history. But once women gained the right to vote, this is something that the church supported and can be seen in Pope Pius XII, who said in 1945, he was the Pope during World War II, that it's a strict obligation on all who are entitled to vote. That's interesting. Yeah, Pope Pius XI was the Pope in the first half during the Nazi era in Germany, and he died February 10th, 1939, I believe. His Secretary of State, Pacelli, became Pope Pius XII shortly after that, and did a lot of, he helped Hitler in a lot of ways to appease. He had a policy of appeasement, basically. And that's why John Cornwall wrote a book titled Hitler's Pope, because he appeased him a lot. Anyway, Pius XII also died with hiccups. He had hiccups for literal years and couldn't stop them. He had surgeries, he took experimental medicines, whatever it took to stop him, and it just never worked. Kind of crazy. Anyway, the point is that the Catholic Church is openly in favor of women's suffrage.
I think so, yeah,
No.
but I'm not positive.
No, it's bullshit.
Oh, it should be.
It should be. So if you were Pope, that's what you do. You could be Pope because you're celibate.
That's true. And I'm also from Chicago, like the Pope. But look,
Right.
I mean, women, it says in the Bible that women have no authority over men, and they can't teach men. And that's why there's no female priests.
That verse was actually added later, fascinatingly. That's not originally in the Bible. Jesus invited all into his circle, men, women alike. But they added that section later because they were conservatives. Like, people added it to the Bible after it was already written, fascinatingly.
There's a lot of
So I
things in
don't
the
think the
Bible.
Catholic-
I mean, do you take every
Okay.
word of the Bible as sacrosanct?
Well, yeah, it's inspired scripture.
That's all of
But I
it
mean,
is
is this now
all of it is
a
sacrosanct.
theological debate? Well, it is Catholic doctrine that women should not lead and teach. I mean, you're not interacting with what I'm saying. Why can't women be priests?
They should be.
Okay, well, you're not Catholic. That's not a Catholic
I am
position.
a Catholic. Many things I disagree with the Catholic Church.
Okay. Well, that kind of is contrary because the whole
Oh,
basis
really?
of being Catholic is
No.
accepting.
You
Yes,
can be,
it's
you can
accepting
be
the
a member-
authority of
you
the
can-
pontiff.
You can be.
Oh, you know what else you can do with Clipchimp? Again, I'm not even selling it right now. I think it's really cool and I'm really proud of it. You can find a spot. See, 138.51. Let me zoom out on the timeline. Zoom back in so I can find where I was. The scroll bar, you can drag out the handles to zoom in or out. That's pretty cool. I'm really proud of that. And these are actual, what you're looking at is actual waveforms. That was really hard to accomplish as well. But anyway, you can highlight a section. Let me put a marker. Current position. Save. Now that marker is there and I can jump to it if I find it here. Anyway, I can highlight a section like so, and I can hit Command E and export the current timeline selection like so. Export one clip. Successfully exported. Now it's in my clips library and it's saved on my hard drive, and I can go to it and play it anytime I want. That's pretty fucking cool. I am so proud of this program. I love it to death. And I cannot wait to, wait, what the hell is happening? Did I just... That's weird. Yeah. Anyway, I'm really happy with it. Let's continue. Sorry. I got a little distracted there. Let me zoom out. Where the hell's my cursor? My cursor keeps disappearing. There it is.
Be a member of a religion and disagree with parts of that religion. Perfectly reasonable.
You could be, well, yeah, I mean, you could say
Unless you're an
that, but it wouldn't
extremist.
be true.
If you're an extremist, you can't.
Okay.
Obviously, you never deviate.
That's just not rigorous.
You never
That's just
deviate if you're an
sloppy.
extremist. But even the
That's just
Constitution,
sloppy.
even the Constitution's been amended. Was it 27 times? People talk about
26, I think.
this sacrosanct document. It's
Oh
like
my-
it's been amended
Oh
27
my
times.
goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my, this is not rigorous intellectually. This is very,
Just
this is
a statement of
tabloid
fact.
theology. Okay. But it's fine. Where were we? We're talking about Trump and somehow
well,
we got
on
into
Trump,
you're
look,
white
on Tru-
knighting for
on-
women's rights.
On Trump, well, I think women should have the same rights as you and I. You don't. That's fine.
Put on the pink hat.
That's not fine. Don't say that's fine, Piers. It's not. It's fucking evil and backwards and is dragging us back into the Stone Age.
Bro, put on the pink hat. We're waiting.
What's the pink hat for?
Oh, you know, the Women's March 2019, they had the pink hats when they marched through the streets.
For the Women's March, are we going to see you at the Women's March protesting for women's rights and all that?
I think women should have equal rights to men. Period.
You carry tampons in case your female friends get a period or something? Like,
Well, I mean, that's just polite. I don't know. What's the downside? I mean, I don't do that. I've never even thought about that, but I don't understand what point he's trying to make here. Is that bad?
It's crazy.
Van Bragg says, as you should be. It's a pretty cool system you built up. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Period.
You carry tampons in case your female friends get a period or something? Like, it's crazy. The white knighting is
I'd have no problem
diabolical.
giving a female friend a tampon, would you? Have you ever? I don't suppose you've ever seen a tampon.
You know, and he's probably never had a female friend, honestly.
Gross. Absolutely not.
You
Get that away
you think
from me.
tampons are gross?
Yeah, they're
Really?
filled with period blood. Yeah.
Dude, oh my God, it's so stupid, dude. It is so stupid. Oh my God, this argument is so fucking stupid. I gotta highlight this. I gotta take this one down. Nick Fuentes thinks are safe. And now later, if I want, I can hit Command E again. And I can export all my markers that I've highlighted. I have 3 here. I can highlight all of them. Hit export clips. I don't want to right now. But yeah.
Absolutely not.
You
Get that away
you think
from me.
tampons are gross?
Yeah, they're filled with period blood.
Dude, this is so incredibly fucking stupid. Like, this is base level fucking stupid, dude.
Yeah, it's kind of gross.
Wow.
Are you into that? You like that? You,
Have you ever
have
seen
a lot
it?
of tampons?
I don't think you've ever seen it, have you?
I've seen them. I've
Oh,
seen
you
them
have?
before.
You've been that close
Yeah.
to a woman? Really?
Oh my God, dude, that's good. I love that. That's fantastic. Oh, that was a sick fucking burn.
No, I've seen them. Look,
No, tell us, Nick. Tell us more about where you've seen them, please.
Close to a woman? Really?
No, I've seen them. Look, I
You've seen
I
videos?
used to live with women, so I've seen them around the house.
I bet you've seen videos, haven't you?
What? What are we doing here, Piers?
I'm not sure.
Embarrassing the fucking shit out of him. That's what.
Really hate that.
I'm not sure,
You're
Nick.
more impressed that I'm a misogynist than you are about anything. It's
Not
very
really.
revealing.
I'm actually more exercised about your blatant, self-admitted racism than I'm about anything. But the misogyny runs a close second. Let me ask you about Tucker Carlson, because you had a long sit down with Tucker Carlson, in which he was oddly, I like Tucker. We get on well. I was with him last week in London, but he gave me a harder time than he gives you. And then afterwards, he was more critical. And then you said this about Tucker.
He's a handler. He handles people. That's what he does. He's a fucking liar and a handler. He goes around telling people, I don't know anything. I don't know. Oh, I know nothing. I don't even have a phone. I am just a clueless tourist. I just travel to all these countries and, you know.
Yeah, Tucker does play dumb a lot, and it's insufferable and bullshit and fake and annoying. I can't stand it. But he did go really easy on Nick Fuentes. He also, Tucker oftentimes pretends to be like a clueless idiot and just diving into this subject for the very first time in his life, when it's very obvious he has a plot, a goal in mind that he wants to convince people of, or a position, or whatever the fuck. And it's so insufferable, dude, that he fakes so often these positions.
I don't trust him. And I don't care, you know, maybe that alienates me from people in the conservative movement. I don't care. I'm not going to be a part of it. I'm not going to be a party to whatever that is. Whatever that CIA bullshit is, I'm not going to be a part of it. So, you know, now that I've heard enough from Tucker and I've heard enough from other people and I've seen enough, this guy's not who he says he is.
That's totally true. I agree.
Not an ally. Stay the fuck away from me. You're weird, dude. You're weird.
See, what would have been great is if you'd said that to him when you were sitting opposite him.
Well, when I was sitting opposite him at the dinner and in the interview, he was nothing but nice. He was very nice to me and very cordial, and he didn't call me an anti-Semite, and he didn't even press me on it at all. And I thought he would, and I almost wanted him to. He was nothing but nice, and we had a great time. We had a really great dinner, really great interview, and I felt really good about it. And the next week on my show, I said, he really surprised me. He's great. And then every interview he's done since, all he does is call me an anti-Semite. He goes, well, I hate his anti-Semitism, and, I wonder why people like him.
Yeah, that was fascinating to me. Tucker definitely backed off of supporting Nick Fuentes, and that was very odd and unexpected. Like somebody got to him. Maybe the Jews got to him.
And so I just think that's two-faced. So after that experience, it kind of turned me off. I didn't like that, but he's going to do what he's going to do. He's still a nice guy, but I think he's two-faced.
What about Candace Owens? You had a sit down with her. She called you out on a few of your more incendiary comments. You've been attacking her quite virulently recently. What's going on there?
Well, it's me and her. We're so complicated. We're on and off. It's very passionate on both sides.
Okay, that's not how I would describe it, but...
I think there's this intense desire to be friends. But
okay, he's obviously making an implication here, right? He's obviously implying that they have a thing going.
But a frustration where we disagree with each other. There's a rivalry. But I thought we were going to have a friendly conversation, and then she kind of did the same thing. We're going to go on a show during the war with Iran. We're literally in the middle of a war. And she texted me the day before the United States bombed Fort O. And she said, would you like to come on my show? I said, absolutely. I said, is this going to be about Iran? She goes, I don't do setups. I said, yeah, let's do it. I come on the show, and then she's like got this weird hostile demeanor. She's doing the clip thing. Then she puts it behind a paywall. It was ridiculous. So that really was not nice. And then I think this whole Charlie Kirk thing, I think she's gone insane. I think she's absolutely lost her mind.
That's fascinating to me. Yes, she's accusing Israel of murdering Charlie Kirk, and Turning Points USA of being in on it and everything is wild.
So I feel sorry for her husband.
Oh boy. Her husband is white, a white supremacist, and also the owner of Parler, believe it or not.
What did you feel when Charlie Kirk was assassinated? Where were you when you heard about it?
I was at my house, and a friend of mine who was actually at the event texted me and said, Charlie got shot. I said, who? He said, Charlie Kirk. I said, oh my gosh, that's terrible. And honestly, it was devastating. I didn't like Charlie Kirk at all. And we had an intense rivalry, and he hated me. But honest to God, I was devastated. I was emotionally affected by it. I didn't even do a show that night because I was beside myself.
Beside yourself, I bet.
So it was rough. I mean, it was hard to watch.
When you say you were beside yourself, I mean, you hated him.
Let me actually drop a marker in here as well. Oh, there's already a marker from the analysis. What is this marker? Reference. Oh, okay. It's already done. Never mind. References Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's what I was shooting for.
I don't hate anybody. I didn't hate him, but I really didn't like him. I intensely disliked him, and I didn't agree with him.
He called you vermin, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, he hated me also.
But you were still beside yourself when you heard what happened to him.
I was. I thought it was disgusting what was done to him, and it was tragic, and it was horrifying.
Do you fear an attack like that on yourself? Have you upped your own security?
I sure as shit would. Yes, absolutely. If I attended like debates or conferences, well, I attend conferences, let me rephrase. If I attended debates and, like appearances, talks, that's the word I was looking for, talks. If I did talks and stuff all over the place, I would absolutely be worried. Yes, 100%. And I do intend to be on like a talk circuit sometime in the near future, but.
Because of this, because your profile's got exponentially higher since what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I have increased my security, and but something similar like that happened to me. Someone came to my house with a gun about a year ago, almost exactly.
They did. That's true.
trying to kill me, and he was shot and killed in my alleyway.
Not sure about that. I haven't heard about that. Let me put this marker down. Fuentes talks about the guy who showed up to his house with a gun.
So I've had increased security for a while. It's a bad time out there. And I do believe it was a left-wing person that killed him. I think it was a left-wing person that tried to kill me.
He's saying that now because it looked like it was a groyper at first. I don't think it was a groyper that came after Charlie Kirk, but it looked like it.
So, yeah, I take it very seriously.
Elon Musk said on his X platform that you're a Fed, that you're a paid-up hire of the government. Is that true?
No.
100. You've never worked for the government in any capacity.
I've never talked to federal law enforcement. And actually, I've testified to that fact under oath when I was subpoenaed by the Congress. People leave that part out. But I got subpoenaed, I think, in January 2022.
Probably from his role in January 6th.
I think it was. And I was deposed by the subcommittee, the House Select Subcommittee on January 6th. And they asked me, did you speak with any federal law enforcement? And under oath, I said, no, I've never had contact with them. I've never turned over devices. So no, absolutely not.
There's been footage that's come out again this week. This is you at the January the 6th riots. Let's take a look.
It appears we are taking the Capitol back.
I've never actually seen this before. Actually, I'm going to put a marker down for this as well. That's interesting. Oops. Footage of Nick Fuentes at January 6th. Now, when I search in Clipchimp for a video like of Nick Fuentes at January 6th or whatever, it will pop up this video, and I will be able to find it in the analysis section. So is this him in the front with the MAGA hat and the mask?
This Capitol belongs to us. The police are evacuating the Capitol.
Dude, what the hell is that flag? I've never seen that before. White, there's no blue on it, and the stripes are the wrong direction?
So you're heard there shouting down your loud hailer, break down the barriers and disregard the police. The Capitol belongs to us now. What did you mean by that?
Well, I mean, it's obvious. Like, why are you even asking this stupid question?
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. The Capitol belongs to the people.
Disregard the police. So you don't support law and order?
No, I support law and order. But on that day, the police were brutal. The police killed somebody, Ashley Babbitt.
She deserved it. She was in there attacking people. She was trying to get to Mike Pence, and his security warned her to get away, and she refused and climbed through the window anyway. She deserved it. She had that coming. Maybe not deserved it. She had that coming. That was a direct consequence of her actions.
And, you know, they were throwing people off of the rafters. They killed multiple people. So
when disregarding the police is the first step to anarchy, isn't it?
Well, I think the first step to anarchy is when the government rigs the election, which is what happened.
No, it isn't what happened, and he knows that. He is so completely and totally full of shit, dude.
That is when the government loses its legitimacy, and its enforcers, consequently, do also.
Well,
that's exactly what happened in 2020.
There is no evidence the government rigged the election. You know that. You're a bright guy.
Well, let's talk about it. You want to talk about the election of 2020?
Yeah. I think Trump lost it fair and square. I think he fought the wrong argument about the stolen election. I've said to him, to his face,
I agree.
The argument he should have said is that the deliberate suppression of things like the Hunter Biden laptop scandal.
Oh, give it a fucking rest, dude. What does Hunter Biden have to do with literally anything? Why do we care about the Hunter Biden laptop, first of all? Second, it was clear as day a Russian psyop, right? It was brought to a blind computer repairman who couldn't identify the person by face. Really? And it conveniently, the hard drive never leaked at any point. It was just pictures and stuff, just hacks. Stuff that could have been obtained through hacks. Come on. It's clear as day what it was.
From the media, by social media, by big tech, was actually a deliberate attempt to subvert the result of the election. And that's a much better argument because it's undeniable.
Give it a rest, dude, please.
When the New York Post that had that exclusive were basically shadow banned off all social media for the 2 weeks before the election, that was an absolute...
That's not true. They were banned for releasing hacked materials for 24 hours. 24 hours. And then reinstated nearly instantly. This is just a lie. Why is he engaging in this lie?
Absolute disgrace. And if I was Donald Trump, I would focus on that as being my main argument that that election was slanted against him. When he goes off into saying that there was widespread rigging and voter systems were wrong, we've litigated all this now through various court cases. Various Republican judges have ruled there was no rigging of that kind. In fact, the American election system is accepted by most people around the world as being one of the best in the world, one of the most reliable. So I just think he fought the wrong argument. If he said the deliberate suppression of damaging stories to the Bidens, which could have swung the election, was outrageous and unacceptable, I'm 100% behind him. But by building this
just absurd,
spurious argument that it was all rigged through voting systems and so on, he lost me.
Well, I agree about the voting systems, but, you know, when they went into the machines, I think that was ridiculous.
Oh, my God. Nobody did that. Jesus Christ.
However, what has to be accounted for is that in 2016, 35% of the votes were cast by mail. By 2020, it was 70% because of the pandemic. So you doubled the amount of votes that happened by mail. They call
why does that matter?
That in-person early voting. They called it a variety of different things. And the other thing that they changed is they solicited the mail-in ballots. So they sent ballots to people's houses.
That's a good thing. Higher voter turnout is good.
And once you do that, I mean, you have absentee balloting normally, but it's a process. You got to give your social security number, your ID.
No, that's not what happened. They solicited votes for people who were already registered voters. Sent it to the address that they had on file. And their signatures had to match. Everything had to match for them to actually vote by mail. It was perfectly secure.
Send it to you. There's regulations in place. This is an election where they double the amount of mail-in votes, and they sent ballots to people's houses. And when you do that, you break the chain of custody. So they send the ballot.
Give it a fucking rest, dude. Again, they compared signatures for mail-in ballots and for every other ballot. If your signature didn't match, they threw it out. And they did get some cases of voter fraud. Almost exclusively MAGA voting on behalf of like their dead parent or whatever, and didn't realize that they checked the signatures against what they had on the voter rolls.
Out, and then they tell people return it at a 24-hour ballot drop site that's unsupervised. There's thousands of them, and they're going to hope that all the ballots that find their way into these drop boxes were filled out by the person that the ballot was intended for. And I know that didn't happen. I'll tell you why. My uncle has been dead for 26 years. He got a ballot in 2020. It was
They check signatures, though, obviously.
Mailed to my parents' house. And you know
and actually, I doubt it. They kick people off of voter rolls pretty regularly. 26 years is a long-ass time. I seriously doubt that he had an uncle on the voter rolls for 26 years. I'm sorry. I just don't buy it.
That was happening in nursing homes. You know that was happening in apartment buildings.
But you also know that every independent body that has looked at this has concluded there was no widespread rigging, that it was a free and fair election and Trump lost. And the bottom line is he should stop going on about it anyway, because he won back the White House in 2024. By your, I mean,
well,
as you have been so keen
argument.
to tell me, move on, right? No one wants to look back too far.
That's a separate argument. I mean, you can say that he should stop talking about it, but whether it was rigged or not is actually relevant to what happened on January 6th.
It wasn't.
Because what happened on J 6 is people were outraged about it. People were furious that, by the way, there's never been an independent ballot audit in all the states.
There were independent ballot counts in the swing states, particularly in Arizona. And Biden got more votes than originally believed when they did an independent count. All 50 states? Why would there need to be one in all 50 states? Nobody doubts that Texas went red. Okay, everybody knows that that was likely to happen. Nobody doubts California went blue. Everyone knows that. The swing states that were up in the air were recounted multiple times, even by independent counters.
Where there was alleged to be rigging, that has not happened. And
yes, it has. That's just a lie.
Certainly it did not happen up until January 6th. And people said, this is ridiculous. They're stealing it. You know, there was
if
that
people,
red
honestly,
mirage.
if either you or Donald Trump or anybody else wants to show me, I said this to him when I interviewed him last, you know, if you show me the actual hardcore, incontrovertible evidence, then great.
There was no evidence. In fact, there is evidence against the claim.
I've never seen it. Joe Rogan asked him. He didn't produce it with Joe Rogan. It's just never been produced. But look, I don't want to labour the point on that. So I suppose the more interesting question now, as your influence rises in the conservative movement in America, and there's a lot of splits going on amongst MAGA over a number of issues, and about you, and you know this, is your split with Trump irrevocable? Do you feel now, as we head towards the year of the midterms, that it's time to now look to who his successor will be, and who do you think that person should be?
Well, it's not irrevocable, but I am very pessimistic about this administration. And succession is something that I've been interested in for as long as I've been doing this show.
They actually did a poll recently to see who is likely to be Trump's successor. Right now, I think it's 50-something% say J.D. Vance, which is like a lot. It's a lot higher than Democratic consensus, which I think right now is Gavin Newsom. They seem to think that Gavin Newsom is going to be the next Democratic nominee for president or whatever. Don Jr. is also on the list of likely presidential nominees after Trump is gone. Don Jr., I think he's something like 3%. Tucker is 8%, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in that vicinity.
And I think it's very clear that they are grooming J.D. Vance to be that successor. And by they, I mean Elon Musk, Tucker Carlson, Peter Thiel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Seems to be an organization that was put in place roughly around 2022 when Peter Thiel was very active in the midterm elections. He spent, I think, over $30 million, $15 million for Vance, $15 million for Masters, spent a lot of money in a lot of other congressional races, trying to unseat the Republicans that voted for impeachment in 21, and also building out a media market, building out a patronage network, funding things like Passage Press, Sovereign House, a number of other projects to create sort of like a self-contained media ecosystem. And Vance is clearly the selected nominee. That is who the interests want.
Yeah, that's true.
And they've been pushing for him very strongly. So I think he's the heir apparent right now. There's a forceful push. I've heard good things about him. I've heard bad things about him too. And where I think it needs to go is I think we need to return to the message from 2016, what Trump said in the first election, which is we need to drain the swamp. We need to get the money out of politics, the super PACs, the special interests, put America first in foreign policy and the wars, close the border and deport the illegals, and reindustrialize America, bring back manufacturing, bring back jobs. We're in this Cold War with China. We need America to have productive capacity again. We need America to have wealth. So I think whoever is going to bring us back to that, that's who I'm going to support. And I haven't seen enough from Vance yet.
You called J.D. Vance's wife a jeet. What does that mean?
Holy shit, dude. That's a slur for Indian people.
It's a slur for Indians.
Why would you use that?
Well, you want the honest answer?
Because you're a racist?
No, there's actually a different reason. The reason why I said that, if you watched the whole show, did you watch that whole show, by the way?
No, but you've admitted you use that slur. I'm just curious why you would use that about a woman with her
I'll
heritage.
tell you, there's a really important reason why, and this is why context matters. If you look online at the people that are supporting J.D. Vance the most, they are racist. They're racist also, let's say.
Uh-huh.
And they look at someone like myself. I don't support J.D. Vance. And they say, you're brown. You're a third worldist. They are gleefully participating in the cruelty. You could say the performative cruelty of the Trump administration. They say, you're going back. You have 100 days until you're being deported. You're going in a crystal. And then they tell us to vote for J.D. Vance. And so all I did on the show is I said, you have basically racist chuds that post memes about Indians all day on Twitter, memes about third worldists and Palestinians even. But then they want to turn around and support a guy who has said on Twitter, how dare you say I'm racist? I have non-white kids and I'm in an interracial marriage. And all I said is I just said that's a little ironic. I said that's hypocritical. And Vance is going to have to explain to all of his supporters who have gassed him up as the real mass deportation candidate. He's going to have to explain to them what's going on with that. What is with the contradiction? Because
and you
it is
don't
a
feel any
contradiction.
accountability for the millions of young people that will hear you use that slur and think it's fine to use it.
I don't think Nick Fuentes cares about slurs. In fact, I think he uses them regularly because he likes them.
No, I think that's ridiculous.
Okay. Let's take a final break and come back with a little kind of summary of how you think this interview has gone for you.
Okay, interesting. All right, well, let's jump forward a bit here. Here it is. This is where it starts.
.com, so you don't miss out. Okay, Nick Fuentes, we've been talking for nearly 2 hours. What is your view of how the interview has gone?
I think it was great. Honestly, I think it was a tough interview. You're a tough interviewer, but I don't think there were surprises. I will not say it was an ambush because it wasn't. I sort of anticipated that you would make some choices about how you wanted it to go, and I was fine with it. So I thought it was terrific.
As a Catholic, you're probably aware the Jerusalem Post has recently called on the Pope to openly condemn you. Would it matter to you if the Pope did? He's an American Pope, obviously.
It would be very disheartening, yes.
Yeah, because he's Catholic. That makes sense.
Why?
Because he's our spiritual leader. He's the head of the church. He's the vicar of Christ. So if he condemned me, that would be very disheartening. And it would depend upon what he would say exactly. But yeah, I wouldn't like that. I wouldn't like that at all.
If he condemned you because you've openly admitted to being a racist on this show?
Oh, this racist. I would be disappointed if he said that, because I think that word racist, it means something different to everybody. And
it means that you are prejudiced against people based on the color of their skin. It's pretty straightforward. It doesn't, quote unquote, mean something different to everybody. It has a definition. Words mean things.
So I think that's just silly. I think that's just semantic.
Have you ever been in love in your life?
No, like romantically, no.
Yeah, never.
No.
Do you think that's part of the problem?
What's the problem?
Why you are the way you are.
Oh, and what's the way I am? What are you trying to say?
Are you serious? Like, were you not here for the rest of the fucking interview? What's this? I wanted to mark this. Have you, Piers asks Fuentes, have you ever been in love in your life? No, I haven't.
Say,
I've given people 2 hours of the way you are. You're unashamed about a lot of it.
I don't think I have a problem. I think I'm cheerful, boisterous. Look, unlike you, I'm willing to be a little well, I guess you're willing to be provocative, but I'm willing to be very provocative, and I'm a free thinker. And I don't like to be tone policed. I don't like to be told about, people are going to tone police and play moral cop about you can't make this.
Give it a rest, dude. Tone policing is a term that's used predominantly on the left because the center says you need to stop being so upset about things. And they say the left is outraged about things and they don't have a right to be or whatever. That's tone policing. When in reality, people are dying every day. There are some issues that you have a right to be upset about. What does he even mean by tone policing here?
Joke, or you can't make this statement. And I think that's just about being intellectually open. I'm a believer in openness, and I like ideas.
I completely agree. I think you should be perfectly free to express yourself exactly how you see fit. My problem is how you see fit with some of the things that you say. And
there you go.
We've been through a lot of them, and I think people who don't know you very well will have been shocked in parts.
Did he just say you're going in a crystal? Yeah, I don't know what that means. I've never heard that before. I thought about that when I heard it, and I was like, what the hell?
And surprised in other parts. But in totality, they can see you for what you are. I think we've got a lot nearer to what the real Nick Fuentes is in the last 2 hours than we probably have seen from your other recent interviews. Would you agree?
No, I mean, the clip thing, we've done the clip thing. We've all seen the clip show. Everyone's seen the clips. You think you're the first one to do the ADL rap sheet. So here you said this, and then here you said that. I've been playing that game for 10 years. So this is honestly more of the same, to tell you the truth.
Nick Fuentes, I appreciate you coming on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Interesting. The end. Looks like that's the end of the conversation. Disturbing as shit, dude. Seriously, Nick Fuentes is a horrifying, disturbing person to be in this position of authority and power. And Piers Morgan made a mistake by platforming him. He made a mistake. Anyway, tell me what you think about it in the comments. Just disturbing shit, for real. He's cartoonishly villainous. Absolutely. Yes, absolutely, no doubt. Yeah, tell me your thoughts. All right, I'm getting out of here. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. It's been fun. I will see you guys tomorrow, okay? Where we will cover something else. All right, later, everybody.